Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another explosive issue of the Voice of the Collar Nation radio show. I'm Collar Thanos, the leader of Collarverse, the multiverse of the Collar Nation, folks. Welcome to the Matrix. Folks, we're coming on 22 straight days. This makes 22 straight shows. Not a break, not nothing. As soon as I got back on the air, I told you I was coming back with a vengeance, right? I'm giving you guys good topics, good subject matter, and everything like that. Now, when you have topics like the serious problem with deadly clowns in high places, you know it's going to go down tonight. You know it's going to get lit. You know passions are going to be raised and feelings are going to be hurt. You know it's going down in Colorland. So stop what you're doing and like, share, and subscribe. Share this on WhatsApp. Share this on Telegram. Share this on X. Share this on Facebook, right? Let's get the party started. Hit that like button. Let's get the party started. We're almost there, folks. We're almost at our first 1,000 subscribers, right? Once we get there, we're gonna have a celebration like you won't believe. This channel's gonna be monetized and everything. You're gonna see the stuff really, because I said I'm building a movement based solely on the interest I generate from this platform. Solely. So therefore, if you really care about this, there's gonna be time you can contribute money, funds, time, but also before the money, I need people that could actually put in work. Put in work. I say we need something, whatever like that. Go out there and do it. Be proactive in this. You know what to do. By the time, hey, what's up, Afro Theory, Dark Migo? You know what to do. You listen to the College Genesis, you know what to do. You know that the College Genesis believes in LARP was logical, achievable, reasonable, practical. And if it ain't LARP, then I don't have nothing to do with it, right? No matter what you bring to me and whatnot, I say, Colin, what do you think about this? If it's not LARP, I can't do with it. I may like you, I may love you, but I'm a LARPist at heart. If it's not logical, if it's not achievable, it's not reasonable and not practical, I cannot do nothing with it. So let's keep our goals LARPists. Let's become LARPians, LARPists. That's a new word, LARPist, right? You say, Kala, I'm a LARPist now. I approach life from the standpoint of LARP, the ideology and the gospel of LARP was logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical, right? Now, basically, the reason why I did this topic tonight is, right, I just have to ponder myself, right? I said we had some dynamite people that came into the black race. They came and gone and whatnot. I've not heard every dynamic speech I want to hear, but it just seems that the people who always are in power, the people who always get the shine in Black America, the people that's always getting in that key position are always clowns, deadly clowns. I'm like saying also, what the hell is going on? Why is there a disconnect, right? It's obvious that, Black America is basically really the only group of Black people capable of building any nation where I'm just dead serious. But yet, when they say, let's talk about a new nation, let's talk about South Sudan. Now, everybody deserves a nation. I get that, right? Why is South Sudan a nation and Black America is not a nation? I don't get that, right? Haven't we produced millionaires and billionaires, like 50,000 inventions and all kinds of stuff like that? But no, Kala, you can't possibly build a nation, right? But yet you got people out there uh, uh, with countries, right, with 90% illiteracy rates, right? And these people that run these countries are invited to the very halls of government and we're actually being taken seriously. But somebody like Colin Genesis, who's a freaking erudite genius, right? Oh no, Kala, you're a Black American. In the words of Chuko, you should just be happy that you live under the white man's grid. No, I really believe that Black America, we're capable of doing better than America. I believe that we're capable of surpassing America in civilization. I believe we could build a much better civilization than America ever could. That's what I believe, right? But the thing is, the people who are in the media who don't agree with that, these are deadly clowns, the people that put out there, like Chris Rock, The Oscars sell white. Who the fuck cares about the goddamn Oscars? I don't get it. Oh, there's not enough. The TV show Friends. These freaking people out there say, well, there's no black people in Friends, right? Most black people are like, we don't give a fuck, right? We don't give a shit, right? No, the media finds somebody like Aisha Tyler. Yes, I'm gonna be that black friend when I on a TV show. How can you have a TV show like Friends in New York City and no black friends? Maybe they just don't have any black friends. Why is it fucking necessary? Create your own TV show of black people in New York City getting together doing something. Why do we feel like we got to be part of whatever white people do? It just black American most progressive. Yeah, we are fucking the most advanced black people on the planet. Like not even close. I don't care how many millionaires Nigeria thinks they got. When I actually, there's 2 million black American millionaires in America, right? That's 99.9% black American, right? There's only like how many? I think like 170,000 African millionaires on the whole African continent. 2 million in Black America alone. It's not even close, folks. It's not even fucking close. In my words of my good brother Jughead in the UK, it's not even close, folks. Black America takes it hand down. But the powerful as Black America is, right, showing the world that we're capable of doing this. The world still looks at us as the next 100 years, somebody is going to be making decisions for us. Someone's going to rule over. That's why I say when I talk to people and you come to me with anything, right? If it doesn't deal with us having our own nation, well, I don't want to hear what you guys say. I don't give a fuck what philosophy you think you got. Changing your language, changing all that shit won't mean a goddamn thing if you're still living under the same fucking people who enslaved you. It means nothing. You could talk all the civil rights, you could talk all this, talk all that. But the bottom line, if you don't really believe that black people are capable of doing something outside of captivity or another race like this. Black America is strong as white America. We're stronger than white America, right? That's a myth. We're strong as white America wants to be. We're stronger than white America, really. We are actually stronger than white America. There will be nothing without us. You come down here to the eastern seaboard of the United States, see who actually, if black people walked off the shipyard and the shipbuilding industry, this whole freaking country would collapse. America's supply chain, this shipping and everything, 90% of the workers that do all the hard work, the dirty, dangerous work in the shipyards in America are black men. Whether it's Oakland, whether it's Seattle, whether it's here in Virginia, Baltimore, it's black men that do the hardest, most dangerous job. Black men are the strongest men in America. Make no mistake about it. Black American men are the strongest men in America. Yeah, it is Black America versus everybody. Everybody's coming for us, Everybody's coming for us. You got white people coming for us. You got fucking Caribbeans coming for us. You got Africans coming for us. You got Somalis coming for us. You got Asians coming for us. Everybody wants to fight us, man. But hey, we'll fight alone if we have to. And we'll come out a victor because in the Bible, it says, in the 23rd Psalm, it says, the Lord's Prayer says, I shall prepare the table before you in the presence of thine enemy. You know what that means? That means, surely good and mercy will follow you for the rest of your days. That means God got us. God got us, right? We're a blessed fucking people, And no matter what people do to us, no matter what you try, you always, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And we're always going to come out on top, We're always going to win. We're always going to be victorious no matter what. So you guys step to us, whatever like that. It is what it is. I'm proud to be Black American. I'm fucking proud of it. I'm not FBA. I'm gonna make a distinction, right? I've been making a distinction between what's an African American or say Black American and what is the FBA. I'm not an FBA. FBA represents the fucking trash in Black America. They represent the uneducated, the illiterate, the foolish side of Black America. They're a joke, Pray for them people, maybe get some fucking help, but they don't represent Black America. Trust me. So we'll talk about that tonight. So somebody that popped up out of nowhere, I said, that was Bantu Mandinka. I was like, man, what the hell? What's up, man? Bantu Mandinka. Now he's all saying he's against Pan-Africanism. He's blaming me. No, I checked. I was moderating, checking Pan-Africanism, right? And so I never said I was totally against Pan-Africa. I said, look, the way Pan-Africa is practiced right now, I cannot do it, So I modified Pan-Africanism to suit a better time period, to be more flexible with what we're going through. I don't know. He's like an FBA now and whatnot. But man, fuck that. He's all fuck Africa and whatnot, And I always knew Bantu Mandinka was kind of a dusty Negro, Look at Nigeria for the Bible's garbage. I know this is heathen. You got these fucking heathens. Well, that could be anybody, Mr. Trump. It could be people in government, deadly clowns in high places, And what I'm seeing right now in Washington is a clown show. I mean, I'm dead serious, right? Anytime you can't get things right, we say you're going to fix the border. The border's not really fixed. We got immigrants running. How the hell do a fucking third world people come to the country, right, and siphon off $9 billion? Right under the nose of the most so-called most powerful government in the fucking planet. Like I said, deadly clowns in high places. I'm like, they came and siphoned off $9 billion. Some third world refugee people friggin' came and siphoned off fucking $9 billion. I'm like, man, what the hell is going on? And the question is, how do these people, right? I mean, I'm not just say nothing. I don't know if this is the real Donald Trump, really not, right? And I'll be honest with you, I did vote for Donald Trump. He was a better choosing Kamala. That just shows you. Look what they gave us a vote for. Donald Trump and Kamala. That was a hard choice. There was no way I could have went in that booth and pulled a lever for Kamala Harris. There's no way I could have done that, right? There's no way in the world I could have pulled a vote for Joe Biden. I mean, I'm sorry, I could not do it, right? The question I need to ask is, right now, the Democrats are basically talking about, who is going to be the Democratic nominee? And I don't even want to see. I got to find the article, right? Dude, man, I swear to God, man. Okay, the second most powerful political party in the world. I want to see the lineup. The lineup is a bunch of friggin' clowns, all the Democrats are a fucking bunch of clowns. They can't put together. I mean, there's a lot of serious people in this country, serious people, business people, everything. Why is it always the people that always end up in power to be some sort of fucking clown? I don't get it. It makes me think that maybe democracy really does not work. Right? I'm dead serious, right? How does it fucking people when an election looks like a friggin' circus? I'm like saying to myself, out of all the people the Democrats could have ran, they get a lady. I mean, it's just, oh my God. First Joe Biden, right? And now this, and I'm saying to myself, what the hell is these people thinking about, right? Mrs. Harris, what is your policies? I don't have no policies. You know what she said? I grew up middle class. Oh, yeah, okay. Mrs. Kamala Harris, we get it. You said it 10 times. You grew up middle class. What is your ideas? What's your policy? Yeah, this is a republic. I get it, but it has a democratic process, What is your ideas? How do you want to take? I grew up middle class, and you got to understand, we grew up in a nice house, whatever like that, and I'm saying to myself, you mean to tell me this is what it takes to get on a major ticket? And I said to myself, man, there's got to be something. And you know what it is? The media, the freaking media. I'm not drunk, trust me, this is a sober mind tonight. The media, right, props up people. Oh, nothing to see here. No, nothing to see here. No, don't believe your lying eyes. Joe Biden basically walking off stage in a thing completely. There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. And I'm saying to myself, look at this guy for 4 years, Joe Biden. I'm saying to myself, and the media is telling us this is the greatest president we ever had. I'm saying to myself, why do we have deadly clowns in high places? How the hell did that happen? Right? And this is something going forward in the future. And I'm like starting to see, why is it that every last single community in America is falling apart? Why cities can't function, right? Because we have clowns in high places, you know, and they're not picked by their ideas because they don't have any, right? They're picked by whatever the media says and the Democratic or the Republican machine says, right? For example, I'm sure there's got to be somebody in the Republican wing that's better than J.D. Vance. They already bring him, oh, that's going to be a Republican. J.D. Vance is a clown, you know. He's a clown, right? If I was a Republican, right? If you're a Republican, I would start grooming somebody like Ted Cruz, who's really, really smart. And even though I'm not a Republican, right? When I look at this country, right, I want to see the best of the best win, right? I would say Ted Cruz on the Republican side with Mike Huckabee as vice president, right? That's a ticket, right? But it won't happen because those two men aren't clowns. You know, they're not clowns enough, right? Oh, you're gonna have a JD Vance and let's say you might have JD Vance and let's say Erica Kirk as a ticket. This is, like I said, this is a freaking dumb shit we talk about. You know, folks, man, we got to have a day of remembrance for our famous clown, Charlie Kirk. Ooh, yeah. He did a lot for humanity, right? He dropped out of college, whatnot, and he badgers teenagers on the college campuses. But, you know something, he was a great American, right? Like I said, we have a serious problem with deadly clown. Charlie Kirk was a deadly clown, you know? He was a clown. I mean, God rest his soul and whatnot. He was a fucking clown. And I'm sorry, I'm sick and tired of taking clowns seriously. If anybody listens to my friggin' voice right now, tell me, if you really care about this world, has got to stop. You know, say what you want about China, but you look at China, GDP, these people are serious. You know, Putin is not playing games. He's serious. You know, and what we got in America is a bunch of clowns still flirting with white supremacy and nonsense. That's going to bring this republic down to its knees because you're playing with clowns. Like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is a fucking clown, a deadly clown. Another Joe, he's funny and everything like that, but he's a clown. Brandon Tatum, a clown. Myron Gaines, a clown. What the hell is going on? And the thing is, it's like every clown, all they have to do is sit there and get a substantial YouTube or internet following and whatnot. And people take these people seriously. I mean, you tell me you're going to sit there and take Myron Gaines seriously in a political discussion debate? You're going to be sitting there. These people are the ones who's been invited on panels to talk. You know, I'm saying to myself, man, it just really, really, really pisses me off. And Black America, just forget it. Black, who the hell is a fucking Touré? You know. Well, it doesn't matter if you're Donald Trump, you're the president. It doesn't matter if you're a clown. You won the game. But we're trying to prevent in the future clowns from getting in office. We could prevent it in the future. I couldn't do nothing when Joe Biden was president, right? But I tried my best to stop it. But hey, he got in office, right? But if people want to vote for people who are clowns, I consider clowns, then it is what it is. I can't do nothing about it. I got to respect the democratic process, right? But until then, right, I'm going to keep saying out of my mouth, right, who's a freaking clown, you know? And I don't think a clown in high places with power is funny. I don't think there's nothing amusing about somebody who I think is a joke, you know? I want to see somebody. So you know who like he could be serious as a president? That dude, I think his name Mark Kelly. You know, that's going through all this stuff like that. I don't agree with what he's doing, whatnot, but he seemed to me somebody that's fucking. I like somebody I can look at and say that guy is serious. That guy's serious. He's serious about his business. You know, that's why I do like Ted Cruz because I get the impression that Ted Cruz is fucking serious about his shit. You know, he's serious about shit. He's really smart too. You know, that filibuster he did that one time was like 24 hours or something like that. I was like, holy shit, man. You know, So I always admire Ted Cruz, maybe not because he's a Gen Xer like myself, but but I always thought he's presidential. I just think he is. But he probably won't get the ticket. He won't get the ticket. You know what they're gonna do with Democrats, right? They're probably gonna come up with a Cory Booker, Jasmine Crockett ticket. Oh my God, or Fetterman. Oh no, Cory Booker and Fetterman ticket. Oh wow, Fetterman. How the hell? Let me stop. Now he didn't turn out so bad. He didn't turn out so bad, but the guy shows up. He doesn't dress up and everything like that. I don't know about. I don't get into all the Israel shit like that because that's a way of discrediting somebody. I don't care about that. The Israel puppet. I don't give a shit about that. I just know if compared to all the other Republicans out there, he's probably the best choice. Now people are trying to destroy him now because of the Israel thing, whether it's true or not. But I look at the rest of them. Come on, J.D. Vance. Come on, that guy's a clown. That guy's a joke. And who else? There's nobody else. I don't see the Republicans. If J.D. Vance tanks, I don't know. Republicans don't even have anybody groomed, to replace Trump. Right, that's going to basically sell his message or whatever he's doing. Because this country went through a remarkable transformation over the last year, right? That's set it on a course, right? I mean, it's either you keep the border closed and enforce the immigration laws, or if the Democrats in, it's going to be a mess. That means everything these last 4 years has been, these 4 years are going to be out the waste. So the Republicans got to get it together and say, look, you got to convince the people that what you're doing is working, right? Convince the people that what you're doing is working, right? And then convince the people that the person succeeding Trump is going to carry that out. Probably the Democrats is, Kamala, she said, what would you do different? She should have said, man, she goes, I'm not going to do nothing different. Everybody's like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? 4 years, man. Inflation went sky high. The country is falling apart. We wasted money on a Build Back Better bill that didn't build anything, and I'm saying to myself, and people up there praising it. You got Hunter Biden, right? Another deadly clown, right? Whatever happened with that? Didn't he got convicted, right? Is he in jail right now? Oh, that's right. I forgot. His father said, I'm not going to intervene, but he pardoned his son. After he committed all these crimes, he pardoned his son. Oh, ain't that nice, Dad, I'm going to jail, Daddy, whatnot, even though I was smoking crack and doing stuff like that. Like I said, deadly clowns in high places. I don't think it's funny anymore. Really, I don't. I don't. Because when I was growing up, I was taught to take your country you were born in seriously, we were taught to take this country seriously, right? We had a man named Barack Hussein Obama. What the hell was that all about? I don't know. What the hell was a Barack Hussein Obama? I have no idea. What the hell? This nigga came out of nowhere, Barack Hussein Obama. Oh, yeah, okay, Guy got a name like Hussein Obama or not, Yeah, no, yeah, clown world. Yeah, easy to control people. When people are dumb, they think everything's a joke, whatever like that. Nah, I take the world seriously. That's why when I say I'm an African nationalist, I'm a black nationalist, I want an African, it's not no damn clown show, right? That's the sad thing about this is like, you ever work at see these jobs, right? I've seen some of these jobs, right? Where let's say you're working at Wally World. Remember Wally World on Family Vacation or not, or you're working at Chuck E. Cheese, right? It's a job, right? That you got to go to, you fired. But you got to let me put it to you like this. Disney World, right? Disney. When I went to Disney, right? I was down there, I enjoyed myself. Disney, Great American Place, whatever like that, right? But when I see fucking police cars and police, basically, yeah, I'm an African American nationalist. Say a Black American nationalist. Africa, does that make you feel better? Black American nationalist. I believe Black America is a nation. That's what I believe. We're a nation without a fucking government or land of our own. I went down to Disney World, right? And I'm saying to myself, Oh, it's a nice place, right? But then when you see the police, right? Why the fucking police and we're not wearing fucking Mickey Mouse ears and shit? You know, I'm like, the fire department, everybody got freaking Mickey Mouse ears on. I'm like, that's what this country is becoming. It's like a Disneyland, you know? It's like, geez, okay. You know, are we in a country where a republic with serious laws and everything? Are we in Disneyland? You know, I'm like, what the hell? The hell are you doing? 1776 should run for president. Nah, 1776 too much of a coon, you know. But yeah, so like I said, you know, getting serious. Like I think there's got to be a line between people. Yeah, America's turning into an amusement park. I feel like I'm on a fucking amusement park with Bozo the Clown and everything like that in this country right now, particularly Black America, right? I don't even bother. Look, I don't even bother getting involved in the politics because I'm just like so just frustrated, right? It's like serious people like me. Where do we go? You know, where do we go? How are we having a real conversation about what the hell a boy or what the hell a girl is? How is that even a freaking serious conversation? It's a fucking clown show. You're sitting there, you mean to tell me you're gonna have a serious thing about a man friggin' playing a man actually won against woman in a swimming competition, right? And we're sitting there going back and forth whether it was right or wrong. This is what I'm talking about, you know? And who decided that? Who decided that? Deadly clowns in high places. Real Down said, this is a serious country full of serious people anymore, filled with a bunch of grown. Yeah, everybody's a freaking child, you know? You know, everybody's a damn child. Everybody thinks like a child, right? Everybody's on their emotions and whatnot. No, a man is a man. And I don't give a damn what you feel, right? You got a man that comes, sister stood up on business. She got suspended from Gold's Gym. So the man walked in there with his penis showing in a woman's bathroom talking about he self-identifies as a woman. What the hell is going on? You know, I'm like, yeah, I know Black Americans are not having these arguments. It's a mainstream, of course, you know. And those stupid Black people who follow everything the white America does and whatnot, you know, this clown show. We know right from wrong. We know what a damn man is. We know what a damn woman is. We were taught right, right? You have Black people saying, telling you, you know, the ones that's bought off, you know, oh no, don't believe your lying eyes, Collar. Don't believe the Bible. Don't believe everything you was taught and whatnot. No, no. There's like 20 genders. Oh yeah, man, you gotta go out there and find your true self, Collar. Get into your inner queer, you know? Nah, I don't want to tap into my inner queer. There's no queer inside of me, so I'm not gonna tap into that, you know. Oh, what they say, metrosexual, when men are tapping into their feminine side, whatever the hell they say, you know. Like I said, and you know what gets me is stuff like that used to be underground and stuff like yeah, my inner white. Used to be underground. Some people said in the gutter and everything, but now with social media, you can just crank on your internet, right? And blah 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 blah, and it spreads, you know, and it spreads, it spreads. Nonsense spreads, and then people pick the stuff up or not because they hear people repeating stuff online, and it becomes a reality. Without social media, you think we'll be arguing about whether a man, whether a man or one woman? You had a friggin' another clown show, right? Was the confirmation of Ketanji Jackson. Miss Jackson, Ted Cruz answer. You know what a woman? I can't say. She's on Supreme Court bench, going to Supreme Court, and she could not say what a fucking woman was. I'm like, I can't tell you what exactly what woman. I'm like, are you kidding me? And you're gonna sit. This lady's gonna sit on the Supreme Court for the rest of her life. But we can't say nothing because she's got black girl magic. And how dare you, Kala, talk against black girl magic, man. That's a black girl magic moment, you know. No, it's just about. I know a lot. I don't believe it's about being. I think these people are crazy. I think these people are nuts, right? And loons, and they hide behind liberalism, just like you got a lot of white supremacists and racists who hide behind conservatism. We got to start calling that shit out too, because I'm telling you right now, this country, if you really believe in America, this country is headed for a fucking race war. You know, if these people keep doing this stuff like that, because people, there's a blurred line. Regular Republicans don't have a voice anymore. Now everyone's talking white, coded white supremacy talking points, and no one stands up to it. I get it. You guys want to win an election. Do you really want to win elections that bad? Because I'm saying to myself, you know, we're looking at this country sideways. Like, what the hell are you talking about? You know, people are actually talking eugenics now. They're talking all this stuff like this that basically we're saying, wait a minute here, you know, if we're gonna have a country, you know, are we part of it anymore? No. She knows what a woman is. Like me, at some point in time, you gotta say, you know something, I don't want to be on the freaking Supreme Court that bad. You know, find something else. She has a law degree. She could have found another job, you know. But it's so important to be the first black woman on the Supreme Court that you compromise your values and what you believe in. She obviously, Ketanji Jackson, she's obviously black American. She probably grew up in the church praising the Lord. What happened to your freaking your damn your values that you grew up with, Ketanji Jackson, you know? It's just a friggin' ultimate mess, you know? It's like a clown show, you know? And the bottom line, as long as they keep turning out deadly clowns and everything, it's going to be like that. Because they turn everything into a fucking joke. Everything's supposed to be funny. She's not black American. I think she is, you know? I think she is. I think she is a black American, you know? Ketanji Jackson, you know? I think she is a black American, you know? So I'm saying to myself, just a friggin', I don't know. Just really thing like that. I just want to wake up one day and see things serious again. See like I'm in a serious country, you know, instead of tabloid America. I'm sick of this tabloid shit, you know. Really, I am. Leave the tabloid stuff to us on social media, right? When I see people up on television, politicians and the commentators and whatnot, start talking like you're serious. Start talking like you got sense. Not everything's scoring a political point and everything, you know? We got, look, there's children watching all this, right? If they see adults acting like children with their little tantrums and stuff like that, what does that say, you know? So I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on in this country? You know what I'm saying? What the hell's going on in this country? And the rest of the world look at this, right? You know, they're saying, well, geez, man, why is America so confused nowadays? Why not? You know, everybody flies off at the handle, everything. We're just lashing out at everybody and whatnot. We got to get back this, you know, bring back Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. I used to love Mr. Rogers, man. That was just such a peaceful show. And I was like, I used to watch Mr. Rogers when I was a kid, you know? Yeah, Marvel movie politics. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's in a friggin', like, it's like we're in a friggin', you know what it is? Everybody thinks there's some sort of superhero. That's what it is, you know? Yeah, her dad's, yeah, yeah, deep side. Yeah, I could tell she's from here. She's got me a Katanji. That's a black American name, you know? Yeah, there was a black woman. I told her about that. The black woman gets banned from Gold's Gym for asking a freaking white man, dressing in a women's shower. And the bottom line is, where's the outrage? Where's the media? Where that's a story. How come no one got behind this woman? Where's her GoFundMe? How come nobody raised a GoFundMe for this lady, right? But yet, if she was a white lady, call a kid in the park the N word, she would raise $1 million. But somebody doing the damn right thing and everything, no money for her, no money for her. You know, her last name is Jackson. Well, That could be her married last name. She could have been. I think she's married to a white man named Jackson. I think she's married. That's her married name. Yeah. But Shiloh lady basically knew how to play the race car. She got paid off of that shit. She probably went back with a black man right now, but she knows how to play that race card. Her maiden name is Brown. Yeah, she's Black American. She's Black American. Everybody's so suspicious. They think everybody's a damn foreigner. You know, Not all that serious. Like that. But I just go by what people do. Now I don't care about their background. If you basically can't tell a man and a woman, right? And so, what's the point? What's the point of all this, right? If there's no male, no female, then what role do I play? As a man, my natural instinct is to be a protector and a provider. If you're telling me that I'm no that gender roles are oppressive and not needed anymore, then what the hell am I needed for anymore? What the hell are men needed for? Did people ever stop to think about that? You're telling men after thousands of years of human history, right, that gender roles are oppressive. What gets me is, and the bottom line is this: it's usually these females, these liberal white females, sitting there conjuring up all this nonsense and everything because they feel like it, right? The gender is oppressive of women and whatnot, but women, particularly women in America, are the most cuddled group of people on human history has ever known. But yet, you basically listen to people that don't have it figured out, and people are like, yeah, you know something, and women's like, you know something, I know I'm married for 10 years. My husband is great. He comes home to me every night. He does everything. He provides for me, everything like that. But I want to feel myself. I feel like I'm being. Hey, so let me leave a note for him saying I'm going to live with my mother and blah blah blah. It's over with. I'm sorry. I want to live my life. Blah blah blah. And the guy sitting there like crushed, like I gave you 10 years. Say you want like this. So I'm saying to myself, what the hell is going on? Well, yeah. Well, I don't know if he did or not, but the bottom line is this: I bet you any amount of money, it's look, you got to transform the military. Where I want to know how did they get these transformers in the military in the first place? It shouldn't even have to be take an administration to come in and do that, right? It shouldn't have. You mean tell me everything in a civilization? We all basically decided in every civilization that murder is wrong, right? Stealing is wrong, right? That's not even up for debate. Stealing is wrong, murder is wrong, adultery is wrong, and all that. But the only one sin, right, that we have a question about is a man having sex with another man. No, suddenly we got to have debate. We got to have discussions and stuff like that. Stuff like that. We got to have debates. We got to have discussions. We got to decide what is right and what is wrong, right? If you basically a man and you cheat on your wife, right? She divorced you. The courts come down on you and say, you know something, you did wrong. You're going to have to pay alimony, everything like that. It's right and right, wrong is wrong, right? But it comes down to the natural law of man. A man and a man cannot produce life. The basis of a marriage is the ability to produce life. That's what gives it a universal legitimacy. That's been decided for thousands of years, right? A man with a woman makes a couple, makes matrimony. But we live in a society where we have to friggin' debate these things and whatnot. And I'm saying to myself, it is what it is, man. I'm like, it's just a real sad situation. And this poison is spreading throughout the world, starting in America, but spreading throughout the world. Tasha Hyman doesn't understand that she was being followed way before her gym shower incident. Todd Johnson doesn't understand that she was being followed way before the gym shower incident. I don't know what that means. What you mean? I don't know what you're trying to get with that. Tisha Hyman, So it is what it is. But yeah, so we have deadly clowns in high places, right? Why is that happening? Why is it that in Black America, right? I'm seeing that friggin' someone like me who seems like he's intelligent, on point, whatnot. I'm trying to get a little following going on now. But if I was on here making a fool of myself, if I was basically making a fool out of myself, acting stupid and clown, I'd have 100,000 followers right now. Yeah, calling it, but I talk about things that matter in this world. And I seem like I got a good moral compass. Yeah, my platform's gonna grow a little slower, right? I'm not the average clown that you see on YouTube and stuff like that. Everybody else is fucking here just for entertainment and clown purposes. They're not serious about anything. What I say on this platform is I'm serious. You know, I'm serious about the world. I'm serious about the world I live in, and I'm serious about the world I want to leave behind. You know, and with little influence I have, I'm going to make sure that if I can influence somebody to do better, leave the world better than I came into it, so be it. That's what I believe in. I do not believe in basically just go along to get along. I can't stand people like that. When it's come to how to take a stand and whatnot, like, oh yeah. But what do you think about that? I know, man, but I ain't gonna say nothing. Don't you believe this is wrong? Don't you believe? Yeah, but yeah, I just don't want to do nothing, man. Because uh, I don't want to be seen like I'm a bother or not. Well, why withdraw from the world? If you really believe in something, stand on it. Don't sit there and withdraw from the world and be like, oh well, the world's gonna go and nobody cares. Yeah, the world cares what you think. Let the world know how you think. When more people stand up for stuff like that, they don't believe in anything. They don't stand on anything. They don't friggin' there's no fire in their gut. Don't steal. Sometimes you got to have that iron in you. What do you believe in? Good, bad, or indifferent, right? What do you believe? I cannot stand people who just don't have any. Just go along to get along. Just go along to get on. Yeah, I see stuff in the world I don't like. I don't like the problems I see in Black America and some of the antics I see. Like I said, I don't see a lot of stuff in real life because I go to my office, I work, maybe go to a client's house, I do meetings, seminars, whatnot. So, and I come home. Today I treated myself to dinner at Ruby Tuesdays. It was a nice place. So I went in there. The whole staff, wait staff, it's so pleasant, right? I'm sick and tired of people making it seem like Black people. It was like most of the people in the movie too. This is in the suburbs, right? We're Black in there, right? We're working there, and the customers, right? Yeah, white people, Black people there, but it was so pleasant, and they're seeing Black people just getting along and stuff like that, right? So I had lunch, I had dinner, lunch, dinner, whatever, like that. And so I treated myself. I treated myself out tonight when I just sat back and just waitress, I gave her a nice tip, right? And she goes, "Can you write a Google review for me?" I wrote a review. I said, "Yeah, she's a nice lady. She really served me and whatnot. Real attentive, whatever like that. Give her a nice tip and everything. But I like seeing stuff like that. I like seeing people getting along and people I know there's a side of Black America the world does not see because I live it. I love being around my people, right? And like I said, what you see on social media, right? When people have this idea of us that we're out here ghettoing and we're causing ruckus and stuff like that, that's not even 5% of our population. So basically, when people see stuff like that, it's me that have to say, no, that's not us. Don't judge us by a few bad apples. They say, well, Carlo, why do you get? Yeah, because the bottom line is this. When I'm out, right, and I'm a Black man, right, I want people to look at me with respect and admiration. That's what I used to have. Up until social media, that's how I was. When people thought of me, they always thought of they think of their favorite TV show, Fresh Prince. They think of the Cosby Show. They think of what was back in the days. They think of Muhammad Ali. They think of friggin' Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. They think of Dr. J. I just like basically being associated with black greatness. They think of Langston Hughes. They think of James Baldwin. They think of Richard Wright. I want to be associated with that. So I want that to be 90% of what white people think about Black America. Authors, writers, educators, all these things like that, right? I don't want them thinking that we're a bunch of freaking clowns, because right now there's more negativity about us going out there, right? And I'm the only one that says anything about it, because one thing I hate is I hate unserious people. I really do. When you put it now, they say, "Well, Colin, what do you think about comedians?" Okay, comedians are on stage to be comedy, and there's a time when you let your hair down and we joke about certain things we do and whatnot, and we do it in context, right? For example, on one hand, Dave Chappelle, he lampoons black people and a lot of stuff like that, but there's also a serious side to him. Same thing with Bill Cosby, anything like that. We joke about our things, our shortcomings, and everything like that. Like Larry the Cable Guy, or Jess Foxworthy, right? Now he's a white man, country and everything like that, but he tells redneck jokes, and people say, okay, I get the joke and everything, but make no mistake, that doesn't mean you got the right to basically walk up to anybody you call a redneck and be disrespectful and dismissive, because what you heard Jess Foxworthy say, everybody, a group of people are going to laugh at certain things they do, whatever like that, whether it's a redneck joke, whatever like that. But it's only black people where people think when they hear something that it applies to every last single black person, every situation. Like we're a friggin' race of clowns. Like we're here to be joked. We're here to be amusing. We're here for somebody's entertainment. Remember one part in Goodfellas, he goes, "How am I funny?" Remember that Joe Pesci? He goes, "Oh, you just wait you tell your joke." He goes, "I don't get it." He said, You think I'm a joke? I'm a clown. I'm here to freaking amuse you. Tell me what's so funny about me." In other words, basically, let me tell you something, right? Even a clown, after a while, wants to be taken seriously, And I've noticed something over the years, right? The violence that you see in the black community, right, is dudes that you basically think is a clown, right? And after a while, man, he's clowned in the humor, he's laughed at. Oh, Junebug, blah blah. Oh yeah, he's clowned or whatever like that. Remember the movie Juice? They went from clowns to deadly clowns. Remember that the Tupac's character Bishop. He's running clown because he was trying to break out of the clown thing. He said, "Yo, man, we got to get the juice. You got to die for that shit, that respect, And how did he get that respect? He killed somebody. That's what I came over to turn deadly clowns, I really came over to turn deadly clowns from watching that movie Juice with Tupac Shakur, Omar Epps. Think of what I'm saying. That one part he said, "Yo, somebody's about to stick up this thing. Yo, man, I want to get in on that." He's like, "Man, get out." And he felt like these guys that he was with since second grade, were holding him back by getting that juice, that respect. And then when he heard about the incident on the TV, he said, "Man, we were just there one night." He goes, "Man," I should have been there for him." He said, "Man, you would have been killed too. So what? You got to go out with a blaze of glory if necessary." Man, that's a deep movie, right? And then he got to take your destiny in your own hands. So Tupac went from a clown, running from the cops, running from Radamez, whatever like that, to being feared. That's when he became a deadly clown. Do you understand why they call me Thanos? You understand why this is a Colaverse? Because you're not going to get knowledge and information anywhere else like this. Who could break that down to you? The movie Juice had Tupac Shakur, Carrie Bishop. He went from clown to deadly clown in one night. That night when he killed the guy in the store, and then he killed Raheem. And then his peers began to fear him. And that's what we have when I say deadly clowns in high places, right? The clown is nothing, but you give a clown power. Or when he makes that threshold, right? It is what it is, you know? So this is what we have, you know. Like I said, we got to stop friggin' playing games with people in politics and whatnot, you know. It goes like that when the African continent, right? I think Ibrahim Traore is a serious guy. You know, I don't think he's a clown, right? But I'm looking at my beloved second country, Liberia, right? You got too many freaking clowns, you know. Samuel Doe was a clown that became a deadly clown when he pulled off that 1980 coup. And he became a deadly clown in high places. Yeah, deadly clowns still clown, but those deadly clowns could take your life. Those deadly clowns have power. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, clown's a clown, right? But give a clown power. When a clown ascends to power, you're the one's going to lose. Trust me, you know? Oh, they're all clowns. Prince Johnson, they're all clowns, you know? That took over a country, right? A bunch of clowns. And those guys, what it was those guys, those native boys, they were tired of being clowns. They were tired of being dismissed. And so they pulled up cool, you know? Well, it doesn't matter. He was he was the head of it, you know. He became the de facto leader of it, you know. They pulled off a coup. I give it to them. They staged a coup, you know, because they were tired of being clowns, you know, and they became deadly clowns. When they freaking killed those men on the poles right there and whatnot, you know, they became deadly clowns, you know. Yeah, Elvis is a clown, but he's not a deadly clown yet because he doesn't have any power. You know, Elvis is not a deadly clown. He's just a regular clown. You know, if Elvis ever had power, he would be a deadly clown. You know, if he ever went so well, I don't think. See, Liberia, I think is past that deadly clown age because the country is not. They understand now that we cannot let deadly clowns get into power. That's why George Weah is never going to be president again. That's why all these guys, Malu, whatever his name is, right? He's never going to get power. Liberians are not playing games. They're sick and tired of deadly clowns. The deadly clowns cost 200,000 lives in Liberia. You have literally clowns running a country. And they took so many lives, so many refugees, everything like that, to destroy the country. Everywhere you see in the Congo, all these people like that, 1 minute somebody's just some average dude. Next thing you know, he's a clown. He's a village idiot, a clown. Next thing you know, he ain't no village idiot no more. He got an AK-47 in his hand. You see where I'm going with this? In the hood, the deadly clown is a clown, but until he gets that Glock in his hand, now he's a deadly clown. So this is what we're talking about tonight, right? You're only going to have this discussion on College Nation, right? Nobody ever talks like this, right? I'm trying to give people in game. I wish other people would start running their platforms like this, will have topics like this and real discussions and everything, instead of being reactionary. Like something happened in the news today. Let me go talk for 3 hours, you know, because they can't do no more than 2 hours, right? Let me talk for 2 hours about what happened today and blah, 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 blah. I'll cover what happened today, but I got a whole thing. You know, it's not easy doing 6-hour shows and sticking to one topic for 6 hours. Not easy. It's talent. It's a gift I have. You know, it's a gift of speech, a gift of talking, a gift of communicating that I have. I'm gifted. God has all gifts. My brother, his gift is drawing. He could draw, man. I always wanted to draw like my brother. Right? I was hurt when my parents told me. I tried to start drawing when I was a kid. My father just told me, I don't know if he was wrong or not. Was my father wrong or not? He said, son, you know, drawing is not your thing. Your brother Corey, he's a gift. He has a gift. So I left it alone because I was getting good drawing. He said, no, but he has a gift. You could probably draw, but he's gifted, you know. That's his gift. He knows how to draw, you know. And so even to this day, my brother Corey could draw like crazy. Man, he's just a gift. I don't know how he does it. He just basically, I don't know how he does it. He can make things look so real. He could draw anything, right? It looks like a fucking 3D. When I was like, holy shit. You know, it's a gift, you know? And I don't think God gave me that gift because if I had my mind and I was able to draw, I'd be dangerous. Imagine if I was able to friggin' talk about deadly clowns and then make up a whole bunch of friggin' pictures and illustrations. I'd be dangerous, right? So God didn't give me that talent, right? I one time tried to get my brother to start drawing for me, but he's never has the time. So God deliberately never gave me the ability to draw because he knows you can't be like me, somebody like me, manipulative and smart and with the gift of speech and everything. I could write. I'm a good writer and I'm a good speaker. That's what God gave me, a thinker, you know. But he didn't give me that talent, nor did he give me a talent of music. Other people's talents, gifted talents of music. Mine's not music, you know. I tried to draw, I tried to do music, I couldn't do it, you know. So this is what I'm good at. You know, being an influencer, a talker, a writer, an author, you know, I'm good at that. So I take what God gave me and I use it. I was never meant to sing. I was never meant to play an instrument. I was never meant to draw. It is what it is. Well, I tried to do one, and so I just couldn't do it. You know, let's see. Have I ever mastered an instrument? No. I was in all kinds of the band. I could not play one goddamn thing. I could not friggin'. I tried to play the trumpet. I tried everything. I could never friggin' do anything. The piano. Everybody in my family could play the piano except for me. You know, I was like, man, what the hell, man? I felt like I was cursed, man. All my cousins, man, went in church. They played the organ, the piano, they're on the drums and whatnot. I had nothing. I had nothing, you know. I really had nothing to offer as far as music, right? You know, supposed to stick to a percussionist collar. I don't know what that really means, Dark Mingo. You come up here and tell me what a percussionist is. I heard of it before. I just don't know what it is. But I never knew how to do music. You know, I would like to friggin' basically do intros to this show and everything like that. You know, get on and make my own music. Why not? But I don't have that talent. I don't. You know, shoot me. You know, I don't have talent for music. Well, Kyle don't have no intro because I don't know how to freaking do music. You know, maybe with AI and whatnot, maybe I could start using AI. Well, I don't want to fall behind with AI. I'm gonna learn AI. You know, I'm starting to get a little bit of it when I, you know, doing stuff and whatnot. Maybe AI could help me out in a lot of things whatnot. I can't draw because maybe I could do AI images and stuff like that. You know, that might help. You know, I heard you could type stuff in and AI will create it for you, you know. So that could be a game changer for me, you know. That's if God wants me to have that talent, you know. Maybe if I get AI, it'd be dangerous, you know. You know, imagine that me making deadly clown gestures to different people and stuff like that on AI and whatnot. Man, that'd be freaking dangerous. So I know I have some imagination, you know. I really do got a good imagination, you know. An instrument that deal with striking an instrument. Okay, you talk about like drums and stuff like that, xylophones and stuff like that. Yeah, I should have did that. You know, maybe that probably would have been easy to do. You know, just sit in the fetal position and hit that little xylophone things. Yeah, yeah. I should have got. I should have got into that. You know, that probably would have been easy for me. You know, I should have got into that. You know, but I tried with the piano. You couldn't make it. You know, I tried with everything. Man. I just could not do music, man. You know. I couldn't. I just said I can't do it. You know, I just can't do it. I'm just not. You know, that was that thing because I was not really that good in sports either, man. I was like, where the hell my talent? Because I was not very tall, so I couldn't really play. I played basketball good, but I was not, you know, a slam dunker, you know, stuff like that. I had a good hook shot. I could play, but I was not that good at basketball. And football I was okay in football and whatnot but I wasn't that big, so I couldn't play football. And track, I was okay and whatnot. I used to do the medley and track whatnot. So man, I said to myself when I was growing up whatnot, I didn't know where to fit in at, man. I didn't know where to fit in at. I was not, musically inclined. I wasn't athletically inclined, whatnot. Even though I played these things, but I was not good at them. Yeah, I know how to play basketball. I'm really good at how to play basketball, but my friend Chris, man, this guy was holy shit, man. He was freaking good. I don't see they always say Tolbert was assassinated by two white males. That's what they say, but I'm starting to really doubt that theory. I don't know. I don't know. That's what they say to cover themselves. They know that friggin' thing was so cool. It's like, okay, the Africans, we were only in there. Kierpart, all of them came in there with their crime mask and whatnot, But it was too. Well, we sat there and stormed the executive mansion, right? We're supposed to be on duty, right? But it was just two friggin' white men who carried it out. I don't know. I really don't. I heard that theory, but I really don't. I'm not really buying it. I'm sorry. I just can't. Just too easy to stomach. I'm sorry. Now, I used to buy that until I got to know these Liberians very well. And I really think, yeah, they were capable of doing that. They were capable of murdering that man, I don't believe I believe the CIA staged it, but the CIA does not pull out coups unless they got enthusiastic, willing participation on the ground. They study a country for years before they make a move like that. They do. And they slowly recruit people. Like the CIA recruits people through groups like the Peace Corps, and they profile people. They see where they say they find out what the culture is, where the divisions are, and stuff like that. And then what they do is they put together intelligence. Intelligence is information that's 100,000% accurate, right? We have intelligence that there's a growing number of dissidents in the country, right? We have intelligence that Tolbert is moving away from us and towards Russia and these other countries and whatnot. We have intelligence that tell us that there's people who we communicate with that's basically the main goal is they want power. That's all the native people wanted was power, right? And they're convinced that the Tolberts were somebody different, Yeah, Tolbert didn't live. He that was his fault. That was his fault, what you go, that was his fault, being a fool. Do you think in a million years that could have happened to Tubman? No. Because they respected and the Liberians feared Tubman. He didn't play with them. Tolbert got in there apologizing. Oh, yeah. And they still murdered him. I don't know. CIA works in the interest of the global transnational banks, the Rothschild banks and the Bretton Woods institutions. The CIA was basically, how you a good individual CIA. Watch the movie The Box. Watch the movie The Box. The movie The Box will tell you how the CIA is. They literally have rooms of people who study everything that goes on all across the world and come up with intelligence. Every last single tribe, every last single language, every last single conflict and whatnot. They know everything. Everything that's going on in every country in the world. And if they want to overthrow a country or whatnot, they know who to contact in the country. That's intelligent. They know who to activate, who to recruit, everything. How do you think they overthrew a democratically elected government and put out propaganda against the democratically elected government in Iran and installed the Shah? The only people that CIA was never able really to beat was Cuba. Because Fidel Castro was always one step ahead of them. That's the only country. And also Singapore too. Singapore said, "Nah, I'm sorry, we don't need you," whatever like that. So it is what it is, folks. That being said, let me get my link in the chat room. The CIA doesn't admit mistakes. What the hell are they gonna admit mistakes? Apologize for anything. What? The CIA is there to be the CIA. They're gonna protect your. The thing is, the CIA is nothing if you basically stand on your square. They look for weaknesses. Like Mobutu Sese Seko, they profiled him, right? And they knew that he was ambitious, he was a womanizer and everything like that, and he wanted power. So they said, we're going to use him to take out Patrice Lumumba. So you got to understand how that works. They put a clown like Mobutu Sese Seko in power. Mobutu Sese Seko was a clown, was a freaking straight up clown. But they put him in high places. See what I mean? Yeah. The CIA is not invincible. The CIA has its most successful Africans because Africans don't have a sense of nation building. They don't have a sense of purpose, a sense of duty. That's why CIA could manipulate Africans to the end of time, right? The only thing that can stop a CIA is a real black nationalist nation. An Afghanistan, a black nationalist country, where they can't infiltrate, where everybody's on code. That's what I think, But these tribalist countries that are divided by tribe and ethnic group, whatnot, CIA run rampant in those countries, man. If Nigeria tried to stand up to the CIA right now, man, CIA would please stop it. The CIA would run through Nigeria like freaking a hot knife through butter. But that's what we have, right? Right now, they put literally outright clowns in power. Let me get my brother Ibrahim. What's going on, brother?
I'm just listening in. Thank you, Carla, for another live. It's very interesting.
22 straight days, man.
Yeah.
22 straight days.
Yeah. So, it's good you're talking about the CIA, because the guy.
Let me get Bantu Mandinka on. Let's see what he has to say. He basically was a Pan African. Now he went back to being Dusty. What's going on, Bantu Mandinka?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, listen, you did the right thing by kicking me off. I was over talking you. It's your show. I'm just saying, I'm not I'm not blaming you for my own decision about throwing Pan Africanism away. I'm just saying that listening to you in the way you bash Africans as a Pan African, I never heard no shit like this in my life. So it really just made
I'm
me
not
see.
bashing
No,
Africa.
no, hold on. Let me finish. I have 2 more seconds. It really just made me see things more clearly. So no, I'm not blaming you for anything. I'm just saying you help me see things more clearly. That's it.
How do I
Go
bash
ahead.
Africans? I tell it like it is.
Why- Yeah, hey, listen. That's hey, by telling it like it is.
I tell
Salute.
it like it is. I bash Black Americans too.
Yeah, of course.
I bash everybody.
Yeah.
But we got an echo
So
here. Somebody.
wait, hold on. That's probably me because I got it on my speaker. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on mute.
But like I said, my whole thing is I have a different version of Pan Africanism. Pan African before was we bow down to continental Africans and kiss their ass. I don't believe in that shit. I believe that basically right now, like what's it called? Kaizo said, Africans not right now trust the Chinese. The Chinese have not put one major investment in Africa right now. You know, they think the Chinese are going to save them, right? They don't. Africans don't think about Pan Africans, right? They think the Chinese are going to save them, right? And the Chinese is running up their debt, right, for their own purposes. Chinese have not put no heavy industries on the continent, not one. All they do is siphon the continent out for natural resources. They don't even add value added to the stuff that they siphon out. Africa, there was a thing where people talked about for years that no mineral should leave the continent unless it has value added. That means you process it a little bit and you start making parts or whatever like that, and be part of the supply chain. No country, Western or Chinese, Asian business has ever invested in that in Africa. All they want is raw materials. So it is what it is. How they do it, they put deadly clowns in high places, you know, and they rob the continent blind. So that's what I talk about with Africans. So they can't get my respect until they basically do the right thing. Let me get Ibrahim back on, then you go ahead, Kwame. Go ahead, Ibrahim.
Yeah. You know, it's interesting to hear your perspective on these, you know, this intelligence organization, this particular one, because you know, but in general, you know, white people and, you know, their big governments like the US, you know, they have a specific way of acting and, you know, interpreting like actors in the world, you know. So I'd like to hear more because you know, I've been trying to work with someone, as I mentioned, right, like in the military, you know, just to bring him out of it. I don't think they were pleased with me trying to hire this guy, and he's actually, you know, very willing to work with me. But now they got him to cut all ties, you know, like, you know, he had to send that, probably, you know, pressured because yeah, he was pushed to do that, you know, because you know, what we're doing is going to be risky business wise, you know, and he doesn't want to lose his salary working for, you know, this government, the US government. But yeah, it's good to understand how they operate, you know, because he did mention to me that they told him that I'm a risk or something, I'm involved with Africa or something is like a security concern for them or something as well. It might even be you, Color, if you can believe that, you know. And, you know, we're talking about them as well, and we know that they're very dangerous, you know. Like, you know, we know all about it, you know. We discuss it all the time, you know, how exploitative they are, you know, how racist, supremacist they are, you know. It's so, you know, all these things add up. But yeah, you know, I would love to learn more because I'm guessing these people are not going to go away now, you know. So
Nope, they're not going nowhere. And I believe that friggin' that embassy in Liberia is a CIA base. No one could ever see the embassy, right? It's fucking huge. I saw a diagram. It's huge, right? But you can't see it from the street. When you go to the U.S. Embassy in Liberia, you're going to a small building on the street, on Benson Street, right? The real embassy is in the back. Embassy is only supposed to be like the size of a house in a suburb. That's all your embassy is supposed to be, you know? This embassy in Liberia looks like the freaking Pentagon. Now, to ask yourself, why does the United States have an embassy that size in a small country like Liberia?
yeah, I wonder why, you know, because they made this coup. So why are they still there after failing? And what
Because
is their
there's a lot
plan
of
going
people
forward?
in Liberia who still sees America as a mother country, and they
Wow.
basically, you know, that's what it is. I mean, they still America could do no wrong and whatnot. They say stuff under their breath, but the fact of the matter is, they basically are convinced that as long as the ends justifies the means, as long as the so-called American Liberians are out of power, that's all they care about, you know. And
The
that's
tribal Liberians want the Americo Liberians out of power,
well, some of them want the American Liberians exterminated. You know,
and they
they
think that
could, if they could, they would do it. You
and
know,
they think that white America is going to help them do it.
yeah, they were. Some of them think like that. You know, they do.
Oh, like Elvis.
Yeah, like Elvis. He really, if Elvis had his choice, we'd be all fucking dead. You know, all of us
Hmm.
be dead. You know, I would. he would love to see me fucking something happen to me in Liberia and whatnot. You know, he would love that shit. You know.
Yeah. These white people do that everywhere, you know, literally everywhere. You know, they're trying to do that with like the Uyghurs, you call them. It's Uyghurs in China, you know, and yeah, they're fucking every fucking where they go, they do that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me get Kwame on. Go ahead, Kwame.
Hey, peace, Kala. I was listening. I'm like, damn, is Kala like jealous that the Somalians defrauded the government? I mean, I think you should be
No, I'm
proud of
not
this.
jealous of the Somalis. I'm saying the fact that we abide by the law here, right? I'm in the healthcare business, right? I also get billed the government. I have contracts with the government and everything like that. But one thing, when I take my AHIP certification every year, and like 10 different companies I work with, right, I take their certifications, right?
But
AHIP
Kala, your government don't abide by any treaties. They they usually
What are you
break
talking about? That's
treaties.
why I said I could tell you're not in the professional world.
We,
I
we,
could tell that, right? The bottom line is, Kwame, I could tell when I was not in the professional.
Kala, I'm just speaking facts. It seemed like you're
No,
hating on the Somali.
Kwame. Let me stop you right there. The law is the law. I gotta abide by the law, right? When I build and stuff
Okay,
like
have the
that,
U.S. government broke treaties, Kala?
I don't care. It doesn't make it thing. When you're here in this government, in this country, you have to abide by the law.
So why did Trump free? He freed one of his guys that
I have no
that
idea.
pulled off a scam
All
for
I
nearly
know is
$2 billion.
all I know is if you're stupid enough to think you're gonna get away with the same thing they get away with, you are freaking stupid.
So it sounds like they could bend the laws depending
Well,
on
give me an example. Give me an example.
I just quoted. I just
No,
gave you a reference.
hold up. The guy was convicted. He's a president, right? He could pardon whoever he wants to pardon, right? Just like Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter when he was convicted. That's what they do.
Yeah, so it's not
But
a law.
that does not say crime is all right. It just means the president can make exceptions. That's the power, you know.
So why you can't make an exception for the
No, I'm not
Somalis?
gonna make no exception with no damn Somali because one, they came over here as guests. You know, they came over as guests. You know, they honestly they don't friggin' belong here. You know, they
Well,
didn't help.
some white people feel like you don't belong in their country either,
No, it
Colin.
doesn't matter what they don't feel. I was here. My ancestors were here longer than most white people were here.
Well, according to the Dred Scott decision, they didn't
Well, I don't
view
give a
you
damn
as
what
American.
fuck the Dred Scott decision, right? I'm here because my ancestors were here since the 1600s, before most of the English people came here. My ancestors were here.
And what was their status in the
Some black
1700,
people were
1800?
some black people were indentured, some were free, and my ancestors were actually slaves.
What was they citizens?
No, but it doesn't
Okay
matter. It
then.
doesn't matter.
Okay then. So
They created a country, right, and a corporation.
what country they created?
People, right? But I don't have to recognize that shit. You know, the law is the law. They got control of the law. But the bottom line is this: I'll tell you, when they decided that they had to do something with us, right? You can't have like millions of people. There's 4 million black people after the end of the Civil War.
Yeah, they wanted to get you out the country. They wanted to bring you to Liberia.
No place. Black people could have fucking was concentrated mostly in the South. We could have seized like 3 or 4 states and succeeded from the United States if we wanted to. They didn't want
that wouldn't
they
have
make us.
happened.
They made us a part of the country. So it wasn't like so you have this idea that white people are invincible. They did that for themselves because had they not did that, black people would just settle in like South Carolina. Black people were the majority. Black people could have took South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, became the majority, and succeeded from the United States.
Yeah, but Kala, your ancestors in the Somalis was just guests in America too.
I was not no guest in America. These people came over here as refugees.
What did you want me to read the transcript from the Dred Scott decision?
You're not gonna sit here and tell me that I'm on the same level of fucking Somali. You on crack?
No, I'm. What I'm saying is, you're saying that they're just guests.
They don't look. They have a homeland. I don't.
So Liberia's not your homeland.
I don't have a country called Somalia to go back to. They have a country. I don't feel sorry for anybody who has a country.
Okay.
I'm serious.
All I'm saying is
if you have a country, right, that you were born in, right, and you got so-called land in, a government, whatnot, all these people have shit that we do not have, you know?
Which is true.
All we have is America, really, you know?
but I think you should be fair and
I am being
criticize.
fair. I am being fair.
No, I
And
think
I'm
you
like this,
criticizing them.
I'm fair. I wish they were gone. Simple as that. All right, let me get Dark Migo. Dark Migo, go ahead, bro.
Yo, what's going on, Colin?
What's going on, brother?
Nah, yeah, I was just gonna say, I definitely agree with you on the Somalis gonna have to get up out of here because I'm like, he talking about, we guessed or something like that. I'm like, wasn't we brought here,
Hey, bro, hey,
against
Get
our
the
will,
fuck
my
out.
nigga? Like, I'm like,
Get
what the
the
fuck is he
fuck
talking about?
out.
Who is this talking to me?
Dark Migo.
Nah, I'm Dark Migo. Somebody talking about get out. Oh, I think he was talking about the Somalis. That's
I'm
Bantu.
talking about the Somalis.
Oh
Get
yeah, word.
your
I'm like, what
forehead
happened?
ass out.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, they gotta go already. You know what I'm saying? And then like the whole thing with the scamming situation, like I'm like, we don't take shortcuts in Black America. I mean, some of us, be doing the scamming
We,
shit,
we ain't
but
doing
we
no
don't
shit
we
like
don't
that.
really respect that. You know what I'm saying? Like we'd rather just get a good business. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just go the easy route.
We
Like you
do all
said,
the
Colin,
fucking
in
shit.
the
We do
last
everything the
show,
right way
we
and shit.
always feel like it's some eyes on us. You know what I'm saying? So we're not
That's
about
how I
to.
feel in my business, man.
You know what I'm
I feel
saying?
like I'm
Yeah,
being watched at all times.
like I'm not taking no
But
shortcuts.
Dark Migo, to do something like that, that means you coming. That's like the Haitians who got caught, and the Nigerians $70 million got caught in California, tried to flee.
Yeah,
These
Hey,
and
people
that's
come
the
from
thing. Like they don't
hey,
even know the rules.
hey,
Like it's
Colin,
like,
rule of law.
when you
huh?
kicked me off, I went to Kazo's show. The Kings got caught doing the same shit. He was
In
playing a
See,
America,
video on it.
but that's the
I
thing.
think they
Like they
was
don't
in
know the
I
limit.
think they was like in the UK or something. I don't think
yeah,
they was in
like
America.
I said, it is what it is. Nobody wants to
Yeah.
do things the right way. Everybody wants to fucking cheat and do criminality and shit
And
like
then
that.
like, why do they always go to like $1 million? Like
Colin, that's
you
America.
get
You take the
No, it's
flagged
not
at
shortcut.
like
America, bro.
five
No, it's not
thousand
America.
bucks. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not America. That's what the people like Kwame don't know anything about his ass elbow. People think
That's
that's what
America, Colin. That's the
It's really
patriotic
not.
way to take the shortcut.
before I got into the real business world and knew how things work and whatnot, there's people that basically do inside trading and get like 1,000 years in jail.
Right?
People
Yeah.
go
I'm
to
like,
jail here.
I'm like, you know how many white people is in jail right now for fraud,
Yeah, they
bro?
freaking go to
It's
jail
just
for
not
this shit.
popularized. Like,
Yeah, so it's
go
the
go
it's the
ask
American way to
somebody black
change.
that you
They're
know
not,
that's in the
they're not
feds.
playing.
Ask them how many white
You
dudes is
go
in
up
there for
there when you
scamming.
finally, Kwame, get a real job in the professional world where you handling money. You
Colin,
do some stupid like shit. You're looking at hundreds of years in jail.
Colin, let me ask you a question. Was slavery a shortcut for
Yo, what do you keep bringing up slavery for?
No, I'm just asking.
We're not in the same
Was it
world,
a
bro.
shortcut
So
for
in other words, basically
for capitalism?
because of slavery, you feel like you could just. That's another thing. That's the black mind, the criminal mind, the deadly clowns, right? They figure because of slavery happened, that gives me the right
Yeah,
to
you
do
could
what
just take
I
from
want to
white
do.
people. I know.
I'm
I used to have
asking.
that same dumbass mindset.
Was slavery a shortcut for
Well, the
capitalism?
bottom line is, look, they got away with it. They
Right?
got
That's
away
what I'm
with it.
saying. Kwame, just let them have it.
They
Right?
got
They
away with
got
it.
it.
Well, I
They
mean,
could
I
let
don't
their
know
peoples
what
free.
kind of
They could scam
question is
all they
that.
want. It's
They
their
I don't
country.
understand that.
they got away with it and whatnot, and we can't do a damn thing about it
Right?
because
Yeah. Like
the
just
reason
do
why we
something
can't
else,
do nothing
bro.
about it is because the people that we could rely on that got countries and whatnot to back us up, you guys are fucking trying to come over here. God damn, man, we ain't got no
But
Was
Colin,
was
they could
slavery
get
a
away with it,
shortcut
but
to capitalism? Nah,
it is a
slavery.
shortcut. They didn't
All right.
pay the they didn't pay the slave. It's a shortcut to capitalism.
All right, they got
Okay,
it, bro. You feel me? All right,
Okay, let me hear from
they
Dave.
Hey,
got it.
Kala, quick question.
All right. Thanks, caller. But Kwame, why are you caping for Somalis? They don't fuck with black people. They don't even claim to be black.
Right?
They
They'll
call
rob you,
you a
bro.
Yeah,
they
like,
call
what's your
you a
problem?
slave or a jareer. They call you a jareer. So let them go back to their country. I heard
Yeah,
Somalia
I
let
got
them
is
a
go.
question.
estimated to hold
Those,
Somalia is
those so,
estimated to hold around 6 billion
Um,
cubic metrics of proven natural gas reserves and
take
And there's
30
their
million
ass
barrels
Sheesh.
of
back
over here to
oil.
home.
exploit it.
Let them go,
Like,
Yeah,
get
yeah.
that.
The white
all
people are
right, you
exploiting it.
did your
Well,
scam. You
well,
got
Dave,
caught.
State,
Now
D,
it's time to
Turkish
Kala,
pay
state
up.
made a
Get
Kala,
the
deal
fuck
with
out.
Somalia to take
DK,
control
I'm a
of it.
racist. I'm not a tribalistic
Kala, can you
person.
hear me?
But they're
I
not
agree
part of
with
the
you.
black race, man. Sorry.
Yeah, they're more Arab, bro.
Nice try. Nice
No.
try. They're not part of the black race.
They're
They
like mixed,
claim to
right?
be
But
Arab. They're like
they're
those
willing.
Kala,
No, they're not.
Sudanese Janjaweed
Kala,
people.
It's
can you hear
Hey,
me?
black
man.
people in
Yeah.
America that claim to be Arabs. It's black
No. They're
people in
No,
America
Nah,
I
that
don't know
claim to
about
be
man.
that.
Jews.
Genesis
He
don't
It's
claim to
trolling,
black
be
bro. He
people in
Arab.
America
trolling.
that claim to be Native Americans.
College Genesis don't claim to be Arab.
It's
Yeah, no,
more.
Somalis.
More would tell you he's not black right now.
Well, there's a clown. Those are clowns. Those are deadly clowns. Moore's a deadly clown.
Israelite would tell you he's not black either.
Tonight
He
we're
would tell you
talking
I'm an
about deadly
Israelite.
clowns. You keep mentioning the deadly clowns. The
Yeah,
Moors.
fuck all them. Ugh.
The deadly clowns. All right, let me get Mike Omogali on. You know,
Oh shit.
Oh, Ghana. Quick question. Those I haven't been following the stuff, but I'm hearing from those Somalis that committed
This
or whatever fraud. Were they Somali born Americans or
no,
are
hold
they
up.
Somali
Hold
migrated?
up.
Hey, your phone
Immigrants?
connection is messed up,
Yo,
Mike.
Mike, man.
Yeah, I thought that was me.
Can you hear me?
That Nigeria MTN phone.
Oh,
man.
I'm in a vehicle, so maybe it's my car speaker that's causing it.
All right,
Yeah,
let me
call
tell you like
back.
this. Hold up.
Hold on. Let
Get
me.
the fuck out. Call back.
Yeah, it's like every time you speak, it's like farting or something.
Yeah, but
Kwame, I agree with Kwame. I'm a racist too, but if they don't claim to be black, then fuck them.
now suddenly Somalis call themselves, they even call themselves African Americans now. Like, dude, man, now you're in trouble right now because Donald Trump said they're scared. They're like, damn, the whole country's against us. They wore out their welcome, you know.
I don't even think they got 4C hair, bro. Like, come on, they got like straight hair. It's over.
Somalis are BOCs, blacks of convenience. That's what
That's exactly what it is. They crying for help now.
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
it's better. Okay. The question I was asking is those Somalis that committed fraud or
Man,
whatever.
your Wi-Fi
That
keep
shit
burping,
still
man. I don't know
sound
what type
bad,
of.
man.
everybody,
Still sounding bad. Oh, let me turn off this vehicle.
Everybody
I
be
don't know.
quiet. Let's let them talk. Maybe I can.
Can you hear me? Can you hear
Like
me?
you on a
better?
Fed, you on a
I
Fed
can hear him.
phone.
I can hear him. Everybody be quiet. Let them ask us.
All right. So those Somalis that committed a fraud or whatever, are they Somali born Americans or are they Somali immigrants? They migrated.
Okay, this is what happened. In 1992, we had the Somali War. I remember that shit, right?
Can I ask you a simple question, man?
Yeah, hold up. Let me tell you what happened, right? They got, because of I guess a former leader.
Kala, just answer my question.
Answer your question, man. I'm gonna answer your question, right? Those Somalis that basically came over here as refugees, right? And they got permanent status because the country was screwed up real bad, right? They came now over that 30 years. Some of them were born here, right? They were born here, and some of them actually became citizens. Became residents.
Okay, the ones that committed the fraud. Okay, I get it. There are three categories. There's ones that migrated. There's one that became citizens. And there's ones that were born here. So what I'm asking is,
it was a cabal, Mike, of Somalis that were here, right?
Kala, the ones that committed fraud is what I'm asking you a question about. I'm asking a question about all Somalis.
All different backgrounds.
So so it's all categories. So here's the deal. The ones that migrated here, they were not born here, they need to be deported. And then the ones that were born here, they didn't go to jail. And if, in fact, it's only the ones that were born here that did it.
They could denaturalize.
I don't know the facts. I'm only hearing from you. But if it's a case that the ones that committed fraud or whatever,
they can't be denaturalized.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can.
Are you talking about the ones born here or the ones that?
Yeah, the ones born here.
No, it's not possible. No, you can't denaturalize. Are you kidding me, Kala? You born citizen.
Kala, you could only be denaturalized if you attempt to delete the president.
No. Not being naturalized means that you wasn't a citizen at one point and you became a citizen.
Exactly, you weren't a citizen. You became a
citizen. If you're born here, you have birthright citizenship. You can't be denaturalized.
They would tell a second generation Nigeria that he needs to go back, or second generation Somali that he needs to be deported. They don't know. They just come here to talk, and they don't know rules.
But I got some information to add to this, right? I was talking to some Somalis and I asked them that question, why do they say they're not Africans? And maybe this is a political answer that he gave me. He said that during their war, the African Union or the OAU at the time sided with the occupiers or the colonialists, right? And they basically refused to support Somalis. And that's why they left the African Union and they aligned themselves with the Arab war. Because religiously, they were aligned with them. They felt like they were being targeted because of their religion. And also the African Union betrayed them. So they disassociated themselves with the African organization and aligned themselves with the Arabs.
Yo, they
That's what he
basically have
told
a
me.
long history of
All right,
American
so it's a
African.
religious
And it's
thing.
kind of
No,
similar
it's
to
not.
when
It's
Libya
not.
was once with the Arab Union, and when Gaddafi left Arab Union to join the African Union because he felt that the
It's not
Arabs
religion.
betrayed him.
It's not religion because
So
Burkina Faso is an
things happen.
Islamic country. Ibrahim Traore is.
So it might be a mixture of the two, because they're saying that it was a political misalignment with Africa that made them say they're not African, as in they disassociate themselves with all the African organizations
No, the
and
thing. The
align
thing is,
themselves with the
the
Arab,
thing is,
word. And plus,
Somalis.
they have religious ties with the Arabs, so they felt
No,
like they
no,
were more protected
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
But
So they
Kala,
start
that's the
saying,
point I was trying to make though.
It's
If
time for
Kala,
to go back home with the Arabs.
Hold on,
Kala,
let me ask you a question.
Listen,
if it's indeed what I was trying to
Somalis
find
have
out.
the inferiority
Oh, one
Kala, you
person at a
moderating
time.
or
One person at a time. Mike, gotta ask your question, bro.
so what point I was trying to make, if it's indeed that those that committed fraud were American born Somalians, then you can't call it a Somalians thing. It's it's Americans that committed crime. It's kind of like when Trump was found
Well,
guilty
don't
of
tell me
whatever
that.
it
Tell
was.
Donald Trump that. He's
Calm
trying
down,
to
man.
deport them
Calm
all.
down. No, it's not. Hold on. Calm down. Calm down. I'm just saying.
He wants to
Just
deport
like,
them all, bro.
hold on. He's not deporting citizens. He's not
What
deporting American born.
you up
It's
here
not
trying to
possible. He
defend
doesn't have.
Somali
No, he doesn't.
foreheads, Mike?
But
It
let me
ain't
let me
happening.
just make my point. Don't derail
The
my
fuck
point.
out.
The Well, you can cry all you want. You don't have power to do anything to anybody. The only power you have is to be online and
Get the
cry like
fuck
bitches.
out, nigga. You might get
You FBAs
denationalized
don't have power to
yourself.
do nothing to
Shut the
anybody. In
fuck
fact,
up.
immigrants have more power than you.
Shut your ass up. Go back to
There
your
are more
village and
immigrant judges
enslave
that are
your
locking
people
their.
like you was talking
Listen,
about last night, motherfucker. You didn't think I heard
listen,
you?
man. Listen, a
I
Nigerian
heard you.
judge in Houston, Texas, just sentenced some FBA to life in prison. So go do
Take
something
your
about
ass back to your village
that.
and enslave your people like you was saying last night, nigga. Who you talking to?
Well, I can put you back in the
White
plantation and you
people
can
are the
pick some cotton for me, you black monkey.
Europeans.
But anyway,
Yeah.
Kala, here's the deal.
Come here trying to defend no
You-
goddamn
Who's
Somalian
defending who?
scamming.
Kala, can you
Shut
shut
up.
this monkey off, man? Why do you
Shut
always
up.
have to bring
One
gorilla,
person
low
at
IQ monkeys on your
person
show,
at a
man?
time. Mike, you
Why do you always
talking
have low
mad
IQ monkeys on your show that can't control their emotions? Are you
I
talking
mean,
to
you
Big Mama?
African,
God
right? You more
damn, did your
monkey.
mama raise you up? All these single mother kids that always come on your show, man.
Shut up
God
and make
damn.
your point, man. Goddamn.
If you can shut your
You've
monkey
been
ass
talking for
down,
5
maybe I
fucking
can talk.
minutes.
All right, one
Goddamn.
person at a time. One person at a
All
time.
right,
I don't
monkey,
have to
shut
stop
up.
everybody down.
Okay.
Mike, go ahead, make your point.
Kala, the deal is this: if an American committed a crime, there's no point of saying, "Oh, their background is this." Even when Trump was found guilty, you can't start saying, "Oh, German." Trump is a German descendant, so you can't start saying, "Oh, they deported all Germans." He's an American. You get it? So if a Somali American
Yeah,
born here
but
commit crime,
the thing is,
that's
Mike,
an American that commit crime.
only
If
people that are really Americans are the white
it's the
Americans.
one that migrated, then you can say, "Oh, he's a Somalian."
Yeah, but those people are migrating from Europe, though. Yeah.
No. The point I'm making is this: if it's child of a European immigrant commit crime, you don't say,
Yeah,
"Oh,
they're Europeans. They're Europeans. Difference.
no." Listen. You're not listening. For example, Trump's dad or grandfather, I don't know which
Yeah,
one.
but he's a white man.
Migrated from Germany. Calm down. He came from Germany. So if Trump commits a crime, you can't say, "Oh, Germans. Oh, the Germans."
Because he's white.
He's an American.
He's white.
Kala, a definition of American is anybody born in America.
No, that's different as a fucking white person.
Kala, you're not American? Are you American, Kala? Kala,
That
are you American?
birthright
American? I'm an
citizenship
African
is
American.
dead, nigga.
You know?
Kala, are you American? It's a
I'm
simple
an
question.
African American, not
Take
American.
your ass back to
You're not
Nigeria
American,
and
Kala?
slave your people like
I'm an
you was talking
African
about.
American, Afro American. I am not an American. I'm
Come
an
here
Afro
talking
American.
Okay,
about
so
Somali was
so
born
Trump
in
is what?
America. Now you
Are you saying
telling
Trump
me
is German
this is
American? What are you saying?
American created
No, I say he's a white
committing
man.
a
Kala, why do you always
crime.
have
Look,
low
Shut your
IQ
bitch
Black women and
ass up,
monkeys on your
He's a
show?
white man. He's a white man. You know, and that's America's about white supremacy, bro. That's it.
Can I interject now, Kala?
Yeah, go ahead, Ibrahim. Go ahead,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. So the thing about Somalians, right, is that they have an inferiority complex to Arabs. They willingly let their women go and be enslaved as sex slaves in Yemen and Saudi Arabia and whatnot as well, you know? Now, there's a difference between like two different groups of Somalis, right? There's Somalians and there's Somalilanders. Now, the state of Somalia, which Somalilanders in the north want to, remove themselves from, they don't consider themselves this African race called Habesha. Habesha is like the Ethiopians, the Eritreans, right? And these Somalians, but Somalilanders consider themselves not part of the Habesha race. You know, like the people who look like, you know, the Tutsis, Rwandans, right?
Habasha.
Yeah, well, however you pronounce it, right? But that's I hear them in person say Habesha. So anyway, so yeah, you know, so in any case, right? Somalians see themselves like more so like Arab, but racially they're like Afro-Semitic, you know, the Semitic race, which these, you know, like Arab race migrated from Africa like 13,000 years ago, right? Jews as well, Syriacs too. They migrated to Asia from Africa like that long ago, but you know they're still part of that Semitic race, still speak a Semitic language, family language, you know. So you know so in a way they are quite removed from like the regular black looking Africans, and also like, you know, culturally they also see themselves different as well, but also like mentally, you know, because of their very strong kind of influence from the religion from like, you know, these Arabs, they also see themselves as like inferior and like part of like the servitude to Arabs, you know, who are desert fucking people with no culture at all, you know. So yeah, that's how it is with them, you know. But you know, Somalilanders want to separate themselves from Somalians, and Somalia, the state, has a deal with you know, a white state of Turkey, you know, which is basically Balkan white people, you know, white people from Europe migrating to, you know, Asia, Kurdish lands, and taking it. And now they've made a deal with the Somalian state for like 94% of the oil on the shores, you know.
They signed away all their sea rights to Turkey. It's just crazy.
Yeah. And at the same time, right, these Somalians are still subservient to these, you know, whiter Muslims, right? You know, like Turks who are white people actually pretending to be Asian, right? But yeah, it's, you know, they see themselves as like, you know, okay, this rich country which is Muslim. Oh, okay, yeah, take our oil, let us be your slaves too. You know, they like that to Arabs more so, even though Arabs like Yemenis are poor. You know, so yeah, you know, they're then really not related in a like a connection way to like, you know, regular black people. You know,
That's not true. The thing, I mean, you said a lot of good information. I won't take that away from you. But there are different ethnic groups or different tribes or clans in Somalia. There are certain clans that have more Negro features. I have a friend who has, broader nose, thick lips. She had very Negro features.
Yeah,
and then there are those.
They consider those not Somali, and
that's
Somali
what I'm trying to tell you. So when you say Somalis, there are multiple.
No.
There are different kinds of Somalis.
Hey, yo,
all the tribes
I'll tell you
in
what I
Somalia
heard.
fight each other.
I heard they do a lot of inbreeding in Somalia so they could keep their hair straight.
They have a lot of inbreeding, and actually Somali women, I heard up to 99% of them have experienced female genital mutilation, which is crazy.
Yeah,
I mean, this is not a bad Somali session. We're just trying to give you the history of the people, but it's not a personal thing.
It's not personal,
but I think,
bro.
most of them have a lot of Negro features. The only difference for some of them is just the hair. But when you look at them, they have broader nose and thicker lips. And then there's some, like you said, from those in the north, they have the narrow nose, the bigger elongated foreheads. And those are probably the ones that have a heavy admixture of Arab blood in them.
So actually, the black Somalis you're talking about, they call them Somali Bantus, and they're a very, very small population of Somalia. The rest of the Somalis have that, high forehead and stuff like that with a thinner nose, right? That's the general Somalian. But the Somali Bantus, they're not even considered proper Somali generally by Somalians, because they are like racially different too, they're more proper black, so but they're a small population, these Somali Bantus, which is like proper black Somalis, but it's but Somalians, they have intertribal warfare like all the time, so the tribe stuff doesn't really matter. In fact, when they go to like white countries, right, their tribal conflicts end because they just see themselves as Somalians and just hang out together instead, you know. And don't.
Hey, Carla, when is this video that you were playing? When was this? You look kind of young here. It's like 15 years ago.
That was like. Let me see what year that was. I'm just playing a bunch of my old stuff. This was made like. Hold on, let's see what year it was. This was a long time ago. That's a house I used to have. I used to hold up. God damn, let's see. 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was like 45, I think. I was like 45, 46, something like that. 12 years
I would imagine that every black person I've ever met would never trade places with a Somali. Would never want to be a Somali.
That's all right. I got a lot of problems in life, but being a Somali,
hell no.
I'll pass, man. I think I'll pass.
Fuck no.
Because Somalis swear we want to beat them, man. You know, they swear we want to beat them.
Who the fuck want to be a goddamn? These niggas was the poster child for feeding the African shit. Who the fuck want to be a Somali?
Yeah, so I don't know. That's hilarious. If they would have came over here and just basically was chill, but they was the one running their mouth about I ain't black and all this kind of stupid shit, you know. And black people look at them, not motherfuckers, like now y'all want to be black? Now y'all want? Are y'all kidding me? You know, now they're blaming us for all this shit because they figure we're not sticking up for them or some shit. Like I don't know, you know.
Yeah. Ilhan Omar's like they're attacking me because I'm black. I'm like, yeah, sure.
No, don't worry. I never heard her identify as black before. To that, you know? Never heard her identify as black. You know, now it's suddenly black. You know,
they want to be
amazing how people are, man.
So we can say,
she can ask her white Jewish husband to protect her. She can ask her white Jewish husband to protect her. She'll be all right.
Y'all got caught with stealing. How much was it? You said, Kyle, billions of dollars?
Yeah, billions of dollars, man. You know, the thing is, though, to do something like that, right?
Lucky, listen. They lucky to go back to their country. Another country, y'all ass would have been killed.
Look, the bottom line is
this would have been fucking assassinated.
But the thing is, you got to ask yourself this: in Minnesota, right? The governor said, you know, they knew about this stuff going on, right? But the bottom line, they were like, you know, we don't be called racist, right?
Yeah, Omar and them, they trying to take over Minnesota.
The only people that could use race or any sort of thing is Black America because we have a history. What happened to us, right? And we overplay the race card. But somebody coming from overseas, keep that name racism, that shit racism out of your mouth, you know?
Carla, let me say something, right? The Somalis in Minneapolis are about 70 to 80,000 people in the city alone.
Oh, you live there, huh?
Yeah, I live here. Yeah, so
Elvis,
hold on, let me speak. I was getting to a point. 1 second, DK. So they have a significant population concentrated in that area. So they tend to be more engaged in politics and other things. And then when you come to Liberians, for example, in the cities of Brooklyn Park and Brooklyn Center, which is next to each other, we've had mayors, we've had people on the city council. So when you have a high concentration of people in a specific area, they tend to be more engaged and have some level of power.
You know what I'm
That's what's happening with the Somalis. They're not trying to take over. They're only 100,000 of a 5.4 million population in Minnesota.
Come on, tell the truth, Elvis. They try to take Minnesota. Stop.
No, not Minnesota. Minneapolis. There's 5 million people in Minnesota, bro. And Somalis only make up like 0.5% of that population.
That's like that. Minneapolis is like Afghanistan for Somalis.
How's that going down?
Say that again.
Do you Liberians in Minneapolis? Y'all beef with the Somalis? How's that?
No, there's barely. I mean, there are Liberians there, but really we're concentrated in the suburbs, either Brooklyn Park or further south, like places like New Hope or Crystal, and other places like that. But we don't really beef with the Somalis. We don't really even like to be in the cities. Most Liberians live in the suburbs.
What's the population in Rochester?
Oh yeah, there's some Somalis in Rochester. Maybe like 20,000 in Rochester. There's a cluster of them in St. Cloud, but they're mostly concentrated in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I got family.
Yeah, because Rochester, you got the Mayo Clinic. My auntie still live out there. She worked at the Mayo Clinic. So I used to go out there for the summers, like maybe 10, 15 years ago. So yeah, but again, we don't really interact with the Somalis. Number one, the religious divide, the cultural divide. We don't really mix with them, but we went to school with Somalis. A lot of them are not socially adapted unless there are a couple of them who are not so religious. They take their hijab off. They wear the same kind of clothes as any other black kids. Those you can interact with. But the most of them, they're highly religious. They don't come to parties. They don't really socialize outside of their group. So, you know. Yeah.
Well, is it true that since you're there on the ground, is it true that like they all getting deported, like 100,000, 200?
Of course not. Like Mike was trying to tell you, even though, you know, when you're born in this country, you have birthright citizenship. You can't be deported because this is
Donald
your
Trump is
homeland.
already testing that.
All right,
rule,
yeah,
you know,
that's
and
why
the
that's
Supreme
why I was
Court- the Supreme
asking
Court
y'all
ruled
what
in his
happened.
favor.
Yeah, they were supposed to have the Supreme Court was supposed to make a
Supreme Court ruled in his
decision.
favor, you know. Yeah, he
They
can't.
haven't ruled yet,
Oh,
Carla. They
Yeah,
haven't
they have
ruled yet.
rules. They have rules, you know.
When did they rule?
In certain cases, they can deport, you know, people.
Oh,
You know,
Carla. I mean,
like
you
that.
just say you're. This is your show. You're supposed to be the voice of
I know
yeah,
that.
I
We
thought
genuine
understand.
I thought
information.
That's
Don't just
hold
say
up,
things that's
hold
not
up.
true.
But it's
yeah,
not
I
the
heard that
it's
they
not,
ruled on it, but I don't know.
They haven't
yeah,
ruled
that's
on that
what I
yet.
heard. They ruled on it
Oh,
too, you know. Supreme
Okay,
Court
look
ruled.
it up.
They said they handed Trump a victory, you know.
Not on that case. Not on birthright citizenship.
so yeah, all this birthright citizenship, that shit is on the table. So I don't know if he
Yeah. So
ruled
let's
on
see
it
what the
yet.
Supreme Court says.
Yeah,
No, I think what you're talking about is if your parents were illegal, right? And they like their whole anchor baby thing. That's one thing. But Somalis were not illegal. Somalis was brought here. Like Carla was trying to give you the history of it. They were
what as
brought here as
refugees?
on a resettlement. So they had legal status from the get go.
It was
And then
brought here as
they had kids and their
refugees,
kids
right?
had kids.
Well, that idiot George W. Bush the first brought him here, the fucking clown, you know, moron. He brought him here, you know. Just bring everybody here. Bring the whole third world here. This is whatever, you know.
I mean,
Bring
you
them
don't know
all
what
here,
you don't
man.
know the
Look
U.S.
how we
foreign
did.
policy, Carla.
Yeah, it was a dumb
That's their
foreign
foreign policy. They did it in
Dumb foreign
Vietnam. They did it in Laos.
Yo, look. The bottom line is this. Bottom line is this. These people make these deadly clowns in high places, right? Like I said on the show, right? They fucking make these decisions that we gotta fucking we gotta live with now. You know, it's like goddamn, man. You know,
So what do you think about that, Elvis? I mean, these people got caught. I mean, come on. What do you think, Elvis? Are you hard on crime? What's up? You're a liberal? You're hard on crime?
Nah, like, bro, if you commit a crime, you're gonna face the full weight of the law. Most of these guys
but you got to
and women.
realize. Hold on,
Carla,
I don't.
I was just gonna make a statement, brother.
Let him
They're
make
gonna
a
get
quick
the
statement.
Before you continue, Elvis, my whole thing is I know every Somali is not like just like most black people are not committing crimes in the hood, right? But the one thing the hood and the Somali community have in common is we have the infrastructure to shelter people who do wrongdoing. Don't tell me Somalis didn't think when you got all this cash coming in and all these programs and funding and money. They know what the hell was going on. They knew it, but they didn't
Man,
say nothing, you know. So they're
God
indirectly
damn.
involved, you know. It's like I said,
Yeah.
it's like people in the mafia, right?
Carla
Oh yeah,
crimes.
I know my father might be a boss in the Gambino family, but I didn't see nothing. Yeah, but you got a
Crimes are not transferable, Carla. If a
what?
person commit a crime, that's that person's fault, unless you're complicit
Yeah, but
in the committee of that crime. But let me
Michael
say this to
Gladstone,
Benji.
bro, I don't know who you are. If you want a thing, you want to come on, you send me an email, and I'll say, you
Yeah,
know.
for me, like you asked how I feel about it, I'm embarrassed for it. I'm embarrassed actually because as immigrants outside of the Somalis,
Did
Liberians,
you
in terms of
ever
Africans,
suspect that was going on, or were you just like, hey, they cool, they just doing?
we noticed some things, right? But let me just say this: I was embarrassed because outside of the Somalis, Liberians are the second largest African group here in Minnesota. There's a lot of us here.
So you think
So
they gonna be putting y'all in the same group, right?
yeah, so they're gonna target Africans or
Yeah,
particularly the
Liberia's
Somalis
next,
more.
Elvis.
They're gonna
Liberia's
target them now
next.
more for grants. But what I'm saying is Somalis got a lot of opportunity, especially in Minneapolis in that city area. They got a lot of opportunities to get out of poverty, so to speak, because a lot of them, there's a big building. It's like a project building in Minneapolis. Have you ever seen? There's a colorful building where The windows have different colors. It's like purple, pink, blue. A lot of Somalis live in that building. They settled a lot of them in that building, right in the heart of Minneapolis. So a lot of them are living in poverty. So the city came together and formed different programs to try to get them out of poverty and encourage them to get into business. So a lot of them started like medical transport businesses. They started seeing their businesses, for nursing home, people who can work doing nursing home work. So a lot of them started and got grants to start these companies. That's where a lot of them started to overbuild the state and sometimes the federal government, saying that they gave services that they never render, double charging, double dipping, having all this money working full time and then applying for food stamp, just trying to rape the system, which is, it's a poor, it's abhorrent for people to do that when the state or the city is trying to help you. So they're really messed up in that regards, and they're going to pay for it. And the social cost is going to reverberate on their people. So that's the whole thing with the Somalis. They've messed it up for themselves and by extension other African immigrants.
I'm gonna go even more. What do you think the Liberians? You think they out there scamming too?
I mean, there's some people like I gave Kala a guy who did a big.
Every culture got scammers. I don't know why we're making it about it.
Yeah, there's a guy who did a very big.
I'm being specific, Mike.
If anybody here can tell us that they come from a group that don't scam, or you don't scam, moron.
Come on, Mike. Let's not fight each other.
Bantu, he's the one acting like a monkey. You think he can help?
Let's not fight each other. You think he can
help roast me?
USA is the #1 scammer in the world, bitch. What the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, so like there's someone.
I forgot. It's 9 p.m. That's the time FBS smoke crack cocaine.
Shut your bitch ass up. Go back to Nigeria.
How much crack cocaine have you smoked tonight,
your village people, like you said.
Carl, you gotta control the show, man. We're trying to have a conversation.
All right.
Where did you buy the crack?
No more cursing. No more cursing.
I'm sick of this motherfucker.
Where did you buy your crack cocaine tonight?
Hey, 30 seconds, bro. And
from your mama that you enslaved.
Oh man.
You bought it from your mama.
Come on,
so your mama is selling crack to you.
Man, we try to have a civil ass conversation, man. Come on.
We try to have a civil conversation. He come in here with this bullshit.
So your mom is a crack dealer. God,
and this motherfucker was on the show last night talking about he going.
You see, I was there. I wasn't even here last night. This guy, see, your crack cocaine is not helping you, man.
Shut the hell up, bro.
All right. Dude, I had to drop both of them down. I'm gonna help give him a couple of minutes to cool off and whatnot. Maybe I'll let him back on, but not, but. You can't have that shit. We gotta have a civilized conversation. You can't be name calling, man. We already went through that with a couple of my associates this week or not. It's like getting old. People write me say, "Colin, man, how you let your show develop into this?" I'm like, "Nah, I can't have that." Passion, like I said earlier, passions will be raised and tempers will flare tonight. Man, am I Nostradamus? I predict everything. It's a freaking a serious topic, a serious topic. And look, the whole thing is this, right? And I don't want to like this. I would love to say, right, the views of the actions of some Somalis don't reflect the majority, right? I want to believe that. I want to give people grace, the benefit of the doubt. Just like the actions of some Nigerians don't reflect on the Nigerian community. I know better, right? I know most Nigerians are law-abiding. Whatever like that, same thing with the Haitians, whatever like that, but I don't know. The thing is, we're living in a time period that the relationship between different Black people over the last 5 years have deteriorated to the point where we're not really to give each other the benefit of the doubt on anything, right? And there's people out there in power who don't like any of us, don't like any of us, and so. I don't know how to amend this, but I'm not going to basically be the one that basically condemns the whole entire people. All I know is the Somalis who did what they did, they need to pay all the money back. They need to be held accountable for what they did and then move on. What happens to them, happens to them, whatever happens to them. But I'm not going to sit there and basically every time I see a Somali saying, look what y'all did forever. You got to put a period on this and say, look, okay, it happened. Learn from it. You guys make restitution, pay it back, whatever like that, but you can't keep going on this shit forever and ever. It doesn't do us any good, anybody, That's just me. I wish other people would extend that same grace to African Americans. We have problems in our community and everything like that. What I just said, I would hope Africans and everybody else will look at us the same way. That we know a majority of black people in America are good, right? And the few people bad apples don't reflect that. Now I'm being the bigger man. I'm putting that out there, right? Let's see if we can get Africans to do the same thing. Let me bring in my brother Mike Olawale first. Go ahead, Mike. You're up. Go ahead, Mike.
Buddy, what is the question you're asking me? Okay, well, let me just make this point.
I'm willing to extend grace and say,
what grace?
My grace I'm saying is, is saying that I'm going to use common sense and my basic humanity to say that not every Somali, not even most Somalis, have malice and greed and wickedness in their heart.
Well, I don't know Somalis to be able to answer.
I'm just using my humanity. I don't have to know them. I don't have to know them.
I'm not Somali, by the way. Well, go ahead.
I know that, but I'm saying I'm willing to do that because that's just the way I was brought up.
What are you willing to do? What exactly are you willing to do?
Well, I'm willing to just say, look, whatever happens to them, right? I'm not going to be egging it on. I'm not Tariq Nasheed, right?
Well, you've been doing that all week, man.
What are you talking about?
You contradict yourself all the time. You've been on the ass, having a field day on them.
Look. I said what they did was wrong, but I'm not going to say the whole entire Somali community. That's what I'm saying.
You've been describing the crime as Somali crime. You're not saying individuals commit crime. So you contradict yourself.
Let me ask you a question, right?
It's like that's what you've been doing. You do this diaspora war and then you behave like you're not doing it.
Mike. This 15-year-old Somali girl getting ready to go to the skating rink with her 15-year-old Somali boyfriend. Should they be targeted?
What the hell are you asking me, man?
No, I'm saying when you talk about Somalis, you're talking about everybody. So an elderly Somali woman, should I be targeting her?
That's the conversation you have with Somalians. I don't listen. If you're in Somalia want to target each other, that's between you and Somalia. I'm not Somalian.
You are fucking stupid, man. You don't get.
He's fucking stupid as fuck, man. Can you comprehend the question?
You see, your cousin here is starting now. Now, when I get back at him, you're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, y'all doing this, y'all doing that."
DK, break it down to what? Tell him what I'm fucking saying.
Well, let me respond to you, Carla. Let me respond to you this way. You made a point. You said Trump's gonna make a law about birthright citizenship. Now, you're saying if he makes a law today, now he's going to go and start deporting these Somali-born Americans. That's not law doesn't work in retrospect. If they create a law today, it's going to be effective from today. Meaning anyone that becomes a citizen after the law is when the law will be effective against them. So this you guys' mentality about they're going to get rid of all first generation, second generation, third generation Africans.
Hold on, if you commit a serious crime, you could lose your citizenship. Now that being said,
no, if you're born here,
no, it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Carla, can you lose your citizenship?
I am not a friggin' immigrant. I'm not an immigrant.
Carla, someone born in America is not an immigrant.
Hold on. Let me tell you something, Mike. Look at the 14th Amendment. Being born here don't guarantee.
Lord.
No,
it's a birthright, Carla.
Hold up,
Donald Trump.
Hold up, being born in the United States does not guarantee you citizenship.
It does.
No, it does not.
Oh Lord, have freaking mercy, Carla.
No, it does.
I'm not going to argue with you. Just go look it up. You're going to look it up.
Break it down to him. This is first of all, read the 14th Amendment, right? Before
Dude, don't tell me to go read crap. Are my kids citizens then? Mike,
Mike, this is what it is, right? This is what it is. Let me tell you, you can take everyone to you. Before you become a citizenship, you're born here, right? Both your parents had to be citizens.
That's not true.
That's not true, Carla.
It says right there in the 14th Amendment.
No, one of your parents have to be a citizen.
No, both of them had to be citizens.
None of your parents have to be a citizen. Even you know most of these.
None of your parents. Are you kidding me, Mike?
No, birthright.
Carla, Mike, why do you think people do uncle baby stuff? Why do you think people do uncle baby stuff?
Let me say this, Mike.
Why do you think some people? Hold on, wait. Some people
never been enforced. That's why.
Carla. I was mistaken, right? I was mistaken. If you're outside of the United States, right? If you have a parent who is a U.S. citizen and you're born outside of the United States, you inherit their citizenship.
You inherit their citizenship.
If you were born on the soil, on any U.S. soil, you're a U.S. citizen.
You automatically American citizen.
No.
Born.
So I don't
You don't even know exactly. That's the problem. You guys, you
That's
drop out
the
of school.
birthright.
You
That's
guys
what the
don't. You don't
birthright
go to
means, Colin.
school.
Oh man,
So,
If you're
and
birthed
there's some people laughing.
on
You
the
guys when
soil
you
of
guys
the
are
United
talking online.
States, you have the right to be a citizen at birth.
Mike, when you're on the plane back to Nigeria, talking about, damn, I had it wrong. When
But Mike is not a birthright citizen.
Kala, the
He's
problem
a
with Black
naturalized
American
citizen.
reason why most people don't take you guys seriously is because you don't know
Many
the country you live in. You don't even know. You don't know the rules at all.
Right.
Many
Let me
people
hear
take
from
advantage
DK,
of
then back to
that.
Mandela.
So
Go ahead, DK.
Kala, if someone born in America is not an immigrant.
shut up,
Okay,
shut up,
okay,
shut up.
yeah, all right,
I
whatever.
can't sit
Actually,
around in a
that is
motherfucker
true.
like this and have no cordial
All right,
conversation.
yo, DK, yo,
It's
Beto.
up.
Hold one at a time. One at a time. I got DK up first. Go ahead, DK.
I mean, that is true, Kala. I hate
Bitch ass
to agree.
motherfucker.
That is
Yo,
true. That
Beto, come on, man. I'm
All
trying
right,
to
all
hear
right, all right.
Go ahead,
like
DK.
that is true that you don't need to have a U.S. Parent to be a U.S. citizen if you're born in the U.S. That is true. And many people do take advantage of it. You have, like, for example, Davido. I think
Exactly, Davido.
came and he was born in the U.S. and they went back to Nigeria just so he can have a U.S. passport. And I think many Russians take advantage of it if they have means.
Even Chinese.
Yeah, Kala, anchor babies. Yeah, anchor babies is a real thing. You know.
What you go? Donald Trump is cracking
That's
down.
what
But
he's
that's why the
challenging.
14th Amendment is getting tried in Supreme Court now. So
Yeah, the 14th Amendment was only for the descendants of slaves. That's what
bitch ass motherfuckers like Mike, all the stupid and his stupid
Kala,
ass
if I
babies
start
out
replying,
here.
don't start telling me I'm the one
come on,
starting
man.
trouble
You
now.
bitch ass
The thing is,
motherfuckers.
when these
can't
monkeys
start
start
doing that,
talking, you
brother.
don't say nothing. When I start replying, you start
Let's not do
talking
that,
at
man.
something.
Let's not do that. It's gonna derail the
This
show,
is what we're
man.
gonna do. Hold on,
Exactly. Kala won't say nothing when
I'm
the
not
monkeys
sitting
start
around
talking.
this
This is
coward
what
ass
we're gonna
nigga,
do.
cat.
I'm gonna drop everybody down, right? And we'll bring everybody back up one at a time. Give me a second. Bring everybody back up.
You can't call someone a monkey, man. Come on. Don't call another black person a monkey.
Especially monkeys come from Africa. That's what I thought, Yeah. Let's see. Remove. All right. Now, who am I missing? Bantu Mandinka, Mike, DK, Elvis. Somebody's missing. I thought, Ibrahim must have dropped off. Okay. All right. I got it right down. So I'm going to do something. I'm going to basically play a video of what you call Donald Trump on citizenship, on 14th Amendment. Let me find a video. Donald Trump on 14th Amendment. On 14th Amendment, meaning 14th Amendment speech. Okay. Listen to this. This is the most powerful man in the world, right? This is the most powerful man in the world. Man is fucking ruling the planet right now. Can you guys see this video? Oh, wait a minute. Share screen. All right. All right. Let me bring everybody up. And we got President Donald John Trump has given a speech about the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. This was done a few days ago. Now listen to what Donald Trump has to say.
Well, this was a big one, wasn't it? This was a big decision. An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about.
The Supreme Court ruled in his
This morning,
favor.
the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time, this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months, we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she could talk as long as she wants, because this is a very important decision. This is a decision.
I think we get the point, Carla. I think we get the point.
Territory. But I wanted to
when was this, Carla? When was this?
Giant. It's a giant.
This is like about
they should be very
ago.
proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today.
The fuck out, Mike. Goddamn anchor baby.
One of the
Okay,
best
fine. You know, I'm not even going to respond to you.
That's not what that video said, Colin.
I'll give it
The ruling was that judges cannot are making injunctions on the executive. It has to be made by the
Let me say this. Let me say this, Elvis. Let me say this, Elvis. Donald Trump's grandfather came after the so-called 14th Amendment, right? And Donald Trump's father became citizens under the same birthright citizenship.
Well,
exactly.
Take his ass back
So,
to wherever he came from.
What Trump is doing is Trump. He
we'll
plays
send
his,
y'all both on the same plane. Get the fuck out.
Well, listen to
Why
what
don't you
Trump
make
was
it
saying,
happen?
and Kyle is happy about this.
You know
He's
what?
calling your people slaves. He keeps
He's calling them slave, and he's
on
happy.
that word. It was for the descendants of slaves.
He's calling them slave. They don't realize that Trump is insulting them.
Not
Trump is calling them slave, and they're dancing like monkeys.
Hold on. The people in 14 men were the children of slaves, you know?
Yeah.
Enslaved people. They were not. They're not slaves. No one is a slave. You can be an enslaved and you can be free. Enslavement is a state of being. It's not who you are.
See, Colin, see how they want to say, "Oh, he's talking about slaves," but they don't want to say they.
It's irrelevant what Trump is talking about.
Trump is not the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has the ultimate say in interpreting the Constitution, brother. So he can have an opinion on what the Supreme Court is going to do, but they're going to make that final decision.
because the Supreme Court said that these judges cannot block his agenda. That's what they said.
Kinda. The fact of the matter is,
Yeah, but the birthright citizenship has to go to the Supreme Court and they have to make that decision. It hasn't been made yet.
No, it's no doubt. He just like they just said no. We don't want to hear take up the case.
At the end of the day,
he gave it back to Trump.
And Mike Olo stupid. I know you're not talking about slaves the way
you're a slave, monkey. Nigga, you still a slave.
Come on, man.
Haven't you picking cottons all day, you monkey?
You was talking last night, my boy.
Listen, I wasn't here last night, monkey. See, you been smoking crack. You're no different between me and somebody else.
Shit out of you.
Tell your monkey, tell your brother, crackhead brother, to shut the fuck up.
You hear me?
And let's have some sense going on here.
I will slap the fuck out of you.
First of all,
you know what? Let me lay a curse on your bitch ass, man.
Hold on. Well, let me ask you.
You gonna lay a curse?
You know what? You don't want to force me, man. You don't want to force me.
Show bitch ass.
Everybody stop. I want to know what happened between you two. What channel was this on? What channel? Start with you, Bantam and Dinka. What channel was this on that you guys had beef?
Little Kezo, man. This bitch ass nigga was talking about he gonna go back to Nigeria and enslave his people and feed them once a week and make them build shit. Nigga, I'm not sitting around no bitch ass nigga like that. Word.
Oh man, you can't let people call other people monkey on your channel.
Yeah, Mike. No more.
I don't care about him. That nigga calling me a monkey. What the fuck? Are you serious? That's not my motherfucking problem. This bitch nigga say he was going back to Nigeria to enslave his people.
Was he being serious? Because you know a lot of people do trolling on Kaiser.
He was serious, man.
All right, I'm gonna let Mike in. Let's see what he says.
Mike, you know what? I'm gonna say good night, boy. What I would say is, all of you, you and your buddies, you're a bunch of cotton pickers, man. You a bunch of cotton pickers. So good night.
Bad night.
Blood on the cotton, man. Blood on the cotton.
You see, he didn't deny it, did he? Did he deny it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
It's a raw cotton. My feelings are hurt, man. I'm a cotton picker. My feelings are hurt. Yeah, I don't know what the heck. This hostility. That's what damages the so-called Pan-Africanism, right? People like that, you know, with this rhetoric. You know, that's what basically. I try to say the layman. He is a leader. I tried to basically give him some grace and say like this. You saw what he threw. He threw it right back on my face, right, DK?
Yeah.
Of course. What else is he gonna do?
He took up and he spit right in my face, man. I'm like, yo, okay.
You see what their people are doing in West Africa. You know, they're running spying on Burkina Faso for France.
Nigeria's a fucking joke, man. That country's a whole joke. They produce like the worst black people on the fucking planet, man. I mean, I'm serious.
Let's not do that.
No, let's do it. I'm sorry. I'm calling like it the fuck it is. Nigeria, for the most part, is a fucking problem. I gave Mike a chance to say, you know something, you know, I'm gonna give you some grace for that. Man. You sit there and fucking just start throwing the shit in my fucking face. It's like this. Yeah, I know Somalis are a fucking problem. It doesn't have to do with the fucking innocent Somalis who just minding their business and shit like that.
Right. You know? So let's not use Mike, you know, to represent all Nigerians.
Well, until I get some Nigerians up here that says he don't speak for me, guess what? He does. You know, you got people in the chat room sitting there agreeing with him. So as far as I'm concerned, that's what they think. You know, if you don't agree with Mike Olawale, now the only person that talks against my guy is African guys, a female. The rest of these niggas are nothing but cowards. Nigeria's a fucking race of cowards, man. The worst black people on the fucking planet.
I mean, isn't DK Nigerian?
DK don't identify with the motherfuckers, man. You know.
Well, I'm pretty sure we all probably got some Nigerian blood, but you know,
unfortunately, I got
that shit, man.
I'm a Biafran, man.
My fault, DK. My fault, DK. I forgot. Foundational Biafran American.
Yes, thank you.
So it is what it is.
Man. I didn't mean, you know.
I try to show him some grace.
That
say,
motherfucker.
Hey, yo, you know, I tried.
It was dead serious, man. It was dead fucking serious.
Yeah, check this out. I try to show him some grace. Say, look, let's stop all the generalizations. He comes in and starts calling everybody monkeys and cotton pickers. What the fuck, man? It's like
he was mad because I was calling him out what he said. So he couldn't say nothing but, oh, you a monkey, you a cotton picker. He think I'm Dollar Bill. He think I'm gonna respond to that dumb shit. Pussy ass nigga, I'd slap your
He's
fucking ass.
stupid as fuck. He keeps saying, well, why would he do that when Trump's grandfather is an immigrant? He's white, you dumb
He's
motherfucker.
white, you stupid fuck. You know, they don't get it. You know, they don't get it. This country is built for the white man. Well, now your black ass getting over here just because we got black people that basically talk about, oh, we got to change the immigration law. What the fuck we
Hey,
doing,
hey, Kyle, you know what I told my Nigerian girlfriend today? I said, y'all got something to celebrate. That motherfucking Anthony Joshua broke
well, yeah, he broke
Jake
his
Paul's
jaw.
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah.
Broke that motherfucker's jaw.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I heard about that.
I wanted him to knock him out unconscious, man. I wanted him to fuck that dude up.
If you watch boxing, you knew it was gonna happen. So
yeah, but you never know if the shit was fixed or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he took it a little bit easy on him.
Yeah, he took it easy on him. He could have got him out of there the first 2 rounds.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. I was like, he not really fighting this dude, man. But you see the
like
outcome.
He did, what's that dude? Like he did Ngannou, the Cameroonian.
He starched that motherfucker. God damn. That was embarrassing.
But he was running. He was running the whole fight. That's why he was running.
Yeah, he was falling down from the first round. He kept falling down. Like, man, what the fuck is this?
And Mike comes up here just, oh man, name calling.
Yeah, listen, man, you try to extend something, you see how you act? I'm not finna extend shit. Nigga, I heard what you said.
And also, I played the video, right? I said, look, the Supreme Court said, you know what it is? The judges across America, maybe Obama appointed, because he's elected, right, on an agenda. That's what the campaign is for, right? The people said that's what they want. They want birthright citizenship ended. They want the immigration laws enforced, all stuff like that. People deported, whatever like that. That's what they voted for, right? That's how this country works. He's acting on the agenda that he was ran on, right? Now, the people are basically saying some judges are saying, I don't like that agenda, so let me tie it up in court. The Supreme Court rule said, no, you cannot do that. The presidential powers are beyond the scope of or the only Supreme Court could check Donald Trump. That's how the Constitution works, you know? And so far, no one's brought a birthright citizenship claim to the Supreme Court, if they even hear it. So now it's up to Donald Trump to do what he has to do to enforce it. Only other impasse would be if Congress passed an injunction, you know? Only Congress and both houses of chambers of Congress and the Supreme Court could stop Donald Trump what he's doing, right? Not these freaking appointed judges. That's what was voted on. So now he could proceed with what he's doing, you know? So I tell him, oh, you can't deport nobody. People really believe that. You can't be deported. Well, they're trying to deport Ilhan Omar. They really are trying to look for a way to deport her because they have evidence that she used her. They say a lot of Somalis do that.
Kyla, she married her brother to get him in the goddamn
right,
country.
you know, so the bottom line
is this bit the fuck, that's a crime on crime on crime.
They investigate that, man, yeah, she's going to get stripped of everything, you know, a congressional seat, everything, and she'll be deported, you know, back to Somalia, you know, that's it. These people are not playing. These people don't know white America very well. That's one thing we'll say, well, how are we on code like this? Most black immigrants don't understand what they're up against. They really don't. You know, these people are not playing with you. This country is not up for grabs. Everybody just come here, get a citizenship, rape the country, take $9 billion. You think these people are gonna sit back and let that happen to their country? No. See, we know that. We know that. You know, these people, man, I guess they're getting their Negro wake up call right now. You know.
They getting their anchor baby wake up calls.
I don't know if it always used to be like this. I think black people back in the day, if you came like during the 60s or 70s, you knew what time it was.
Yeah, these people now, man, they're coming here, fucking going to Starbucks, watching Star Trek and Hunger Games and whatnot. This is America, it's great, whatnot. You know, they don't understand the reality of America. I saw this video the other day on TikTok. His brother, I think he was in jail. He said, man, let me tell you something. Yo, y'all want to talk about dating white girls? Until that white girl like this, I guess he was locked up. So she accused him of something. You know, he looked like he was an immigrant, you know. I ain't saying because he's dark skinned, but he was like, "Yo, man, just stay away from whatnot." You know. See, we know automatically, man. You stay away from fucking white girls. It's dangerous. You know. A lot of these immigrant motherfuckers don't understand the rules, man.
Was that black coach that got caught up? Was he a black immigrant?
I have no fucking idea. You know, it probably
They
was. You know,
they think that's the ticket, Kyler. They think that's the fucking ticket. They think that's the ticket to the United States.
yeah, to get with a white girl, man. That's the most dangerous thing you could do as a black man. You know, especially this guy. I think he was married to the coach was married to a white guy, and he was married to a white guy, and
white woman.
He was basically messing with a young white girl. Dude, was fuck you. Are you serious, man? Are you serious? That's who that white girl was saying. He took advantage of me, you know.
Oh,
and then next thing you know, you losing everything because bottom line is, a black man, a white woman, you're always a predator. And also, right now, I put this. I don't know if I feel guilty about this. Right, I posted this in the Afrofair group chat. Right, there's a TikTok video going around with this black woman. Right, and she has 2 kids, but they're biracial. They look white. Right, and I just put it on the things. I said, "Man, that's how it is now. Well, produce white children." And somebody wrote, that was very mean when I said, but I said they're cute though, but that's
Colin, let me speak on this. My problem is, you know what Umar is, he'll speak on that coach. He'll say, "Oh, you should have stayed away from the snow bunny."
He'll never say anything about black women.
Never. Has he spoken about that girl that was on her knees, like getting fed from
with the dog? Of course not. Umar not gonna say anything because black women could do no wrong to Umar. They're queens, you know.
Man, Umar is another nigga I would slap the fuck out of.
I can't take him seriously, man.
Because the bottom line is black women that support him. You know, they don't want to send him money and whatnot. You know, ain't nobody, niggas ain't supporting that nigga.
If black women support her, you think they with white men?
No, black women just want to keep black men in their place, right? In other words, this is how it is. They want to go out there and do all that ratchet shit. Just like I said. I'm starting to think about that about Honeyflower, right? You know, I'm serious. She had me believing that she was a respectable young woman.
Honeyflower is a name like Honeyflower. Did you really think?
Honeyflower's not like that. Come on now.
She getting triggered while I was talking about hood rats.
It's because like people were like, well, I mean, people kept constantly going on and on about it. So I guess that's why she. And I guess she didn't like something that Hustle Smart said. Like they don't like how he says things. So
no, it's more than that. He knows that, right? But I'm saying like this: I let her talk about African men because I let people express themselves. You know,
right? And eventually, people got on her about that. So
yeah, so people got on her. I said, no, leave her alone. She's a female. Blah blah blah.
Says it all, man.
For her and everything like that, right? And so basically, I'm saying to myself. Why is she on there fucking getting mad at me? Because I'm basically calling out bullshit and some black women, right? If that doesn't apply to you, why are you getting upset? You know? So I'm saying,
if it doesn't apply, let it fly.
You were defending her when people were going against her, telling her.
I was always defending her, you know? Was I being played? You know?
Even when Frenchie was going at her, you were defending her. So
yeah, I'll defend anybody, right? But when it basically comes down to, right? Is if when people start saying something about black men, I don't say nothing because I know they're not talking about me. I know you're not talking about the black men I know, right? So it's like you can say all you want. Like remember the day Mari Shai got up here and said, "Look, I went through this with black men." Blah blah. We know she's not talking about us, so we just said, "Okay, Mari, love you," like that, right? Black women, you can tell them anything about you went through, what you saw, what you see, like that, and they take it personally. Like you said, if it's not you, why do you feel like you got to friggin' come to the defense of friggin' females that's making you look bad? We're defending you.
Absolutely, I'm the same way. When you talk about Pookie Ray Ray, I said that's not me, so
I'll just let it go. What you say, you know?
I always make sure, like, hey, we already know it's not all of us. So when people talk about them, I don't.
Mr. Cat says, Colin, way the conversation worded, it sounds like you told all. Now look,
we never.
That's a fucking lie. That is a freaking lie. I'm not talking about all black American women. My sister's a black American woman, you know? I admire her mother. My mother's a black American woman. My aunties, my cousins, you know? I'm talking
We never have to put disclaimers when we talk about black men. When we know when Carlo or Hustle Smart talk about black men, we know they're not talking about all black men. We don't.
You're not talking about me. You're not talking about any black men I know. You're not talking about people I fucking know. I understand that, so I just let it fly. Okay, yeah, I know that's just some of the clowns you built. Where you're talking about deadly clowns. You know, I'm not trying to freaking defend. I'm not defending niggas that pants sagging and acting stupid. You got 50-year-old niggas running the streets and whatnot. Just say, I hope what the fuck I look like fucking defending niggas like that. Get the hell out of here, you know? I say you're talking about that nigga, you know, you ain't talking about me, right? So I don't care what you say about them, you know, you're not talking about me. You know, so why people get offended when I call out some of these ratchet females, like the dining dashers now. You know, you got an epidemic of black women running out of stores with clothes. I gotta feed my kids. Well, get a job, bitch. You know, and then they put it on fucking social media. If you're gonna do wrong or not, why does the world need to see it? Why do you put that where white people, our enemies, can see this shit? Why do some of black women embarrass us? You know, black women. The image of black women used to be so pure when I was growing up. We had Denise Huxtable of the Cosby Show. We had Different World. The images that people saw of black women was beautiful, right? Now look, that image has changed. Everything's told nasty, raw, ghetto, and hood and stuff like that. That's not who our women are. Let me get Frenchie on. Go ahead, Frenchie. Nobody interrupt her. Go ahead. Frenchie, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Cara. So I just wanted to call in because I'm just really confused as to what's happened with all the women and why they've left. What did I miss?
I don't know. I just think they don't like what Hustle Smart says, whatever like that, And basically, see, the thing is, Frenchie, like I said, I don't see a lot of this stuff in real life, right? I don't. I mean, I go to work, my job, my business every day. I consort with professional people. I don't see stuff like that. I'm only reacting to what I see in social media. That's all. What people choose to put online, right? If I didn't see this online, I would not have anything to talk about, right? So when people put stuff online, right, expect me to react to it, right? Somebody say, well, Colin, no, this is what I do. I'm a culture critic. It's what I do. I respond to things. People listen to what I have to say. And that's how I build my brand, by responding to things I see and talk about things on my mind. If it was not on my mind, then I wouldn't have nothing to talk about, right? I tell you right now, some of the stuff I see, I'm really disturbed. So I talk about it, right? People get mad. They think I'm attacking black women. No, I'm not. If I talk about white people and racism, I'm not talking about every white person in the world. I'm not talking about everybody I know. If I talk about black men acting the fool, I'm not talking about all black men. I'm one, right? I'm talking about a behavior that I see, So people get in their feelings. Oh, man, you don't like black Americans. No, I said I don't like the FBA because I think they're trash. I think they're ghetto and I think they're trash and they're ignorant. I just think that ignorant people are not. I'm sorry, I don't rock with it. And people get upset. They're like, oh, man, you always coming down on black Americans, right? And then I say something about Africans. I say, look, man, like Michael Awale, shit like that is unacceptable, And so when I start checking somebody like Awale, suddenly I hate Africans now, And so all I do is check people and say what I say. Go ahead, Frenchie.
Right, yeah. And just a quick disclaimer, I don't have anything against Honeyflower. Color, you went on a hiatus for about, 4 months? Yeah. I left that in the past. I really don't care about that. She's cool with me. But I think you do have every right to call out bad behaviors, but are you making it apparent that you're only speaking about a subsection?
Anybody on the
Wait, hold on, Carla, please. Are you making it apparent that you're only speaking about a subsection of black women? Because it's not the majority of black women that are like that.
Said that.
Maybe you are, but are people that are joining your panels holding the same views, or are they trying to just paint black women with the same brush? Because
I just think people don't want any criticism. They don't think any criticism should be coming out of my mouth as a black man. And like I said, Dollar Bill said, especially because I'm married to a woman from the continent. They feel that me. So like I said, I have somebody put a blog. I think it got removed of YouTube, right? It was that Chantel chick, right? She did a whole 3-page blog about me, right?
Wait, what?
Oh yeah, I read it the other night. I forgot which. I read it.
Oh my goodness.
Kala basically fancies himself a ladies' man and blah blah blah. He fancies a businessman, but he lives with his sister. She employs him and whatnot and pays him low wages and whatnot. You know, it's a bunch of nonsense. It was Chantel. You know, she won't leave me alone, and she basically she won't let it go that I'm married. I'm not married to a Black woman, American woman. You know, and that's what people say. If I was married to a Black American woman, they say we're mad because they feel that I'm elevating African women over them. I'm not, you know, I'm just calling out behavior. Now, if I saw African women doing certain things and whatnot, and I thought it affected me, I would say something, right? But when I'm seeing all the bad behavior in females that represent me, it's mostly Black American women. You know, I'm dead serious, you know. Maybe if African women's doing it, they're not smart enough to put it on friggin' social media, you know. So if I don't see it on social media, they say, Kala, African women doing this. Yeah, but the difference is I don't see it. You know? If I saw it, I would say something, right? But they think I'm just picking on Black America. No, you know, what you call it? You got people like Dollar Bill was on last night. He came in. When you have people like Sexy Red got lipstick I call Booty Hole Brown, that's disgusting. That's trifling, you know. Sukiyama gets up there and says, I'm ready to eat some ass, you know. I'm like, that's nasty. Yeah. And I'm like, it's disgusting behavior. I'm sorry. You know, I'm sorry. You know?
It is, but again, you know, that's a subsection of Black women.
We know that. And the bottom line is Black women ought to say, yeah, Colin, that doesn't represent me and everything like that. So I'm saying like this, the fact that Cutting Flower is mad about that, I'm saying maybe she ain't the nice, innocent girl I thought she was. Maybe she's like that, you know? Why would you be so offended?
Don't say anything that you don't mean, Kala. I know you. I don't know what happened.
I'm getting to the point where I'm just like this. If people are so offended, like if I talk about ghetto ass niggas or whatnot, and somebody just says, well, Kala, blah, blah, blah. And I'm saying, there you go. You've been pretending like you're an upright person, but you really just a bum, you know? If I said broke ass niggas, whatnot, hood, broke ass niggas, you know, and whatnot, you know. Somebody said Sukiyama's Nigerian, but she has Black American culture, you know.
I think that's Cat. I don't think she's Nigerian.
Everybody always want to pawn off. They always want to pawn off all the bad stuff on. She's a Caribbean. She's a Nigerian. I don't think so. I don't think so, bro. You know.
But Kala, can I ask, why was Lewis on this panel? I thought he was gone.
Well, Lewis came back in good faith, when I just tell him what's going on with his house. I said, is your house complete yet, nigga? You know, oh yeah, it's gonna be done, man. I'm gonna be there in a few weeks, or whatnot, man. I was like, damn, about time, nigga. You know. Anyway, you know, but then the other night with him and I forgot him and Honey Flower had issues. You know, I forgot about that shit. You know,
big issues. He was threatening her.
I forgot all about that. You know, it's like I said, I all about that, and I defended her against him. I kicked him off the show.
You did.
I defended her, so she's going around now in the chat room, the Afro Spirit talking smack about me like I'm, you know, the horrible person.
Wait, she's what?
Yeah.
What has happened?
Angry with me and whatnot. She got Mary Shy angry with me now and whatnot. Who I love, Mary Shy and whatnot. She's
you guys have upset Marie.
Yeah. That's what pissed me off. She took Marie. I need Marie, you know. You know. So
yeah, you do. You do.
She's mad at me. And I'm saying to myself, look, I can't stop talking about this behavior. I'm not going to be like, oh, Black women are perfect when I don't believe that. You know, I believe part of the problem in Black America is the relationship between Black men and Black women. That's the most crucial thing, because you cannot build no nation or build a community if Black women don't want to get married. They're like 50 years old before they can find a husband. When those critical years, I think we should just commit to marrying younger, building younger, and start building community. How can you do that? I want to see young people, right? Because I missed out on life, right? I want to see young people in their 20s and 30s getting married, starting families. That's a beautiful Black America I want to see, you know? But I can't see that right now when I see all this hatred. I see women out there running the streets and shit. I do not like this culture. I don't like the street culture. I don't like the way men abuse women. I don't like the way women. I just don't like the whole thing. You know, I don't like the. I just also know is that you can the people that's what's going to change a nation is the females. When females see white American women, you know what they did? They decided, they looked at all the evidence, right? They looked at Kamala, they looked at who she was with, the LGBTQ, men in skirts and whatnot, you know, the Tim Walz tampon, right? And they looked at somebody strong like Donald Trump with his wife, his kids, his grandkids and whatnot, and they said, that's the America they want. White women said that. That's how he won. Where black women, for the most part, they basically want the friggin'
it sometimes seems they want to be like their own separate race, almost.
Yeah,
like
black women are off on their own thing. There's like it's like we're not even a race anymore. Black women are
but like white women are race first. They proved that in the last
election. The last election. They want to get with their white men and build white families, have a white future in America. Black women don't see any future with black men. And that's what it is, you know. Now, what we're supposed to do is sit back and be cool with this. Like, we're on the bottom. They want to be able to swirl, go out white men, have multiple kids of white. I'm seeing more and more. I'm seeing more black women, single mothers with mixed kids and whatnot. They're breeding our race out, you know.
Hey, Kala, I showed you that link a few shows ago about Ham's Redemption. That's basically a slow genocide, a soft genocide.
Yeah, it is genocide. You know, you breed us out one night. You breeding with white men to breed our race out. They say, "Call you sucker." Look, I don't want to die. You know, I want to see myself manifest in the future. You know, I don't want only a fool, a chump. They want black men to be emasculated, Frenchie, and be chumps. Just sit back and let them do all that nonsense and everything, and just breed us out of existence. That's what's going on. And because I get up here and put my foot down and say, hell no. Now, if you want to do that, you don't want our protection, you don't want to be with us, then go off on your own. But don't come back to us when you need our help. A lot of women like this. I saw this one woman did a video, where the black men at? I feel so unprotected. Well, where's your fucking husband, lady? You see that video? Black men don't protect us. Why aren't you married? You know, that's what you do when you walk down the aisle. A man's going to protect you. A black man will give his life for you. But you don't want to give your life to him. So I talk about stuff like that, and it gets them upset, but I don't care. I'm going to keep telling it like it is. I say, baby, I said, meanwhile, what happened? Our women were forced to have children they didn't want to, or they didn't want. What are you talking about? You know, how's that possible? How do you have children that you didn't want? You know, you open your legs and whatnot. You know, what is she talking about? You know,
Kala, I think Frenchie wants to say something.
Go ahead, Frenchie.
No, I just wanted to ask, do you think honestly that this is a safe place for black women to share their thoughts and opinions freely without feeling like they're going to get bashed for it? Now, obviously,
we never bash women on the show.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm not even saying.
Even also smart, right? We let everybody speak. I have not had anybody on here that bash women because I would not tolerate that. Women could come up here, say whatever they want to say, and they're always welcome to come up here, say what they want to say. Say your opinion. That's why I said I want opinions, even opinions I don't agree with. You know, I don't agree with Michael about it. I said, hey, look, I don't agree with what Elvis says, but I said I let him up here. You know, because that's what it is. That's what makes for a good show. You know, I let everybody up here say what they gotta say. You can't say I'm stifling anybody's views. Nobody can say that. But let everybody speak.
You do. You really do. I guess I'll just have a look at the live stream that you did. I think Dark Migo pointed me out which one it was.
Well, he does. Well, some people
basically. I could be wrong, but just to jump to Hustle Smart's defense, he bashes women generally. I don't think I've seen him attack a woman on the platform directly.
No, he's never done that.
No, he hasn't. I mean, he's gone back and forth with the likes of, I think, Chantel and
Oh, I went back and
Fabla.
forth with Chantel, man. Chantel was
Yeah,
just
but
disrespectful. She was just on here, she's after me right now. She's really after me,
are
man.
you sure that Chantel that wrote
That's
that blog?
Chantel.
I
That
don't
was
think she
Chantel.
would.
She's after me. She's still after me. You know, she won't let it go. I'm like, what I said to her, man. But you know, I said something to her. Just I did something. I said to her was the final straw, and that was it. I tried to apologize, and
It's the Elvis thing. I'm sorry to bring it is.
But she
It's
came
the
on after.
Elvis thing.
She came on after that. You know, she won't. No, you know what it was. She thought I should basically. She didn't think I reprimanded Elvis enough. I said it, Elvis. I said, "Well, wow, you should have protected me because I'm a Black American." I said, "Look, y'all both were going at it. You know."
Yeah.
They were
No,
both
she said that you and Dollar. She said that you and Dollar Bill was laughing at her.
Yeah.
She said you and Dollar Bill was laughing. That's what happened, Carla. When Elvis was telling these strong Black women who he loved to represent and loved to protect, that when he said he would eat her, kill her, and eat her raw. You get what I'm saying? Because he's such a loving spirit to Black women. He loved them to death and protect them so much that he let a Black female get his leggings up in his ass to the point that this clown said she act like she wanted to fight him. How does a chick act like she wants to fight you on the internet? Fritchie, no matter what Fritchie can say, I will take that as a threat, like she want to fight me like a dude. You get what I'm saying? So, but this clown said that he wanted to eat her raw, and then Dollar Bill was laughing. Carla wasn't laughing. Carla just didn't say nothing either. So it's one of them things that she picked up from that. And then Carla called her Gary Coleman. That's what happened.
No, somebody said
that's the comment that you made.
Somebody called her Gary Coleman in the chat room, and all I did was just I read it. You know, I said, "Man, that's
okay." Let me clear this up. Because Carla keep trying to keep. Somebody did call her Gary Coleman one time. You know what I'm saying? Because I called the Kunta Kinte. That's what I called her. Then somebody else called her Gary Coleman. Then once Carla saw that, he kept calling her Gary Coleman. So that's just how it. That's how it went.
For full transparency, it was me, but it was when me and Chantel were having.
That's right. It was Frenchie that called it Gary Coleman.
No, but it was at the beginning of the show when Carla first started. Me and Chantel had a bit of issues, but we started it out. She's a beautiful Black woman. She does not look like Gary Coleman. I just said that out of anger. So yeah,
that's right. It was Frenchie.
me.
Yeah,
it was me and Audrey actually.
See, I was 99.9% right.
It was actually Audrey.
It was actually Audrey, and I think I repeated it. Yeah,
Audrey, and everybody else repeating it. Gary Coleman.
Yeah,
but let me say something though, Frenchie. Let me say something, Frenchie. When you was talking earlier about what Honeyflower and all that stuff, and Marisha them, the thing about it is that when they come on the panel and they want to voice their emotion, nobody says a word. You get what I'm saying? Nobody says a word. You ain't got to put a disclaimer or anything. Just like how you asked, do we use a disclaimer? We don't have to use a disclaimer because we got common sense. Nobody knows everybody. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's no such thing as exact. So why even have to say that? Like if you break up with a guy and you like niggas ain't shit, and you know you walk by a group of men, they were like, man, that was your nigga. Nobody, no man would be like, oh shit, freaking talking about us. Why you disrespecting Black men? Black men don't even think like that. So why would we have to say we ain't talking about not all when it's a given off the rip? Do you get what I'm saying? Like it's an automatic given that we ain't talking about all Black women. So why should we have a disclaimer? When we don't use a disclaimer, what I'm saying is when we up here and look, Frenchie, I call women husky hyena. So you tell me which one is worse. I say that Black men only offer Black women death, dick, and disaster. Which one is worse? Frenchie, tell me.
The latter, yeah, that's much worse.
So there you go. I call Black men, say they offer death, dick, and disaster. They don't hire Black women, and I even get on black women's side and said they have no reason to listen to a black man because black men ain't hiring them. And all they doing is simping, trying to get some sympathy pussy. That's all black men try to do. That's why they simp like they simp. They trying to get the pussy for a cheaper price. That's all they trying to do. Because black women are charging them right now. They're glorified 304s. So when I say that about black men only offer death, dick, and disaster, why black men ain't saying, man, you talking about all us? Or why black women ain't saying, damn, you hate all black men? They don't say a word. They're in agreement. Mm-hmm. But when I call a chick, a certain chick, because I make it real specific, I say them Stacey Abrams stunt doubles, wig weave wearing, wild hyena hood rat, uppity twerk monkeys from Southeast DC. I make it real plain who I'm talking about. I give state, I give city, I give zip codes. So how in the hell you think I'm talking about all black women? What it is that Hustle Smart is a type of person I can go in. You know what I'm saying? I can speak truth and it's comedy in it at the same time. And women just don't like getting joned on. So I can be telling the truth and I have a way with doing it to make it funny. Same way Kala is. You get what I'm saying? So you ask why Kala dropped down Lewis and brought it back up. Kala does it all the time. In the moment, he'll kick Elvira the Lion Liberian off. And like he ain't coming back. Then next day he bring him up. You get what I'm saying? He dropped plenty of people down like that and says it. So I just don't understand why people home to certain people when he do it. You get what I'm saying? Because he do it to everybody. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, he'll drop me down. He never kicked me off the show. But you know what I'm saying? We have this thing, just like DK said a little earlier. He was like, he thinks that black women want to be separate. No, DK, it has came out of black women's mouth. They want to be separated. They said, what's for us? They didn't say what's for the black community. They said, what's for us?
I was shocked that Ice Cube didn't check them on that. Remember that?
Yeah, these are 3 or 4 of the the major prominent black women radio hosts on the internet. You know what I'm saying? Sponsored by big company. You had companies, Frenchie, that was sitting up talking about they was gonna give $500 billion just to black women. Mm-hmm. Ain't nobody trying to give nothing to black men. You get what I'm saying? But you still got black men sitting up here talking about you got the love. That's why I told Kala, those are not our women. The only women that's your women is the one that's want to get on your program. Even maybe a few months ago, me and Kala had this thing where he thought that the older guys that was messing with young black girls, he thought that it was an older man pressing the young girls. I said, no, Kala, you ain't hip on the game. These young girls are on the prowl. They predators to the men. They're not dumb. They ain't stupid. You get what I'm saying? These young girls, 17, 18, 19 years old, got OnlyFans, and they got their information, they Cash App, and they bio. Mm-hmm. So a lot of times, a lot of people that's out of place. Kala ain't on the block. Dollar Bill damn show ain't on the block. He sitting up here talking about everybody need to speak Swahili. What type of dumb nigga shit is that? You get what I'm saying? You got black people in America don't even want to speak Spanish. What the fuck you think they're gonna speak Swahili? And most of them don't even want to go to Africa. Make it make sense, Frenchie. I'm not saying that it's a good idea. It's not a good idea, but it doesn't make, just like Kala said, LARP, it's not practical. But it's 67 million Latinos in here, and most black people can't speak Spanish, right? So why in the hell would they want to speak goddamn Swahili when
Kala, post the link, Kala.
4% of the people in America don't even want to go to Africa. 94% of black people.
Who wants to come up?
Can I just say, sorry, I've seen Dollar Bill in the chat. If I offended you, I do apologize. I don't remember saying anything about you directly or slandering your name with regards to the whole Chantel comments. But if I offended you, I do apologize.
Yeah, I remember it was Audrey and then Frenchie. Then
it was me and Audrey, because me, Audrey, Chantel, and another lady, we were all having a back and forth. It was quite toxic. This was when Kala first started, but like we're all cool.
She was getting on you guys because you guys are from you guys aren't American and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
pretty
So
much.
And she was on that FBA shit, right? She was on that FBA shit hard.
FBA shit, you know.
Yeah.
So,
She still is.
She was on that FBA stuff, and you know, Orgy could be nasty sometimes. You know, she's like.
But the thing about it is, she tried to come at me one time. She tried to come at me one time, but you know how I started dragging New Orleans, and she just, I think I got a way that I can drag people sometimes, and they'll just calm down a little bit. So she just got off of me and like, well, he ain't no match for him, and she just went after. You know, she started going to the audience and started going there. Like, I admit she was going at Elvis hard and raw. You get what I'm saying? Pause. You get what I'm saying? So, you get what I'm saying? That's what she was doing, but I don't give a damn what a female. Like, it's amazing, Frenchie, that they think that I hate black women, but it ain't nothing that a black woman can say out her mouth to make me say I'll kill her, or I'll fight her, or I'll eat her raw. No matter what she says. She could talk about my mama, grandmama, my dirty, dirty grandpa, whatever fucking old quote singers, grandmama that's in the hospital on a respirator. I don't give a fuck what a female say. Her words cannot get me to physically hurt them. I'm just not built that way. Because to tell you the truth, Frenchie, I don't even give a fuck what females say, tell you the truth. Only emotional dudes care about what females say. That's why these are the type of dudes that beat on women when they leave them. If a woman, Frenchie, if a woman want to brace, I call both of my ex-wives up right now, and you ask them, when we got divorced, who gave you the money to move into your house? Who gave you the money to move? I moved one of my wives down to Florida and one of them to Washington, D.C. Ask them who paid for all that. Ask them who paid the down payment. Because I don't feel like I need to be enemies with you because we break up. Why can't we still be friends? It didn't work out sexually, emotionally, in a relationship. Why we got to hate each other? And that's the problem that I see with black people. We just got to hate each other forever. Even me and Carla was talking today. I told him, I said, I don't have nothing against Dollar Bill. He got something against me, but I'm not going to change. So what's the point of keep having something against me? You get what I'm saying? It doesn't even make sense because I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't even think like that. I'm worried about my kids and, you know, doing business and trying to make more money, get my truck fixed, get my things done with my house. I don't have time when I get off of the internet to take it over to another application. That's what I didn't understand about Honey Flower. And I told Carl, I'm gonna tell him this right in your face, Frenchie. I told him that he favored Honey Flower over you. I told him that today. Yo, you ain't got Frenchie, you ain't got to say a word. I'm telling you what I told him. I said she manipulated you, played up under you to get you to try to curate your show. And at the end of the day, she showed her goddamn monkey red bottom ass and goddamn snake you at the end. And if she snake you at the end, she was a snake from the jump. And I'm just a street nigga, and that's just how we get down. You don't just snake somebody like that would drop people down and silent people to let you talk. And then you turn around and snake them like that. You ain't even give it a month, 2 months, 3 months. You ain't let it die. You went straight for the throat. And that's what I told him. But I'm a fair person. Even the people that I don't like, Frenchie, I still tell Carla don't drop them down. You had people on the show yesterday saying that if I had the power, I would block people. Then go do that shit on your own show. Why would you want to make a show and then having like a echo chamber? You want to have this interview. That's why I told him don't block Elvis, even though I don't fuck with Elvis at all. If he was on fire, I wouldn't pee on him. But I still think that everybody should have something to say. And if you're smart enough and you got enough hustle and enough grit in your vocal patterns and how you dissect information, you could just box them intellectually. That's what I told Carla. But you know what I'm saying? So I'm actually the fair one. The one that they claim hate women ain't never got in an argument with a woman and never threatened a woman and ain't never got in a fight with a woman. But ask these super ultra mama boys, these simps, these emotional clowns. They'll be sitting up here thinking about going to goddamn beat the chick up when she coming out the nail salon, stalking her. The only thing a chick can do for me, Frenchie, that don't want me, is to point me in the direction of another one. The hell I want to keep dealing with her for? When she don't want me, and why would I press myself against us? That's predatory. You don't think so?
No, it is.
But some type of way, my rhetoric is bad.
Oh boy, I think this is Frenchie here. She wants to defend herself.
Frenchie, I'm already on.
Frenchie already on.
Soul Thread is Frenchie. I think that's. I mean, not Frenchie. Honeyflower. You know.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, here we go.
But before she says anything, can I just finish off, please? Because I can just see where this is going to go. I just want to say, I don't want to speak for Honeyflower and I don't want to speak for Mari, but I can say for me, and I think it was Hustle Smart that said it a while ago, which was, if you can't handle the show, then you shouldn't come on. And I think for me and Marie in particular, there are moments where we do take breaks because we need to. And I know for us, we are sensitive and we admit that we are sensitive. So that's why we won't be on all the time, because it does get too much. And I think that stems from the fact that we are a bit emotional and we take things to heart.
Females are not on the show. I don't freaking do anything to harm females. Whether
no one's saying that you do, Colin. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying sometimes it can get a bit too much and we just need to pull back. So instead of just saying, you know, well, we hate you all and just close the show, we'll just remove ourselves because we're the ones that it's affected. It's not affecting you guys per se. But I just think it's because we're sensitive and quite emotional. That's why we pull back. But yeah, I think there's a lot that I've missed, and maybe there's a lot that I don't know of, so I won't speak for Honeyflower, but yeah, can we, when she's
on right now,
Colin, let me say this real quick. Can I say this real quick?
Good.
I was thinking about this like a couple of days ago. I think one of the women, you know, that be in these spaces, they need to start their own channel, you know. I think, you know, they can have their own show, whatever else, but I don't know who
talk about whatever they want to talk about.
Talk about whatever they want to talk about, and I think that would, you know, they would fix a lot of problems as well. But go ahead.
It ain't nothing for them to get offended about. That don't even make sense. That's just like a hyena coming around a bunch of lions and start talking about, man, what going on? Let the hyenas make their own show. But they don't want to do that.
This show is open to anybody that wants to come up, say what they say. I can't look. It would be if I had a show and I say Hustle, man. You guys say this, and it wouldn't be Hustle Smart, right? If I basically told Elvis, you gotta agree with everything I say about Liberia, it's not
right. But some people can't handle, you know, like Frenchie was saying. Some people are more sensitive and things like that. So
yeah. Then Steve, you do what Frenchie just said. Instead of going out talking shit and complaining, just step back, go drink you some mint tea. You know what I'm saying, and do you some little crochet knitting. That's what Frenchie do. You know what I'm saying? This little crochet knitting, and then calm your ass down. Then come back. And then
that's why I was making a suggestion that one of them like should start their like the female show or whatever else, so they can, you know, go to those spaces and, you know, they can run the show.
You need about 15 females to do something like that, and then if everybody commit to doing 2 shows a month, right, for at least an hour or whatnot, yeah, they would have something. Yeah, okay,
right.
You have a calendar.
Come on. Caller already know that shit happen. It ain't gonna be no more than 2. It only gonna be the 2-3 people that's on in the panel. That's what you're gonna have in shows like that, where the only people that's on the show is on the panel. Like women that, unless they sit up there just talking shit about men all day.
Milan, man, she built a huge platform, but she basically whole shit is about just damning men and whatnot, you know. That's
man bashing and swirling. So if you ain't man bashing and swirling, that's not gonna do it. It's not gonna be a Pan-African woman show. That's about.
Let me let Honeyflower on. No, second lady. You know, second lady talk tonight. Go ahead, Honeyflower.
So I just came on, and no one interrupt me. I just came on here because my name was mentioned as usual. I didn't manipulate anybody to leave the channel. I didn't put thoughts in anyone's brain. I wasn't using your being fake. I was actually being me the whole time. There's no games. There's no manipulation. I'm not one of these sick, pathetic people that have to kiss ass and be fake or whatever. This is my true, authentic personality. And to be honest with you, that was what. It's not that Kala was favoring me. We're not kids. I'm a grown ass woman. He's a grown ass man. It's not favoring. He just liked the things that I was saying or my contribution to the channel. It's immature.
Yeah, whoever make it sound, stop it.
You turn it into some type of playground situation. No, where people on the internet is not that deep. And I'm not gonna make my own channel to talk about these topics. If I were to, I would not talk about these topics because it's just weird. But I wouldn't get views talking about these sort of things. I'd stay on the black side of YouTube and never get views. Anyways, but what I want to say is this. You're making it seem, and like you guys are making it seem like, oh, they're sensitive, they're emotional. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with sensitivity. When Hustle Smart was talking his shit, he was not being general. He didn't say this specific type of black woman. He gets on here and he rambles and rambles and rambles about women. And he talks about sensitivity and emotions. He sounds like every time he talks, he's yelling, he's screaming. He sounds like he's extremely emotional. I find it funny how it's like, you know, you guys are saying, oh, they're in their feelings, but there's also men that were also offended by the way that Hustle Smart was talking. He was not making it this specific type of black woman. He literally lumps all black women.
Let me ask you a question. Let me stop you right there.
One category. He has not differentiated at all.
Show
me where he has differentiated between educated, smart, nice, feminine, good black women and ratchet, hood, twerking, legging.
Let me say
he has never done that.
Hold on. You know, like I said on this platform, you know, I'm the master of the collarverse, right? You know, it's basically this platform is based on my view of the world, right? Now, Hustle Smart's a good friend of mine, whatever like that, right? And you think he would actually come on my platform and
say 100%.
But you're saying he's disrespecting me.
He's disrespectful in general to women.
Oh yeah, but hold on. But hold on. If I know him. And he knows how I feel and I know that when he talks, I give him the benefit of the doubt that he's only talking about a certain segment.
He's not.
When has he talking about all black women?
Said yes?
Maybe
that just shows how slow she is. Then
when has he differentiated?
I don't have to differentiate the same way the same way I don't differentiate when I talk about black men.
And yes, you do.
No, I do not.
Yes, you do.
No, Steve, hold on for a second. Caller, please. Let Steve was about to get off the fence. Get off the fence, Steve. Tell the truth.
No, he doesn't.
When I talk about black men,
when he talks about black men, because I ain't gonna lie to you. When I first heard of Hustle Smart, it was like 2-3 years ago, and you know he used to go on black people in general, the black community, and also black men. I was like, well, that ain't all of us. But then, you know, after a while, I had to understand that, you know, that's just how he talks and when he says stuff. He doesn't mean everybody. And like I said,
Steve, how can I mean everybody when I don't know everybody?
He does when he talks about black women, he never differentiates. He just lumps them all in.
That's what I'm trying to tell you is he talks like that. He's men talking like that. Whether he talks about black men
we said this. Nobody. Okay, the reason why Elvis and Dollar Bill don't like listening to him is because he's crass. He doesn't differentiate. He does blanket statements. He puts all women in the same category, and he paints a broad brush. No one wants to hear that.
Yeah, but when he does that with he does that with the black community. He does it with black men. He does it with black women. I mean, that's why.
So hold on, let me ask this question though. Hold on. Since I don't do it to black men, so when I don't do it to black, no, let me ask you a question. Don't run now.
I want to read
Don't run. Just have the conversation. So since I don't differentiate against black men, do I hate black men?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Since I don't do it to black men or black women, do I hate black men like you say that I hate black women? Because I do it to both the exact same.
Okay. All right. I don't listen to every single thing you say.
Oh,
but every time I've heard you talk about black women, you never differentiated. Therefore, that's why I come at you the way that I come at you. You put them all in the same. You put them all in the same category. You diss every. It's like you don't even make a differentiation. Do you believe that a black woman could be a good woman? Like I never seen you say anything good.
But then that's on you. Then you hear what you want to hear. Because I talk about the high level black chicks, and I talk about it even when we having this conversation. And Carla can attest to this. Steve can attest to this. When I was talking about Marie Shaw, Carla was trying to say Marie Shaw need to say something. And I took up for Marie Shaw. I said, no, she shouldn't say nothing because these husky hyenas, which I was differentiating then, will beat her ass.
Am I a husky hyena because I say something? Am I a husky hyena because I say something?
No, you just a snake. That's all you is. But you know what I'm saying. But that's a different thing. That's a different thing because you jump. Listen. And I'm only calling you a snake from what I heard that they said about you today. How you went on other people's stream and started calling Carla out his name. Now, did you do that or did you not?
What other people's streams? Which stream did I go on?
Well, then somebody lying on you then.
No, I don't think you're talking about the stream. I think they was talking about the little Afro spirit thing. And I don't think she called Carla.
I said it straight. I said it in the chat where Carla can read it.
Yeah, Carla could read it. But
that ain't that's not the point. That if somebody snake you in your face, so snaking is snaking regardless. But the thing about it is the thing about it is that you only hear what I say about women. The day that we was talking about that right before no. See, you're a lie and the truth ain't in you, and that's how I understand why people get on it. But you can't. I'll tell you if you stop talking for 2 seconds. Right before I said that, I was talking about how black men don't offer black women but death, dick, and disaster. I said that black men don't offer black women no job.
You say that all the time on Dining Show.
I even say it worse. That's the funny part. I even go in harder on black men. You get what I'm saying? Because I say that we're doomed because of black men. We ain't doomed because of the women. The women goddamn ain't got no sense. So they sit up there just going along with whoever giving them power. They ain't thinking about the whole community. But just like I said, just like me and Carla was talking, and I told him, look, if you give black men, when they were sitting up there talking about giving black women $500 billion, they ain't say nothing about, hey, bring the black men along too. But if they was giving $500 billion to black men would be talking about, oh, okay, this is for the community. So even in the threat of being docile and simps, black men still hollering about that's our women, because black women don't feel that way at all. They
Why
don't feel that way at all.
Do you have a pussy? Shut up. Stop talking about women and trying to.
I don't have to stop talking about nothing.
You're not a woman.
You don't have to listen.
You're always trying to talk.
You don't have to listen, Shawty. You get what I'm saying? And that's why you act like that. You know what I'm saying? If you jump up here and you talk out of line, you're gonna get it just like anybody else. You don't get no pass. That's your problem. Everybody up here get held accountable. You get out of line, you get touched. So if you want to sit up here and want to come up and call somebody out their name, I'm the right one to do it. I'm the right one to do that too. Because I'm gonna drag you. But if you want to have a conversation off of facts, if you want to have a conversation off the facts, I'll have it with you. And I'm telling you, and Steve was on the show, and I forgot who else was on the show. Before I started, we was talking about black women. I was dragging black men. Was I not, Steve?
Absolutely.
But they don't hear that part. And I went off on black men for goddamn 15 minutes. Dragged them through the mud, called them useless, told them black women have no reason to listen to them. So tell me this, Steve.
When this nigga is bleeding out of his asshole that was getting habitually fucking prison, he comes out here to try to let out his anger, man.
What you say?
He just a nigga that come here every day looking for confusion. And Carla don't say shit when this motherfucker's talking.
That's you that
don't
come
say
up
shit.
Every day. I don't ain't no YouTube prostitute, ho. I ain't no YouTube prostitute.
Let's everybody calm down for 1 second.
You need love. What's wrong with this guy?
The bottom line is this: that was out of line, man. he was basically talking about, okay, well, what he's saying is, I'm not trying to put words in my. He was basically saying that, because I know he talks about black men, black women, just frustration with our community. Because Hustle Suarez says we are doomed. That's how I first met him. He said they're doomed, like 3 years ago, right? So
I said we are doomed, not black women.
So we are. When I first saw this All Smart, that's all he talked about was black men, you know. And he talked about black men when that. So I didn't. Most of the time he was talking about black men, and he's talking about simping and whatnot, you know, which is doomed. So this idea that he only talks about black women is not accurate, you know. It's not, you know.
I didn't say he only talks about. Oh my God,
you literally said that. Maybe you need to listen to yourself more.
Kyla, bring Elvis back.
I never said he only talks
delete
about
that comment, Elvis. Look. Don't bring that nonsense, man. You talk about homosexuality and shit.
He brushes women all with the same brush. Like that's what he does.
I understand what you're saying, right? And I'm one person. I don't do that, you know. But
you cannot understand a woman. You're a man. I'm listening to him as a woman.
Okay. You guys give me like 2 minutes to my young sister Honeyflower. But let me ask you a question, right? Now when I just put my brother Hustle Smart to the side for a second. Concentrate on me, right? Now when I come up here and I'm basically I couldn't play a video game like that. Did you see a video where the one black woman was minding her business in the store and she got jumped by three hood rats? Did you see that video going viral?
Here's the thing, Kala.
No. I only want you to answer my questions. Don't give me anything else. Did you see that video?
No, I did not see that video.
Okay, this is what we're talking about, right? When I talk, right?
But you and him are not the same.
I know that, right? I know that. But I'm saying
you're different from him.
But the thing is, I'm the one leading the show. You know, I'm the one leading the show. So the bottom line is this: it only goes as far as me. If I thought Hustle Smart was disrespecting black women, he would not be here. He knows it, you know. But the bottom line is this: I know when I talk to him, we talk about black men. I know he's not talking about the majority of black men. He's talking about a certain segment of.
He said in a previous stream, he said he has no ability to love a woman. He does not care about women. You don't understand that. He doesn't care. Get that through your brain.
All right, let's say that's one thing, right? That's his personal, right? But I'm saying like this.
No, that's his character.
I don't love him. Yeah, I don't.
Well, say my whole thing is this,
He's not a man of good
if I basically say that, you know something, that's absolutely wrong what happened to that girl. She got jumped, whatever, whatever like that, this and the other thing. And I'm seeing the girl, they played the video. Anton Daniel played the video. They're freaking talking all the same. No, blah, 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 blah. You ain't nothing, bitch, blah, blah, blah. The stuff we talk about, right? And so I don't see this in real life. I see it online. So I'm reacting to it. You know,
there's thousands of videos that talk about ghetto black women, even white. You know that racist white lady that did blackface? Black women are talking about.
But the thing is, how can we basically defend you guys at that when you guys are attacking us?
Talking about black women all day, every day on the internet is not making a difference.
No, hold
up. Who talks about black women every day, all day?
Most black men that make these.
Oh, okay. Then I don't know them. I don't even know no channel that does it like that. But let me say this.
Let me ask you a question, right?
Make more appreciation
videos. You talking about me, Carla?
Uplift your women.
Honeyflower, right? Okay. Hold up. You got racist white people out there that this behavior is spilling over into, right? What I try to do is basically when somebody watches this show, right? They'll say, you know something. You know what they say all the time? That's all of them. Right, I see. Look, Honeyflower. I seen comments. Right, they say 1350. Right, they think all of us are committing all this crime or not. You know, is that fair to you? Are you a law-abiding person? Do you do that stuff? Is that fair to you?
It's not all of us. It's black men.
I know that, but I'm saying is, how do we fight that when people think that our women, every black man and black women are out there doing something?
You're mad at these bonquishas that are a product of your freaking music.
I didn't put the music out there.
To blame women. Look at yourself in the mirror.
That's funny,
I didn't look. Honeyflower. Mayflower, do I put out 360 records? Am I
Your women are just following the blueprint of what you freaking created.
I didn't create this.
What they got to do with Carla?
I didn't create this.
What did I got? What the hell they got to do?
About your women and bashing them is not.
What the hell they got to do, man?
It's just futile because
Carla, I'm tired of you bashing Sexy Red too. She's an entrepreneur. She makes her own money.
I'm gonna keep bashing her. You know?
Kwame, get out of here, man. Come on, Kwame.
But do you see where's bashing getting? It's doing nothing. Be freaking men. Be
but Carla bashes, Humble Smart bashes the men too. That's why I don't know.
Steve, you getting the point? They only see it one way, and that's why. And when you hear that, that's why you understand why they want to be simple. It's just as simple as this. And what I said, because Fritchie was on the show when I said this. That hey, listen, nobody interrupted you when you was talking. Act like you got some time manners.
Hustle Smart, then Kwame, then Honey Flower.
We was on the show talking, and then I was saying that okay, when I break up with a woman, I break up with her. I don't have no connection to her. Do you get what I'm saying? And they was went on this. Good Lord, can you act like you was potty trained or something?
You're not gonna get no place if everybody keeps talking. Honey Flower.
He creates.
It's okay. It don't matter. I'm talking. And the funny part is. I ain't even talking to you. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, you unhinged. You unhinged. But you know what I'm saying? I'm married, baby. You know what I'm saying? And I marry chicks. But let me say this. But when I break up with a chick, I break up with her. I have no emotional connection to it at all. You get what I'm saying? And that's like some type of way, like you supposed to be, oh, that's mine. And that's that weird American way. Me and Carla were having this conversation too that we do in America. And we get this from white people. It's a slave mentality. I mean, you act like a rabid dog sometimes. That's why I understand. That's why I understand when they go off on you. Because you act like you don't ate some bad raccoon or something. You can't help yourself. But the thing about it is that, you know, we have this weird thing, this possessive thing with each other. That's mine. This is. And if that person go, I can't have you. Nobody else will. You know what, Colin? I remember you talk about the Cosby Show all the time. And I was watching the episode when Bill Cosby said that. He was like, you my child, I brought you in this world, I'll take you out. I thought that was the dumbest comment ever made.
Theo. That's funny.
When he told that to Theo, I bring both of my kids in here. My daughter's in the other room, sleep, living off the house. I know you ain't potty. I know you ain't house trained, shorty. But you can stop talking for a second. I understand that's your issue, and that's why you come up here and try to. That's why nobody pays any attention to you. Because if anybody pays any attention to you, you would do it on your own. Nobody pays attention to you. They give you a pass. They give you a pass because you like a retarded child that throws something against the wall.
All right, everybody. Okay, all right. Okay.
I just want to finish. I just have 1 minute to finish what I was saying.
I'm gonna go back to the stopwatch. Okay, I'm gonna time everybody. For now, I thought I would have an easy night today.
I mean, when you got civilized people up here, but you know, I mean,
I don't need the time.
Hold on. The last thing I would say, hold on, Steve. The last thing I would say is that I bring both my daughters in the other room, sleep, living house to home.
You got 1 minute. Go ahead.
I got you. It ain't gonna even take me that. It ain't gonna even take me that long.
Let's get more time.
It ain't gonna even take me that long. My daughter's in the other room, sleep. I don't never feel like I had the right to kill my kids. But that's some shit that black people say because we're real like aggressive and want to beat on our kids and shit. You get what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. I'll chastise my kids, and if I do have to whoop them, I'll whoop them. But that's not every time when they do something wrong, I got to threaten to beat them. But this that old thing because I was born in that area where you thought you had to beat them by because back then a lot of black people weren't intellectual and they wasn't smart enough to have those type of conversations. So everything was beat, drag, and a lot of that saying, came from slavery and what their grandmama did and all that, going to pick switches, beating them with racetrack, hitting them with irons and stuff like that. That never made sense to me. You get what I'm saying? Because I got a good talk game. I can talk to my kids and guide them. You know what I'm saying? And tell them that, hey, if this don't happen, you ain't gonna get this, and just don't go back off my word. And that guided them more than anything.
Right, yeah, that's time.
Appreciate it, bro.
Kwame, you got 2 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Kala. I never hear you talk about like the Dr. Ma'az, the Queen of Fools, the Frances Cress Wilson, or even like a Kavon Ward who is in California.
Well, those are for women. Right?
Hold on, Kala. Hold on. You never speak about these women, even Kavon Ward that I just mentioned.
Talk about Dr. Sherazade Ali all the time. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Kala. Let me just lay my plan.
I got who I want to talk to. You made an assertion. I'm going to stop your time. You made an assertion, right? I do quote Dr. Sherazade Ali all the time.
So what about
that? Because hold up, Dr. Bayat and all those other people I read briefly. Frances Cress Wilson, I read her things like that. But the person I choose to quote mostly when it comes to gender is what you call it, Dr. Sherazade Ali.
You did it to me.
Right, but yet I always hear you bring up, the sexy reds and these other women.
Let me ask you a question, Kwame.
Hold on, let me lay my plan, Colin.
Okay, go ahead. You'll be in time. Your time is going good.
Yeah, you never highlight, some of these amazing, powerful black women in America, but yet you want to highlight the sexy reds, the city girls, and all these other degenerate women in the black community. But yeah, there's some amazing women like Kavon Ward. She's helping black families get their land back in California through the Supreme Court and other municipal systems. But I never hear you highlight them.
Because he don't have to highlight them. What I'm saying, why do you think that everybody know who Sexy Red is instead of the women that you're talking about? It ain't like take Carla out of it, Kwame. Because I'm not even taking up for Kwame. This is what the problem that I have in the black community.
But what about Thames? What about Thames and Lauryn Hill?
Thames ain't that Black American women don't even fuck with her. You get what I'm saying? They don't like her.
She's a Grammy Award winner.
They don't like that's some old black women. Black women do not like her. I ain't never heard a black woman talking about listening to Tim's or whatever. You get what I'm saying? And my daughter, hold on for a second. Of course I don't know black women. Mama, it's anecdotal. See, if you had some common sense and you weren't raised up on a farm somewhere, you would know it's anecdotal. My daughter right here go to college. You know what I'm saying? Even we was having this conversation about Afro beats, and I asked her about Tim's and her group of friends. Now one of them knew who she was. You get what I'm saying?
It's like Hustle Smart. Are you saying a Grammy Award winning artists is like Thames and Lauryn Hill?
All black Americans don't listen to Afro beats.
Don't listen to that. What are you saying?
But Steve, these are platinum artists.
We understand, but not all black American women listen to Afro beats.
But Thames is big in America. You're not going to tell me
Thames. Who is that? The guy that's real popular that be winning all the Grammy? The Weeknd. A lot of black people don't listen to that shit.
Nah, a lot of black people listen to Weeknd. Come on, man.
Oh my God, bro.
Come on, man. Stop making me.
Weeknd, come on.
No, bro.
If you're gonna say WizKid, if you can say WizKid,
I stay in the South, bro. Nobody rides around playing Afro beats of the Weeknd.
So you don't hear Gunna,
never.
You don't hear Gunna in Burna Boy song.
Yeah, you're moving the goalposts. We talking about a specific person, but Burna Boy is number one. Tim's is just an R&B chick. I've heard her sing before, but she ain't all of that. Burna Boy got real talent. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't even put them two in the same category. Do you get what I'm saying? See, what you don't remember, and this is why I understand why Carla always go back into the 80s or 90s. When you had the R&B singers in the 80s and 90s and the 2000s, they was on the same level as the men. They were selling just as many records as the men. The R&B male groups and the SWVs and all of them, the Escape and all that, they were selling just as many. It was not a marketing plow. You get what I'm saying? Like they was really putting in the work. It is no comparison. You get what I'm saying? It's no comparison to Burna Boy and Tim's or Burna Boy and T.Y. Savage. You get what I'm saying? I listen to one or two of their songs, but I can listen to a whole Burna Boy album. I can listen to a whole Wizkid album. I couldn't listen to a whole album of Tangia. She's singing that one melodic tone. The whole guy, she has no range. And that's just me being honest. She has no range. She sounds like she's sitting on the toilet taking the shit, and then they put a mic in front of her and they just said sing. And she got that one note that she hit. It goes a little up and a little down. But back to the point though, Kwame, why are the city girls, goddamn Pluto, Sexy Red, Audi? I know. What's that one?
Blue something.
My daughter was just taking a shower and throwing that ass in a. She talking about throwing that ass in a circle, playing the song while she taking a shower. So what it's saying is a lot of them listen to it and they getting you know, they just get into their system. But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that why do you know more about them, Kwame, than those ladies that you was talking about in the black community? Answer that question.
Kwame, that's acquiring minds want to know, man. I never heard of none of this you talk about. Never heard of none of these people.
Wait, Hustle Smart, let me answer your question in a second. But Kyla, why you don't do a show highlighting these impactful, powerful black women?
If you and Honey Flower want to do a show, say, Kyla, man, we're gonna do a show about.
Kyla, don't let him off that easy, bro. Don't let Kwame off that easy. Come back, Kwame. Since all these black women are so powerful, you got all these black women. Look at Shade Room. Shade Room is 80% women and 10% gay. All those apps are geared towards women. So you tell me, Kyla, to answer the question, Kwame, why is all those women you talk about, all these powerful black women that nobody don't know, and all the ratchet hood booger gutter up in the twerk monkeys is number one and got 14, 17, 20 million. You had goddamn the city girl, Young Miami, talking about she like to get peed on, like to get pissed in her face.
That's the women that you pay attention to, anyways. Can I speak, Kyla?
So why? Go ahead, answer the question, Kwame.
Hold on, Kwame. Okay. You Kwame, you will reserve you have 1 minute. You want to reserve for some of my time. Let Honey Flower talk right. I'll come back to you and give you.
Don't let him dump that question, Kyla. Don't let him dump that question.
I want to cook Kwame.
No, I can answer that question. Actually.
Okay, we're going to cook Kwame. Go after you go. Go ahead, Honey Flower.
Okay, so we have a group of men that are living in a white patriarchy, right? And obviously, these men, African American men, have been through a lot of oppression. The African American people in general have been through a lot. Now, these men create a rap genre. At first, this rap genre was meant to uplift their people. Then it started turning into something that ended up being destructive as it got incorporated with drugs and violence. This same music is not even controlled by them. The music that is poisoning their men, that's causing the crimes, that's causing the killings, that's causing all of the destruction in their community, is also affecting their women. But these men, instead of saying, oh, maybe we should probably outlaw this music.
Now, how are we going to outlaw the music? Don't you think as a college
let me finish.
Honey Flower, I like how, back in the day we say no shit Sherlock, this is obvious. We've been saying the same thing you said.
Kyle, let her finish. She on the time, right?
No, let me finish. Now this
music, my God.
Hold on. This music, we acknowledge it has created Tyrone. We acknowledge it. We acknowledge it has created Bonquisha, right? These two individuals that were created by your own hands, by your own doing.
We didn't create them. We're not. Hold on. I'm not done. He wants about
I'm not done. Instead of taking accountability,
why am I taking accountability?
Women are led by men.
Go ahead, Honey Flower.
Women are led by men. They see Tyrone, they see a popular subculture, they identify with it. That culture tells them how to dress. That culture tells them how to think.
That's the problem. You answer the question.
It socializes them. Therefore,
and that's what I'm reacting to on this show. Like, honey, let me say this before you finish. Right? You know, you got time,
because
right?
you keep
Hold on, you got time. Hold on, you got time. I'm gonna let you finish, right? Look,
hold on. I want to finish, Kala. Hold on. So you have a degenerate culture that has created a Bonquisha and a Tyrone, right? So here's the problem. A lot of black men, they get online, they talk about their women. Anyone with common sense and reasoning knows that women need to be led, or women need to have a masculine figure in their lives, right? Talking about them over and over and over again without doing the proper actions to quote unquote correct them. I guess talking on a freaking mic is what you guys call correcting. You guys don't do shit to correct.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough. That's a fair assessment, right?
Right.
I'm not gonna take that from you, right? But let me say this. Let me say this, right? I began this journey January.
I want to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm an immigrant to this country. I lived in the projects. I've lived in now I live in a decent community of different races. I have met so many black women, ghetto ones, non-ghetto ones, to the point I know how to distinguish. And I know I have met intelligent black women that are nice, decent women, right? And it's true. Yeah, they don't get the attention or whatever. They don't get the attention because you don't even freaking own your image. You don't own your media. You don't own your industry.
We've been saying that for years.
You let other races of men pimp out your women, destroy.
Boy, this is some Captain Obvious type shit, bro. We already know all this. We already know all this. Did you let me finish when I was talking? So you see how that? You see when it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Hey, hustle.
I'm not gonna interrupt. I'm not gonna interrupt it no more, Kyle. But I'm just telling her that's how it is. It's amazing how you want to interrupt everybody, but you want everybody to let you stop talking, and that is manipulating. But I'll let you go ahead and talk.
You get on the internet and you join other races and tarnishing your woman's image and their name. In fact, that's why we have the swirling movement. You think black women want to freaking date white men? Are you freaking serious? They have to be forced to date white men because they did that. The only reason they did that was to counteract your red pill and your red pill and your interracial stupid ass content that you're posting.
Hey, Carla, black women just started dating white men when red pill came out 5 years ago. I didn't know that, man. No, I must have been
Honey, you done?
You black men, you get up and you talk, and when somebody counteracts, I seen everything. I know what the hell is going on. I'm not stupid.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You ain't even live long enough to know how it goes in the black community. You talking about what you know, and that's fine.
Smart. Okay, I deserve some time. Let me say, funny thought. Next month will make 20 years that I've been on social media. 20 years, 2006, right? It was January 2006. I remember it was end of January 2006. I just got my what's that refund? That was still when I was still getting refunds from the government, right? I bought a brand new computer called an E-Machine. I don't think they make it anymore, right? E-Machine, right? I opened my box, put my computer together when I heard about this thing called blogs and social media, right? So I got on there and I said, you know something, and let me tell you my story, right? I was working at a nightclub, right? That was like the darkest moment of my life because I had a few years earlier, I got stabbed in a restaurant, almost died, right? And it made me bitter and angry. It set me to this. I think about what I was.
Hey, Kyler, when I'm gonna get my 1 minute back, man.
Hold on, you'll get it in a second, right?
You want to answer the question? You want your minute back?
Man, I gotta get some time. I gotta be a host once in a while. You know, it's hard, but anyway, I basically was down in the gutter, man. Drugs, partying, drinking every night, running with women and whatnot.
What drugs you was on, Carla B? Specific, tell on too, man.
But the white boys got me doing the mushrooms, shrooms. I tried shrooms and whatnot, but I was out there. I was fucking partying.
What you was drinking? What you was drinking though?
I was drinking Thug Passion. Remember that?
Thug Passion?
Hennessy and what was it?
Hey,
Hennessy,
Steve, if you don't know,
Hypnotic,
the equivalent of Mad Dog 2020.
Hypnotic.
I'll tell you something. I haven't had Hennessy. Hennessy's a ghetto ass fucking. I would not go ahead. But Monty gave me so much shit in Liberia, man. I almost freaking threw up, man.
Yeah, it's an uppity E and J. Hennessy ain't nothing but an uppity E and J.
Himself in Liberia. So anyway, I was doing Henny, Thug Passion, smoking blunts, everything. I was like this. And then get this, right? In the height of my darkness, right? Something said, a calling said, have you forgot about who the Collar Nation? Something I created years ago when I was a young guy, right? This dream of uniting black people, black men and black women and whatnot. I sort of left it because after I got attacked in IHOP, I said, fuck black people. I really did, right? So I got, I said, well, this is going to be my last chance. I said, maybe I can reach people. So I saw the community right now. Everybody was a Big Willie, Hustle at the time, Big Malona. Remember those days? Everybody was a Mac,
yes, sir.
Like that, right? So I'm the lone voice and trying to revert my people. Now everybody's conscious, right? Black Turks came out. I was the only one talking this, right? And so therefore I got on the line, right? And I joined my first social network, right? I learned how to do it. I posted, I said, well, I guess this is what's called blogging. So I did a post, right? About hip hop, the culture of the damned, right? I wrote hip hop, the culture of the damned, right? And I woke up in the morning, right? And it was like 30 responses, right? And I said, wait a minute. I'm communicating with people. Now it's nothing, right? You know, I'm communicating with people. I see things from California, Illinois. I said, I'm communicating with the world. I don't believe it, right? So that's what I said. Now I'm going to become the College Genesis. All I want to do. So it's been 20 years next month. I got on social media as a College Genesis. You know, when I first got on social media, right? I said, I was up against a fight, right? I was attacking the music industry and stuff like that. And I had a lot of people coming. We had Ruckus Records was out, right? Ruckus don't exist no more.
Yeah, it don't even exist. It got swallowed up. Pause.
Yeah, so I told Ruckus Records, I said, you guys got to make a decision. You know, are you going to go down to Degeneracy? And they're going to talk Collar, man. It's about the money. You know, the people that basically put the records out, they don't want to hear nothing but degeneracy, weed, bitches, blunts, and murder and stuff like that. You know, I had a bunch of dudes that were good talent and whatnot, but they said, man, you know, nobody's going to sell this, man. I got to make money. I said, that's where we're at right now. You know what I'm saying? That's where we're at now. That only talents they want is the degeneracy in our community and whatnot. So I began fighting and we started building and whatnot, saying, look, man, I said, only a Collar Nation is going to survive, right? And I started bringing in my culture, you know, my African history, my Black American history, right? I started telling the stories of our people and stuff like that. And I started getting a following. And everybody started saying, who's this Collar Nation guy? Who's this Collar Genesis guy, right? And I met a good rapper named NY Oil. You know, he used to be in the UMCs. We changed it to NY Oil. That was my brother right there. I mean, he's still around, you know. And basically, me and him gave good friends. A bunch of people came to my aid and whatnot, started joining me and whatnot, saying, yeah, we need a cultural revolution. So I've been fighting this culture battle for years. But the thing is, you know something? I thought in 2006, by like 2016, this was all fizzled out. I said, you know, the club years are going to die out. I said the Alizé, the Hennessy, whatnot. People get tired of that. I had no idea. Then I realized, up until recently, that it's bigger than just the trends and you can steer some people. There's major people that are putting stuff out there for the destruction of Black people. It's bigger than you and I, us sitting around talking about what we're going to do. There's
no, it's not, Collar. No, it's not, Collar.
Oh, okay. Then who's
nobody? This is where I gotta agree with Hustle Smart. Nobody's forcing women to do OnlyFans.
I'm not talking about that.
Nobody's forcing women to go strip in a strip club.
Hold on. You're missing my point. You're missing my point.
Nobody's telling you.
Hold up. Yeah, but hold up. You're missing my point, Quan. Let me finish, right? I'm gonna give you a minute, right? What I'm saying is, yes, I understand that, but I said what I'm not gonna do is I'm not gonna give it a sanctuary, a safe haven. The problem with Black America, Hustle Smart will tell you, right? He could not operate in the street unless he had a sanctuary, a safe haven, right? And so I said, I'm going to create a hostile space for this stuff, right? That's what I do right here. All the nonsense that we see out here, if somebody is doing that stuff and they come to here and they listen to this, they listen to me, they're gonna get
talking on the internet isn't changing anything. Your women need husbands, they need protectors, they
right,
need providers.
But if they
need
if
you
they
to
think
ban
that
this
it's okay
stop
to be
making rap
40 years
music,
old and running the streets, but
uplift
nobody
them.
tells them.
These African American women are going through the worst thing any woman, like any race of women, can go through. Their own men. Yes, their own men get online, bash them. They create music against them. They
there's a lot of black
them,
women who do the same thing to black men.
Are you serious?
Colin, when I'm gonna get my 1 minute, man?
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me say this: black women are doing the same thing.
No, but I like Latinas. I like snow bunnies.
Oh my God!
I don't see. Have you ever heard me say
Man,
that?
she just rambling, bro. She just rambling like a cicada, bro. She remind me of one of them bugs in the summertime just flying in your face.
Let me give Kwame his minute back. I know he wants to take a jab.
That's how you guys talk.
Hey, Kwame, don't you
like
go
that.
Hey, Colin, give Kwame a minute. Give him a minute and 30 seconds because he got to answer that question. He gonna try to duck it with some Ross shit.
Hold on. You have African
men. Hey, Shawty, goddamn, calm yourself down, man.
African
Kwame talk, man. Let her go out to Kwame. Let her go out to Kwame.
Hold
on.
That means he's telling us like what we already don't know. We wish we could tear that shit down.
Look, Kwame got a minute and 30 seconds.
There you go. Kwame, answer the question for her, bro.
Now,
don't be laughing, man. Don't be laughing, bro. This is serious. This is a serious question,
man. Now, I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't really got an answer for what Hustle Smart, because I'm not gonna lie. Nobody's forcing these black women to do OnlyFans. Nobody's putting a gun to their head to go to Magic City or boot. Oh, hold on. Let me.
That's all he think about is sex.
She ain't want nobody to interrupt that. She ain't want nobody to interrupt what you were talking about.
I don't
pause it. Y'all keep interrupting Kwame. He's gonna keep having more time.
Talk about sex all the time because he probably buys only.
God damn, what is wrong with you?
Hold on, wait. Just let him finish. And you can get your time. You can get your time after he finishes.
All right. Yeah. Go ahead, Kwame.
Let me lay my plan, because every time I speak, I get interrupted.
For real.
Let me reiterate what I said. Now, Hustle Smart, I don't really got an answer for that, because you are right. If this was popularized, obviously this is what the women are gravitating to. And like I said, nobody's putting a gun to no black woman head to do OnlyFans. Nobody putting a gun to their head to go strip at Magic City or Booby Trap or Starless in New York. Or nobody's forcing, from what I know, nobody's forcing black women to be 304s and sell their box. But we gotta also look on the other side. We also gotta highlight the women that I spoke about: the Lauryn Hills, the Thames, the Dr. Mayatts, the Kavon Wards of the world, and these powerful black women. We can't just, as black men, we gotta take more accountability. Like Kyle,
what about when I play the top 20 black businesses?
Kyle, I got to be real, man. You gave him a minute and 30 seconds. You didn't even let him finish, bro.
He got a minute and 30 seconds. Good. But I would give him.
But Kyle, I hear you always speak about. I always hear you speak about the sexy rap.
Hold up.
God damn, can you give her a muzzle, bro? Can you give her a muzzle, please?
Let him get his time.
All right, you got 10 seconds, Kwame.
I only got 10 seconds.
You gotta give him 20 more seconds. You gotta give him at least 30 more seconds.
All right.
Let him talk.
Kwame, you got 35 seconds.
All right. But Kyla, I gotta be fair though. I always hear you talk about the sexy reds, the city girls, and play TikTok videos of a black woman running out on bills. But I never see you, post the black woman that
you
doing.
Can go in the back chat and give me some videos to play.
Yeah, Kyla. I mean, I will, but I'm challenging you to do a show on powerful black women and what they're doing in the black community as far as entrepreneurship, in different things in the community or education, scientific advancements.
I'm a fair man. I'll consider it.
Yeah, you can't just play the sexy reds and the ghetto black woman in the hood fighting, because I always see you post.
That's what gets their dick hard. That type of women.
Hold on. Let me lay my plan. But I gotta.
You're over your time, but go ahead.
Yeah, how I'm over my time and everybody
God damn, we giving you more time.
Yeah, but I gotta, like I said,
man.
I can't really rebut Hustle Smarter than that. I wish I could, but he got a point. Like if we go, we can't just blame it on and to you too, Kyla, we can't just say it's some higher ups that's funding all this stuff. This is what women are gravitate to, the Sexy Red.
Who's paying Sexy Red? Who's giving a $1 million contract?
But that's what Kwame's saying. That's what Kwame's saying. But my point is that why all these beautiful black queens ain't boosting these women up, Kwame? That's the next question. Why women all these? It's let me ask you a question real quick, Kwame. Is it more women podcasters or men podcasters in the black community?
More women.
I say it's even.
No, it's not even, bro.
It's way more women, bro.
It's way more women. It is like 60 to 40. So why?
But I would say this to what you said though, Hustle Smart. It's not the men that's playing the Sexy Red. It's not the men that's playing City Girls. I would say that.
It's the women.
Yeah, so the women also got to take accountability. You can't say, "Oh, men are promoting degeneracy." When I go to the club, I hear Sexy Red come on. All the women is, you know what I'm saying? They popping it to Sexy Red. They not popping it to Tim's or Lauryn Hill or, you know, doing a two-step. They, you know what I'm saying? They want to drive the boat. They want Don Julio pour down their throat. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta look on it at both.
Who's that one chick that's really crazy?
I
forgot her name. She's like really crazy and she's crashing out. I forgot her name. You know, she's all over the place.
Kyla,
I was like,
Kyle, give Honey Flower a minute.
Here's the thing. I don't support feminine. I don't support OnlyFans. I don't support pornography. I don't support none of that stuff. That's against my beliefs. But one thing I know about supply and demand go hand in hand. And
I'm not demanding that shit.
So Honey Fly, you don't listen to Sexy Red.
Hold on, let her finish.
Rap. I don't listen to rap. But here's the thing. These sex industries, we know who runs it, Caucasian, white males. They run it, they create it. And a lot of your women that do these things, or black women or whatever, a lot of them that do this are mentally ill. I don't support it. They may not support it. I'm against it. But the thing is,
that's a good sign.
So what do you mean that's a good sign? See, this is how you
I'm saying I don't mean to offend you, but you know, I thought you were gonna say, I thought you were gonna say something else, but thank you, Honey Flower. I appreciate it.
Why would you think okay, this is the thing. This is how I know you have black and white thinking when it comes to women. Because just because I defend women, that doesn't mean that I defend all the things that women do. I can't
That's good.
I differentiate. What I don't like, and the whole reason why I came up here, my name was mentioned, and secondly, is the generalizations, and thirdly, women who are wayward and backwards 9 times out of 10 don't have a father in the home, come from a broken, toxic, dysfunctional family. What woman with self-respect will twerk? What woman that has?
I called you Honey Flower. That's why you came up here. I called your name.
Wait, who are you?
That's Bantu Mandinka.
I'm saying her name.
Player.
Hold on, I was hoping Adamas get up here because I was hoping, man, I would love to officiate.
Wait, Honey Flower, did you say you have a roster?
I like Honey Flower voice.
I want to get Honey Flower all the way to Adamas.
Wait, Kyla, let me ask Honey Flower something. Didn't you get on Kyla channel and say you got a roster? Is that promoting?
I didn't say roster.
I ain't never heard
her
say that.
No, you did say that, Honey Flower, because I was trying to get on your team. And I was like, look, you let me on your team and shit.
I didn't think it was
okay. You said you had a rotation.
Yeah,
Are you? Is that not promoting the degeneracy in black culture?
She was using the wrong term.
Steve, come on.
Rotation.
Huh?
I didn't understand that it was viewed at. Okay, so. Okay.
Can I get in the rotation?
Hold the fuck up.
That's all I want to know.
Hold the fuck up.
Okay, we've been through all that. Hold on, we've been through that.
We already talked about that.
We already put that.
Carla, that is a female, that's a female for you right there. Goddamn.
Oh, you got caught, honey flower. You got caught out there.
No respect. We already been through that. Listen, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Even though honey flower is probably mad at me right now, I still protect.
Nah, she did that to herself, bro. She did that to herself.
I don't care. Whatever.
It's all good. I mean, listen, that's what I do. I like to let people just talk and they expose themselves. You just expose yourself. You're a walking contradiction, and you just did it to yourself. So, I mean, it ain't nothing for me to say after you do that. But you know what, though? But one thing about Kwame, what Kwame was saying, and the reason why he can't answer the question, that's why I wouldn't let him put it on Collar, because it ain't Collar's job to save the black community. It's at some point you got to take the black community in a different direction. They got it's a whole apparatus that's bringing the black community down, just like you said, Kwame. You got it coming from the state, you got it coming from the government, you got it from the record industry. Goddamn, Collar can't beat all them. These are multi-billion-dollar corporations. So the only thing he can do is do his trajectory to separate from the hood booger gutter monkey shit, and that go for men and women. I'll differentiate today. You get what I'm saying? That's what it is. You got to separate because the number one lie that was told on this show, that black women goddamn are some type of way being oppressed. Black women are coddled in America. You can't say nothing to a black woman on the job. You get what I'm saying? Black women can go anywhere, act some way. You know what, Collar, that one thing I give black women credit for, but nobody used the race card better than black women. Nobody uses the black card better than white women. Better than black women. So therefore they get everything. The only thing that bad has happened, that when Trump came in, all those federal jobs
I was just gonna say that.
Hold on, just let me start the pot just a little bit more, bro, on this one. And they wonder why black men didn't come out and was angry about that, because black men been living in the cut. Listen to black women say that you got to make 100,000. You got to be hustle smart. You got to be 6'3", make 150,000 a year, which I make more than that. And then on top of that, these chicks can be looking like SpongeBob auntie with 6 kids by 12 baby daddies, jumping in trash cans, looking for weed, standing outside with buddies on getting their ass whooped at nail salon, but then tell you to come out there and protect them. They'll go on the date.
I was smart. You forgot the S class. You forgot the Benz S class too.
Go ahead, man. I
think you forgot the S class.
Bad. I digress.
Off the panel.
You forgot the Cuban link in the presidential Rolex too.
I would get to it, bro, but I just felt like the pot I had already turned the macaroni. So you know what I'm saying?
Hold on. All right, everybody, one time.
My last statement.
I got honey flower, and then I got
honey flower. Don't leave me.
Cut it out, bro. Cut it out. Really.
All right.
Cut it out.
Don't kick me off tonight. I'm gonna be all right.
So, Kala, I'm done. I don't care anymore. All black women are bad. They're trash. They're evil.
Nobody said that.
That's not what we said.
Nobody said that.
That's that defeatist talk, man.
Come on, honey flower. That's not fair.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm not gonna try to see things in a balanced view. I'm not gonna try to talk about the historical reasons, the music, the culture, the feminism, whatever that caused the situation that it is.
Honey flower, can I ask you a question?
No, because you keep bringing up this rotation thing.
I'm not even talking about. I'm not even going to talk about.
Don't get mad because he put you on the spot and you can't.
No, I just wanted to ask you, what about the Arab woman that's flying out to Dubai and doing potty princess treatments?
You know that white women do the most porn. You know that these other races do the most fucking nastiest shit.
Well,
But
this is
Yeah,
a
but
dope show, right,
they got their
Colin?
fathers in
because you're
their
in their
lives. They got their
patriarchy,
families in their
you
lives. So
can't talk about the white woman, or you can't talk about other races because you're in their patriarchy. So all you have is to talk shit about your women.
no, I'm saying because you blame the downfall on a black community on the lack of fathers, the lack
Yeah,
of.
it is because
Would you agree? Would you agree that Arab women have their fathers in their lives, especially the ones that's coming out of, like Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Morocco, and in those places?
not known by everybody that all Arab women do this. It's not all Arab women. Arab men don't make podcasts that say our women go and get shitted on for money. Black men will go on the internet and
they don't have to say it. It's being done. See, that's that weird thing that kills me. That they think
Obviously, it's
somebody don't
part of
say
their
it.
goddamn culture. I mean, that's just obvious.
Like Carla, please help me understand why we know it's happening, but because somebody don't say it, that doesn't mean it ain't happening. We know it's happening. Why does it matter if the Arabs said like these? They put it on the internet. Carla, the crazy thing is the only way we know that these women are getting shitted on because they're recording it. They're going back with the Birkin bag saying what happened to them.
One at a time.
I seen that shit hustle. I was like,
No,
oh my god.
I asked the honey flower. Finish what you're saying.
I ain't say nothing to honey flower. I was talking.
No,
to
but you're
Hustle.
talking. We can only have one person talk at a time. Okay, all right. I'm gonna give everybody a honey flower.
I'm God.
Let me stop my stopwatch.
Give her 2 minutes because I kept interrupting. Give her like 2 minutes.
Everybody, please don't interrupt. Honey flower, 2 minutes. Honey flower, go ahead.
Woman.
No sounds.
I forgot her name, but she literally made a petition to ban hip hop or whatever against Black women, and a whole bunch of people told her no, we don't want to ban it, we like this music. So right now, like Malcolm X or whoever said this, the chicken coming home to roost. Like I said, all of this nonsense that's going on was created by a culture that was uplifted, that money was pushed back, and freaking people uplifted this culture. And now instead of fixing and say, okay, as men, let's go and marry our women, let's not make them baby mamas, let's be in the home, let's raise our sons to hate hip-hop music, let's raise our sons to be doctors, to be lawyers, not aspire to degeneracy. Instead of doing that, what Black men did is join white men in a fucking gender war, which is a homosexual movement. And they got on the internet and they start bashing their women and telling the whole world. You know how many things I learned about the Black community, about I used to see things like, oh, Black women coochie stank, Black women can't cook. Oh man, Black women, they're the worst stewardess of children. The worst stewardess of children. I heard that. Oh, these fee-fails. These are failures of women. They created all of these names and laughing at Black women and bashing them and shit like that. And then all of a sudden, because we got a whole inflation, because white man created OnlyFans and all these nasty things, all of a sudden is, man, these women, man, these women, man, these women. You notice when a white man get on the internet, he never says the white woman is a hoe. The white woman does porn. The white woman destroyed the country. The white woman created feminism. What they say is modern women. Women.
Even Samuel said modern women.
Never single out their women. No racist singles out
Flower.
Come on, honey flower. You capping on
She capping Christ capping, bro.
I was just trying to see how long y'all was gonna let her go. God.
Yeah, that's what they do, bro. They placate, man.
Hold on, Tyler, can I go?
Okay, so who's up next?
I want to finish.
Yeah, that was come back.
Hey, she can have my time. Let her go. She can have
why
my
they
time.
don't get on here and they don't say why women.
Okay, honey flower, you got one more
why
minute.
They don't say that. You know why Black men get on the internet and they say Black women, blame them for feminism, blame them for all the shit that the white man, the laws, the divorce laws, all the shit that y'all crying about. The white man is the one signing these laws. the reason why the white man don't come out here and say white women did this is because he wants to continue to be born. He knows
Honey Flower, the white man is blaming
Don't cut it
white
off. Don't cut it.
women
Don't cut
right
it. Don't cut
now
it.
for feminism and all the things you're talking about, and are going over to Asian women.
Hold on.
Come on.
Hold on, but he doesn't go up on the internet and say white woman because he wants to continue to.
Yes, he does. He says white women love BBC and they love black men. That's why they say they're going over to Asian women.
He doesn't want to be born. He
Man, hey, Honey Flower, have you been drinking tonight? Have you been drinking tonight? That's real. That's a real question. That's a real question. Have you been drinking?
Fucking white man destroys the goddamn white woman. Are you serious?
He hates the womb that births him, so he gets on the internet and tells the world, fuck that bitch, fuck who she is, and fuck the day that I was born. What you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go get another race of women, let my community burn into ashes. And I've seen that happen. You know what? That's the definition of an ain't shit group of men. Point blank period. I dropped my mic. I'm out of here. Bye.
Yeah, man. You need to get that alcohol, get that 12 steps. You know, the 12-step program.
Can I say something real quick, man?
Stop. Kyler gonna kill.
All right, what you call it? All right, Steve, you're up.
All right, I only need like 20 seconds. Like that's what, like Kylie said this the other day. Well, somebody said this. They said the internet was one of the worst things that happened to black people, right?
I said that.
Oh, Hustle Smart. All right, because I like none of this stuff. I look at in real life. I don't care. I don't watch red pill content. I don't watch the black men versus black women stuff. You know, on a day-to-day basis, interactions between black men and black women. Well, me myself, speak for myself. I don't have problems with black women in real life. So, I mean, to me, all this stuff just seems like some internet stuff, but that's I rest my case.
It's like an outlet where people could really say what they really think.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's an outlet.
It's really what people really feel.
Oh, I guess so.
Kyler, Honey Flower.
Of course, we know we're not finna run around in real life.
Let me hear what Kwame had to say. Go ahead, Kwame.
Honey Flower lied about every single thing she just said.
And that last spiel, she lied about every single thing.
Let me just address
word
a few
for
things.
word.
Let me just address a few things she said out. I'm kind of mad she ran off after
she was tripping for
me.
sure.
First of all, white men hate white women the most.
Yeah,
you see the thing with black men? I think we just keep it real. We just call it.
What Nick Fuentes says, your body, my choice. Basically, white men are at war with white women because they want them to be their pleasure and their baby maker. That's all.
Kyla, it's a movement right now. White men ditching white women because they feel like white women are infatuated with black men, so they're ditching the white women for Asian women.
They got an acronym for it, Kyla. I can't even think of it right now. They got an acronym for it. The white dude got it.
What?
So white men bash their women more than anybody else in the world. As a matter of fact,
that's true.
They stay punking their women. They don't even. It's black men show more chivalry. And you have more black men as simps than white men. Don't simp for that shit. They don't get out and open the door. They'll come pick up a woman in a pickup truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, black men want to go in the Lambo for a chick in the projects.
Yeah, so I didn't understand nothing. Everything she said.
No, at the end she told the truth. She said, "Yeah, white motherfuckers, they hate their women." Blah blah blah. She told the truth at the end.
But then that means
but that's after she got after I addressed a couple. I had to interrupt and address a couple things. But
yeah, you caught her out there with that rotation shit. I forgot about that.
And you know when she said that? She said that when I was talking to her. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad Kwame did it and not because I was finna do it. You get what I'm saying? But I'm glad Kwame did it and not me, because if I would have did it, it would have been I hate black women. And then what she started doing, she started like Roland Martin. Whatever, nigga.
Mario, my point is, hold on.
Let me say
this. I want to know, like, we've been saying this shit about the music industry for decades. It was saying this is not new, not even hip hop. Black people have been trying to control their image and culture for the longest time, right? And the look, you got literally, like you say, what's going on in Fulton County down there, Hustle Smart.
Yes, sir.
Hugging them. Now, they would not have that unless some white boy, a white man in a record company was bankrolling them. Is that true?
Right? That's true.
So how come those guys aren't being under RICO laws? You know,
because the way that it works is that it's a third party. Like, think about it like this:
but so it doesn't matter.
But you got to think about how the law is, Carl. You got to think about how the law is. If you're a third party, it's the same way like me. Like, I get my load from this Iranian guy, right? Now, even though he's bankrolling it, he's bundling the load, everything. He's doing all the shipment papers. But if I got them bring over 100 keys of cocaine and get caught, he's not gonna get locked up with it because he's a third party. He don't offer me no insurance or anything. You get what I'm saying? I'm just a third party. So that means that he only has liability on the freight on the outside of the freight. He's bundling on the outside.
Who is this simp, Mr. Cat, in your chat room? This guy is come on, man. You be having these squares.
I don't know. I don't know where my moderators are. Moderators supposed to be timing people out, man. You know,
this guy is a square. But let me just address the point which you were talking about as far as hip hop. Kyle, if you look at 100 music videos right now, in hip hop, you would see mostly mixed women from foreign background that's not black, that's doing degenerate stuff in the videos. It's not even black women that's doing.
But they follow it though. Black women follow it though. Yeah, that's all get me.
Yeah. I'm not.
Will not put them in the video, but they're so loyal to dudes like Rick Ross. He will not put a dark skinned black woman in his video or not. But they're the ones. Rick Ross, the boss, and whatnot. You know, he don't give a shit about them. But black women will defend these guys to the death.
Kyle, I'm not this. You know what I mean, discredit what you said. That is 100% fact. Like I said, nobody's putting a gun to nobody's head to do OnlyFans or stripping a strip club. In fact, it's these women that's out there, you know, going for that type of stuff. And nobody's forcing them to do that. And nobody's influencing them to do that. They see the money that other women make doing these things, stripping or OnlyFans, and they want to do it. That nobody's forcing it.
Hold on, Kwame. I promise I'm gonna give it back right back to you. Pause. They were saying that women that sell their bodies are crazy and got mental issues. No, these are regular women that got jobs.
Hey, hustle.
These are not prostitutes that's walking the streets.
Hustle, you said it earlier. They predators just like niggas.
They predators, and nobody want to try to see a black woman as a predator. These women are predators, and that's the same thing I had to tell you, Carla, when you thought that it was you saw the older dudes was talking to the young girls. You thought that it was the old men was the predator. So we had to show you, no, these the young girls. The young girls is putting they Cash App in their bio. They have the feet still having OnlyFans. These are regular girls. These are girls that got dads and everything. These are women that work at
try to play these women like they stupid. They know what the fuck they doing.
These women know what they doing. These ain't no victim. I guarantee you, walk up to one of them and tell them they're a victim. They'll be ready to fight you. That's the shit that you say. And we say as men try to give them cover. They don't want cover. They're telling you straight up. That's why you had on the Ward show that time when you had Sierra that's married with 12 kids out there twerking. And you had all these women up there, black women, the high society women married, sit up there twerking at the BET Awards. Married women twerking in front of other men. And these men sitting there like, go, because they with that liberal sissy boy shit. Man, you know what? She just being hanging with the girls. Man, I wish my goddamn girlfriend, my daughter, don't even look at me. You know what I'm saying? Because she better not embarrass me like that in public. You know what I'm saying?
Hustle Smart. You said a keyword embarrassing. Is anybody embarrassed anymore?
They're not embarrassed. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because if they were embarrassed, they would have shame.
Is gone. Ain't no shame.
There's no shame. So when a person don't have no shame,
I don't know what Honey Flowers talk about. She could talk also like that, but the fact that she don't understand that we want a little bit of shame back in our community. We're the bad guy. You know, we're bashing our women.
It's not that we want shame. We just want, correct. Act like a correct woman.
Yeah, but shame correct.
Kyla, I would go far to say that it's not black men that's influencing these women to do this degenerate behavior.
It is women.
is women, because I'll say most black men, like for instance, you and Hustle Smart, y'all got women that's not even from America. You know why? Because they're more modest. They're not into OnlyFans tactics or putting their Cash App or Zelle payments in their
Stop
bio.
that. No, don't go that
But
far.
this is but listen what I'm saying. If women are gonna blame men for influence this behavior, you know what black women be doing? They'll be dressing like Timbs. They will be more modest. They wouldn't be a sexy red. Cause you know what black men say? We call them sluts and all type of derogatory terms and stuff like that. So why would you want to follow that route versus okay, if I want to be a wife,
because they looking for the bag, man.
They looking for the bag. It's money. These girls out here selling. They got the school teacher in Atlanta. She got them selling feet pics. She doing got an OnlyFans for her feet. She doing that to get school supplies.
Remember I told you the white broad made $53 million on OnlyFans in 1 year.
Ain't no black girl making that much money. I'll tell you that.
So, Kyla, if a woman can make $53 million tax free on OnlyFans, you don't think
they're gonna get taxed? No,
that's what I'm saying. She didn't have to do nothing but put up a camcorder and get a good lighting, and
all she needed was a ring light and an iPhone 16 Pro.
Imagine if you was Honey Flower.
Let me answer that. Right? Look, it used to be a time, right? We used to always say, "Man, that's what white folks do." You know,
yeah.
There used to be a time. They go run naked on the beach. Oh, that's what white folks do. You know,
Colin, don't skip over. Let's talk about the drugs too. We didn't do all these drugs. White dudes start talking to white people, getting white boy wasted. That was a thing in the 2000s.
That is true.
Yeah, motherfuckers wearing mohawks.
They do. We feel like
now it's the women that's taking these perks. It's the women that's doing the mushrooms. It's the women
doing the mollies.
That's doing the mollies and stuff like that.
It is women pulling up in the trap.
It's the women that say, "Yo, Hustle Smart." It's the women that say, "Yo, put a perk in my booty."
Where y'all be at, man?
In Atlanta.
Look, I got like a 1 minute, like a 50-second TikTok video. I'm just gonna play the audio, right?
Man, Colin, man, I love the videos, man. I be in the chat. I know they don't like it.
Like I said,
love the videos, man. I like to learn something.
Some of the videos be good, but
I'm just too lazy. But I'm just gonna.
Sometimes Colin have to go down there and make a sandwich and shit. You know?
Yeah, you just put a video on.
Hey, Colin.
Go visit some popcorn.
This video is talking about. It says foreign blacks own blogs like the Shade Room only. And most black people are most black people degenerate stuff. So he's saying foreign blacks are behind this. So listen what this guy has to say. This is about shade.
Kyle, I'm tired of people putting blame on foreigners, bro.
Yeah, but let's see what they have to do. Let's hear them out. I know, because you're a foreigner. I get it.
You gotta take one for his crew.
Hey, Kwame. Okay, let's see what these guys got to say. Let's see what they say. Hold up, I gotta turn the volume up. Shit.
If you ever look at the Shade Room, they never post about the downside or the negative side or the degenerate side of African culture. You never see Africans on the Shade Room getting posted down bad. You never see Africans being posted fucked up, homeless, hungry. You never see that. Just really go back and think of, if you look at every single post on the Shade Room, you never see them showing African people, not Black American people, not African American people, quote unquote, but you never see them showing African people from Africa, Nigerians, Sudanese, Ethiopians, Eritreans, any of these people, Somalians. You never see any of their people from the continent of Africa.
You really trying to stir the pot, huh, Colin?
We are African.
You know you got the right one.
You never see African people from the continent of Africa in a degenerate type of way on the Shade Room. You never see it. Anybody who challenges me, go back and pull it up. Show me where on the shade room they're mocking Africans. They're mocking the drama between Africans. Whose baby daddy got this? Who fucked on this person? Who cheated on this person? Who crashed out on this person? They never show that from their continent. They never show it. The only other shade room was Nigerian. They never show that. It's always Black American people doing the most degenerate, crashed out, bullshit.
Well, listen.
This man cheating on this man. This woman on cheating on
They
this.
show what's going on in Nigeria. Shit, that shit wouldn't even be allowed on TV.
Now, Kyla, I don't agree with that.
Everybody puts our degeneracy out there.
Kyla, drop the link.
Kyla, I don't agree with Don Migo, but he's actually right. The shade room do put African people that do degenerate stuff. For instance, the dude that married
shade room. So.
What's the dude that married Portia? The African dude that lost his house. Simon. They always clown Simon on the shade room. They always clown Simon.
Yeah, but hold on though. If you want to do the ratio for them to be on it, for there to be immigrants on it, it's 98% Black degeneracy, and they'll sneak
they
in.
Just clowning him because they know him and shit. Bro.
Yeah, but but he still, they clown him just for getting played. They don't make him look like a degenerate. Even when they show him in Africa at a nice restaurant or in a nice hotel. They still show him looking good. You know what I'm saying? At a business, they just clown him.
That's not degenerate.
Smart.
Kyla, hold on, guys. Kyla, drop the link.
Yes,
but it's still
I just seen them post on the shade room about Burna Boy when he threw out the fan at his concert, and they was they was clowning him about that.
Yeah,
they also was clowning him about one of his shows not being sold out. So I don't think it's a Nigerian.
It's a difference between one. It's a difference between one. The shade room updates about every 15 minutes or every 45 minutes. And what I'm saying is that in a day,
Boy getting no tickets.
I got you, but what I'm saying, you're cherry picking on that, because if you go back the other 7 days and they posting every 45 minutes, that's about 20. They stopped doing it about 2 or 3 in the morning. They put up at least 20 posts a day. So that's 140. This on the low side, 140 a week. It might be 2 about Africans. The other 138 is Black Americans. That is true.
But let's keep it real.
So let's just say it's safe to say they bashing Black
Americans. Hold on now. Let me be fair. They feeding the beast. Because there's mostly Black Americans in it now. They feeding because Black people, we like drama. You get what I'm saying? And sometimes
there's a lot of white people who listen too.
It's a lot of white people in there too. So hold on for a second, y'all. They do by advertising too. So you have a lot of one thing that I give white people credit for. They'll support something just to get it done. You get what I'm saying? I was talking to this white guy when they was at Chick-fil-A. He was like, "Well, I don't really want to." Y'all really want no Chick-fil-A. We just going by here today to get some. I'm just going by here today to get a milkshake. You see what I'm saying? White people will support something because it fits the narrative of a collective. Black people, we got this moral thing that we'll morally believe in something bad or good. You get what I'm saying? Like the same way we was talking about the Dylan Roof going down there killing those people at the church. You get what I'm saying? Soon as that happened, Black people want to get out there and be like, you know what? On this day, we want to pay attention to the Bible 100%. We want to talk about love and love and happiness. But we don't give that same grace to each other. We don't get in no prayer circle when it comes to each other. I hate you. I hate you. I don't never want to see you, but I never see me. And if I see you, it's up. But when the white boy went down there and killed them, everybody started talking about let's pray. Let's get in the prayer circle. Let's hug everybody.
I'm just smart. I say this, right? Because I see Shade Room, they'll post Jamaican culture, like look at the degenerate stuff, a nigga flying off a fucking ladder to whine on a woman or something like that.
Tell you the truth, you can't shame a Jamaican.
Yeah. But
I'm being honest. You can't shame a Jamaican. They proud of that. They proud of jumping off the thing, slanging a woman. That woman she look like she the happiest hoe in Jamaica. And Kingston up there, Collar, the guy who had her gripped around her ankles was spitting her around, and then they spit to a chair. She supposed to land it on his lap in the chair. Then the chair split, and he's still over there hunching like a dog that just did 20 years in dog prison. You get what I'm saying? You can't shame a people that got a hunch and fuck that make songs like My Poom Poom Give Life. You know, you can't shame
but I'm just smart. That's what I'm saying, right? When the Shade Room posts entrepreneur, you'll see about 40 comments. When they post Blueface and Krishan fighting, you'll see 20,000 comments. So they just going off what the people are interested. I don't think it's deliberate.
They feeding the beast. I give you that.
I agree with you, Kami, 100%. Like even on other channels, I be noticed like when they post this dude got locked up, you got 15,000 likes and everything. But when they talk about a child, what was that little girl? It was some little girl in Louisiana that did some scholarship type of thing. It was like 1,000 likes. I was like, why come they ain't showing as much love to this little girl who actually doing some productive in the community?
In fact, Steve, I think Shade Room is better. Is more.
Hey man,
I think the Shade Room is more positive than Shade Cheese and the other.
Right.
I'll give you that. Yeah, because they're part of the Democratic Party. So they got to have something. They can't be 100% ratchet. You get what I'm saying? But even when they was doing the thing on Donald Trump, they had to start putting no disclaimers in there because Donald Trump started suing everybody.
You know what, Steve? You gotta start making it cool to be smart again. That's what that shit is all about.
I guess
it has never been that way in the black community.
That's why I say you gotta make it. No, it wasn't. No. It was a time when it was like that.
When?
I don't know.
Right,
I think it depends on where you come from.
You talking about back in the 1940s?
Well, somewhere around there.
Hold on, in the 80s, they were
50s,
like
60s, 70s.
Let me say this, right?
Well, at least
the whole
in the
thing is
50s
like,
and 60s,
and I know firsthand for this, right? It's like when people say it was cool to be smart, they would just really mean pseudo. These niggas were not really trying to learn shit.
They weren't trying to learn shit.
Talking about your pseudo.
Come on, Colin. Back in the 40s, in the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s.
Yeah, they're pseudo, man. Niggas that we had generations of pseudo. That's Kwame. That's where he comes from.
I heard somebody use the word square. That's what they used to call. They used to call them the smart black people straight up nerds.
And the bottom line, to get away from that, you got to put on a garb on and look Afrocentric, so they stop calling you square.
Say you stop messing with it, so they can stop. Okay, you had to go dashiki one-on-one.
That's the only way you got. You can't do this. And the Nation of Islam, they got away with the boat ties and whatnot, but that didn't last too long.
Yeah. It was never in our community. We always have looked down on the smart people.
Well, that's why. Look, I tell your husband, I tell us all the time. When I was growing up, right, and when I was in high school, junior high, we had African Americans, we had Haitians, Jamaicans, everything like that. The Jamaicans, they were like, the Haitians always had good grades. Right, they were always good on honor roll. They were always on the band. They was in the Glee club, the chess club, and with the white friends and whatnot, the honor society and whatnot. The African American kids, all we thought about was looking cute, and how we dressed and everything.
There's books written about the Black American community, even in the 50s, talking about how they were still focused on entertainment and scholastic pursuits and stuff. So
we were trying to be cool, man. Black
America. Yeah, they was. Yeah, this stuff goes way back. It ain't nothing new.
So y'all saying Black America ain't never been?
The Caribbean kids fill the gap, man, because we're like, yo, look, man, how you doing?
Oh my, Colin giving Caribbeans credit. Oh my goodness.
No, I'm just
saying. Yo, Steve, Christmas came early.
Right? Let me go further, right? We were like, man, we're
let my girl, honey,
always like, let me say this. Look, we all did good in school, right? But the Caribbean kids, right? They went to maybe because they come from poor islands or whatever like that. If they take anything for free, extracurricular activities, whatnot, they suck that shit up. You said what? You got parents made sure they sucked every benefit the school offered, right? We were like, yeah, whatever, man. We gotta go out. We gotta go hang out, play some ball. We're trying to look cute, man. We're trying to look pretty. You know what I'm saying? The Caribbean
Nah,
boys.
School was a
man.
fashion show.
Y'all not getting away with that. Black
Yo,
America's
Kyle, I
always on the
appreciate the Christmas
forefront of
gift.
academia. You're not getting away with that.
Hala, can I make my point?
Yeah,
when
go ahead.
when I did my mic drop and I left, you immediately wanted to play some type of degenerate video about Black women or something like that.
Who?
Now, I made the point that I made simply because
I didn't play no video.
Well, you were about to.
No, the video I was about to play, I just played. I didn't play a video. I played this guy talking about the shade room. That's all I played. I wasn't trying to do that like that. You know?
My thing is, when I said, no, my mic drop was not ass actually, but when I made my point about the Black community, rap music, how it created Pookies and stuff, I actually based it off of.
Well, hold on. Minor correction.
Let it finish.
I based it off information and prove like things that you can prove instead of generalities and emotions. Now let's see how the Black woman tried to fix the community while the Black man was trying to degenerate it. Hold on. Let us see.
Our children are very young and very impressionable, and we're concerned about children.
Is that Sue Dolores Tucker?
Of Black women declared war.
Yes, this is Dolores Tucker.
Sue Tucker, we know all about her, sister.
And this was brought to us by women in the entertainment industry.
Women
who were artists and who were also executives that said they were tired of having our young Black boys being exploited to carry a message of misogyny, that they should kill the hoe. They were tired of having their young sons.
I was tired of that.
Brothers,
I didn't listen to that shit. I'm from New York. We didn't listen to that garbage.
Other group on the face of God's earth would have their young people exploited by any industry to call their mothers, their grandmothers, and their sisters whores, bitches, and sluts, and to kill the hoe. And Time Warner was singled out, and that's why I went to the annual meeting, board stock, so I could address the chairman of the board and address the board members and the stockholders to let them know that children emulate these role models that they place before them. Our children are very young.
You drag your women, but your women fought alongside.
Yo, but hold on. Let me tell you this, Honey Flower.
They fought against your industry.
I knew about that speech she
Good
did.
job. Good job.
Well, hold on.
Hold on. What most of the Black community behind Sister Dolores Tucker?
Holy Flower, yeah, Honey Flower.
Yeah, most of them.
Look, I've known about that before she was even Honey Flower was even
right.
born.
Exactly.
We've known about that. We fought that already.
The
whole thing is what came out of all that is this, right? The Honey Flower. You got to understand something, right? What was fueling this was we were absorbing the culture, right? But what made that possible was the fact that, unlike New York, the white America developed an appetite for it. We found out through that they said, okay, you can get all the Black people to stop listening to stuff like that. But most of that hip hop that you see, degenerate stuff, was being marketed in white suburbia. We had no control over that. We could pull it off our radio stations in the inner city and everything like that. But the bottom line is, how do you get it when basically our culture, and then it goes to another point, that people don't want to address, the bigger elephant room, right? When we was coming up, right? At least when I was coming up, right? We were very apprehensive. This is probably older hustle smart, right? In the early 80s and whatnot, we always turned a eyebrow up when we saw white people listening to our music, doing our dance. We didn't like that. We didn't like it at all. We felt if our music started being geared toward, they're going to take it over. And exactly that's what happened. And then somebody told us, right? That's what people like see Dolores Tucker is a hypocrite, right? They say all people, music should belong to all people. Martin Luther King, integration, all stuff like that. So therefore, the people like the poor righteous teachers and all these other people, wise, intelligent, all the people, J. Rue the Damager, all these conscious raptures were pushed to the side because they were preaching Black supremacy and separatism, right? So therefore, what was sell in white America was degeneracy, right? And the bottom line is the Black society went with the degeneracy because being with white people, integration was more important than saving our people. That's where we are like that right now.
The black males artists went with degeneracy for the profit of it. It was the women like Maya Angelou and this lady who was talking, who was fighting against the kind of misogyny and disrespect to black women.
Let me say this. So, if which side did you think white America and liberal integrationist black America was going to side with?
The
other side.
Women saw that they were being disrespected. They had the foresight to see that this was going to degenerate their society, and they spoke up against it.
What about people like Wise Intelligent, KRS-One, all these other people, Big Daddy Kane, that wasn't disrespecting women? You know,
the majority of male hip hop. The majority of male hip hop in the 90s. You're talking about KRS-One was a little further down, but the majority of male hip hop in the 90s, the Jay-Z, the popular rappers was talking about pimping hoes, you know, UGK, those kinds of guys, Pimp C, pimp culture became popular in rap music. So it's a fact, brother.
Elvis, hip hop existed before that. I knew it was coming back to Cali.
Well, I know I'm not gonna diss California, but that's where it
came from. That was all California. That's when Elvis get up here and be talking like he smart or something. That is 100%.
Where is Pimp C from? Where is the Underground Kings from? They're from the South, right? They're from Texas, right?
That's from down south.
Yeah, you had a lot of people from down south.
That's what I'm saying. You lame fucking. You don't know the lingo.
Talking about
you try to hang
pimping
around
women and trying to denigrate their own women.
In that area. Texas and California.
Go put some tampon in your bleeding asshole, bro. You keep trying to talk to me, man. You want my attention? I'm not going to give you my attention, bro.
We didn't even listen to Texas.
You live in the faggot capital of the world. What are you talking about? You might be a download nigga right now in Georgia, man. What are you talking about, man?
Elvis, come on.
I don't want that talk, Elvis. You can't name somebody on America.
Hey, Colin.
Great. No, I'm sorry.
Colin, bring back Elvis, but come on, Elvis. Man.
Colin, can I say this real quick?
I don't want to hear that again. I do not want to hear that. I want to hear that.
Colin, can I say this
you
real
know
quick?
what? It's amazing though. It's amazing though when I talk about this is how women act. You know, women act like that.
Tyler, if you don't want to hear that, tell this motherfucker to stop engaging with me.
When they wrong about something,
if you think he can say shit to me and I can respond, then you're being biased and you're picking his side.
It's like you talk about putting a knife, so don't talk about that.
What do you mean it's like putting a knife? What make you think he can talk shit about me?
Somebody anal sex. I don't want to hear that shit. You know.
And I don't want to hear the fuck shit he's talking about, Kyler. So if you don't want me and him to get into it, tell him to keep his fucking mouth shut and not to engage with.
You can't never tell me to keep my mouth closed.
Okay, then fine. Then Kyler, let me speak to him how I want to speak to him. Then Kyler, if I can't tell him to shut his mouth, let me speak to him how I want to speak to him.
Come on,
you wrong. You wrong.
No, I don't want.
Let's leave the name calling out of it, man.
Yeah, let's leave the name. Come on, Alan. Let's leave the name.
He was the first person that came up here. The first thing he got a chance to talk, he started calling my name and calling me out my name. So if Kyler allows that, allow me to speak, that's fine.
Hold on, everybody. Okay, Elvis. All right, you made the point, all right, that it was 90. I made the point that I grew up in the 80s, 90s, and whatnot, right? I knew that the sound of the degeneracy started in the West, right? West Coast, but then it spread to the South and the East, right? Because we started look at all this money they're making. Why? Because you know who was buying that? Billy and Suburbia, like Ice Cube said. You know, they were buying that stuff because they wanted. As a matter of fact, it exaggerated the gang situation. It wasn't even all that bad until rap came along and it started. Everybody said, if I want to make it big, I gotta be this gangster.
What wasn't that?
Suge Knight was not in Cali. Hold on, Suge Knight was not. Hold on, let me say this. Hold on, Suge Knight wasn't even a gangster. He was supposed to be
He was a bodyguard.
No. Suge Knight was a gangster, but he was into football.
Yeah, he was not no gangster, man.
He was a gangster.
Oh, you know who's a gangster? MC Hammer.
He was.
No, MC Hammer wasn't no gangster. He was
MC
tough.
Hammer.
He was surrounded by gangsters. Suge Knight came from a gang.
MC Hammer wasn't no punk. He was tough, but he wasn't.
The bottom line is these guys saw money, opportunity. Why? Because Billy and Suburbia was funding this stuff. That's when Seagram's came in and stuff like that.
No, because the black males sold out for the money, Colin. They said, fuck it, even though it's hurting my community, I'm going to make this kind of music to get rich. The same reason niggas was out there selling crack, even though it was destroying their community, they did it for profit.
This is how we were in New York, right? This is how we were in New York, right? We're sitting there doing hip hop. We had LL Cool J, Run DMC, Big Daddy Kane, all these people like that, right? And then basically we looked at these people and they were doing good. Biggie Small, everybody doing good. Man, if you sold 500,000 copies, you were doing good. Okay, cool.
The West Coast niggas were selling like 4-5 million.
Then when we started looking over there and we're saying,
New York niggas was talking all that shit. They had to get on the train.
Let me say this. We looked at over there and said, what the fuck is going on? And they getting all these sponsorships like Seagram's and all these St. Ives and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck is going on there?
NFL teams and shit.
So we're saying the reason why is because their music, because we know black people weren't buying music like that. We were still doing mixtapes. They said white kids were buying CDs and all that stuff like that.
They were selling out those arenas too.
Yeah, they were selling arenas. We were saying,
if you came to the South, they went in New York. They weren't selling that big arenas like that.
Hey, you know, if your mama and your daddy and them catch you with that shit, they will beat your ass.
Yeah, like you had New York rappers still catching the train. Them LA niggas couldn't even rap. They was riding the Benz 190s.
So therefore, that was Elvis. That was white money. That was no nigga money. That was white money.
That was crack money.
No, it was white money.
No. That was rap money because the white boys was buying. They was going to the concert. The LA niggas was the first niggas to have the tours at the arenas. They started that.
We weren't doing that shit in New York.
That was Eazy-E and them with that.
Yeah,
they had an audience, man. They didn't care if all the audience.
Hey, nigga, I lived on the street. When they was shooting the video, Real Compton City G's, when they was riding down the block.
Oh, you was in the video?
Yeah. I was like 8 or 9 years old. Nigga.
Mm-hmm. The New York dude.
Yeah, you laughing, but it's true.
The New York dude started. I tell Colin this all the time. The New York dude started the gangster rap, but the LA dudes took it to a whole
level.
level.
Corny, man. Cool G rap. Come on, man. That was corny, man. That was corny. You know.
Listen, Kyle is correct about the whole gangster rap.
That was a corny. West Coast took that shit to a level. Holy
what's that dude name?
The thing here is who stepped up and tried to quash the shit. Who stepped up and was complaining with the mothers, the sisters who was telling you guys, stop doing this. This is hurting our community, and the men didn't listen.
KRS-One, everybody that tried to stop that shit got clowned out of the business, right?
So who fault is that? Is that the women's fault?
No, I'm not saying it's a woman's fault, but I'm saying don't blame us for everything in Black America. Like we had the 5% age. That was a dominant culture in hip hop in New York, right? That died overnight because everybody wanted to be a gangster, right? And the women followed the gangsters, right? They weren't following.
Can I ask this question real quick, Colin?
What
did most of the Black community support Sister Dolores Tucker?
Of course,
no. This is what it was, right? This is what it was. She came out, right, and then she found. This is why I say Farrakhan dropped the ball, because when Farrakhan, after the Million Man March, right, Farrakhan made some statements about he was dissatisfied about hip hop and stuff like how it degrades women, and she was at his meeting like, "Oh, I love Mr. Farrakhan and whatnot." But then Farrakhan sort of he flaked. You know what he said? What happened? What ended that was the killing of Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur. And then people start telling Farrakhan that the kids are listening to his hip hop and you can't go too hard because they're going to turn against you. Before that, Farrakhan had the momentum, you know, the Million Man March and all that. After that, man, the friggin' he sort of backed off, you know, and that's what it is, man.
That's the thing. Men capitulated to a degenerate culture.
How you gonna go up against people making millions? What can you say? Like Russell Simmons, Farrakhan was so humiliated. Those rappers, Snoop Dogg, were giving Farrakhan money. Russell Simmons, he was giving him money.
So you saying he sold out college? Is that what you're saying? He sold out
the I'm not on here to say who sold out what. I'm just telling you the reality. The reality is those rappers had money, and they know in our community, money is fucking power.
No, money
You
is
you remember
everything.
Snoop Dogg was holding women on leashes and shit, taking them in public to award shows, having black women on leashes.
Hold on,
You saw that shit, right?
Hold on. You know what I'm saying? When they put people
Yeah,
like Suge Knight,
everybody's seen
Deadly
that
Clown,
shit.
a clown like Suge Knight and Puff Daddy in Power, right?
The
Deadly
fuck
clowns in
Snoop
high places.
Dogg, bitch
That's what
ass.
happened. Snoop Dogg, all these guys are clowns, you know. And
Let me ask this question. So are you telling me
Snoop Dogg's worth $300 million? He could buy
Oh,
anybody.
hey, you know what? Snoop Dogg bought Death Row Records, and all them artists they mad as fuck at Snoop Dogg because they royalty checks stop. Don't Snoop Dogg
can I
is.
can I ask this can I ask this question one more time, right?
Go ahead.
Did most of the black community at that time in its initial when gangster rap music first came out, did they support it?
Nah, hell no.
Not really.
That's my point. So like how did
it win out?
Because of why I told you it was.
He just told you the white kids, everybody.
Exactly. That's the point I'm trying
No,
to
the
make.
white
College
kids can't make you sing a music, brother. You have to go out there in the studio to make that kind of music.
It's like
So ultimately, it's the money. The money made those men continue to make degenerate music.
He's so stupid.
That's what it was. It wasn't white kids. White kids don't control black men.
White kids are the ones buying it. They're the ones.
That's the point that I'm making. So the black men continue to make it, even though it was bad for the community for the money.
Let me explain it just like this. The New York dudes and the Atlanta dude was making music. They was only doing 50,000 copies at the most. The LA dudes in a year was doing 5 million. 5 million. We talking about bullshit dudes. So you got 5 million copies and you doing these worldwide tours. We ain't talking about clubs. We ain't talking about civic centers. We talking about arenas.
Hustle, we don't have to make it that deep. It's like what Dub C said. They put a parental advisory on the tape. So if
well,
I mean, if you got parents,
that really helped out a lot.
No. If you got parents that's letting you listen to that shit, and they not, slapping it out your hand. I mean, what you gonna do?
But he right though, Colin. That was the only compromise that to put a sticker on there. You get what I'm saying?
We put Brandon proceed to call bitches, hoes, kill this.
Now, of course, bad kids like me and others. Man, we don't give a fuck. We're gonna listen.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Most of the black community at that time didn't agree with gangster rap music.
No, but what I'm saying is,
it prevailed anyway.
But let me tell you how. Back in the days, New York dudes had all the beats. They made all the beats and the best music. But goddamn, I'm gonna tell you who the orchestrator of it was. DJ Quick and Dr. Dre. They started making these beats and this music for the clubs. And then New York dudes started. It used to be all New York music played in the club. Then the LA music started playing the club. It was Dr. Dre.
Yeah, it was
DJ
Dre and Quick. Dre and Quick took over the game with
I'm
those
telling
fucking
Quick
beats.
can't rap to save his life, but producing.
Yeah.
So that what took over. So then let me tell you what else happened. In 1992, the marijuana kicked in, crossed the area. Then Dr. Dre came up with the Up and Smoke tour. Everybody was smoking weed.
The motherfucking Chronic.
So now the music slowed down because everybody high. Nobody didn't want to hear that Mr. Cool, Physical.
Why you gonna diss us like that, man? Come on, man.
The spiritual
I'm
lyrical.
just saying, nobody didn't want to hear that.
Nobody want to hear that bullshit.
Yo, that's what I was most angry, man, because people stopped listening to shit I like, and everybody.
But the point I'm trying to make is the point I'm trying to make is most of the black community didn't like gangster rap music, right? But it prevailed anyway because other people behind it, people were pushing it. It's just a fact.
Yeah, like Dub C said, man, raise your kids. If you're gonna let an album with 12 tracks on it influence, if that got more influence over your kids than you do, something wrong with your household.
And I want to address another thing.
Fucked up too, man.
I want to address another thing, right? Honey Flower said that rap music created Pookie and Ray Ray. I disagree wholeheartedly with that.
Nah.
Now it glorified them, but it didn't create
gang culture. Created Pookie and Ray Ray.
Gang culture did that. But listen, what I'm saying is
Camp
that
culture and all that.
What I'm saying is that LA niggas started making music so good and sampling music. What it did was you had like one of the best beats that you ever want to hear is "Bitches Ain't Shit But Hoes and Tricks." That's one of the best beats that just all the way through get you hyped up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what gets you is the beat.
My health teacher asked me this.
And then on top of that, what they did, one thing the LA niggas was good at, they used to have females come singing that shit. Then listen to the song "Bitches Ain't Shit But Hoes and Tricks." Then you hear the R&B chick come in. I don't give a fuck about it. She coming out singing it.
Yeah,
she coming out singing harder than
spit bars, just like
that was the difference between LA niggas and New York niggas. New York niggas wouldn't put nobody on their album that was just as tight as them. So you would get like, if you listen to LL, all them niggas, Big Daddy Kane, you had like a feature. It was nobody as good as them. Them LA niggas, listen to the Dog Pound. Everybody could spit. Then they would get these singers.
The New York niggas had that conscious shit, all that lyrics and shit, but the South and the West, they had that grittiness, man.
With New York,
go listen to that shit at the gym.
Well, I gotta get them props. What they had is the battle rap shit.
Yeah,
that shit.
But ain't nobody listening on New York rappers,
I know,
man.
I know everybody like listening to it, but that shit hard.
The back up what Colin said earlier, right? What's the dude name from Ghetto Boys? He got his like podcast. What's his name?
Willie D.
Willie D
was whack as fuck, man.
That's the thing though. Willie D, you know, they said they was on that West Coast gangster rap type stuff. He said they went to go perform in New York, and he said they got booed off the stage. They said they were the New Yorkers weren't really feeling that at the time.
He was the worst rapper.
The only one they fuck with is Scarface, because Scarface can really. Now Willie D, he got a song. His best song called "The Cleanup Man." You know what I'm saying? Like, Willie D was whack as fuck.
The only popular song I know about him is "My Mind Playing Tricks on Me."
My mind playing tricks on me. Yeah, that's.
But he turned into a liberal coon himself. You know what I'm saying? All them dudes like that, man.
He's worse than Elvis, man.
Yeah, Willie D said he had problems with.
What's up with you?
Leave Elvis alone, man.
You just come up here and got my name in your mouth, man. What's up with that
version of Willie D?
African Willie D. I don't think Elvis was making rap songs back in the day denigrating black women.
But him and Willie D said like the same outlook on life, pandering, kissing women's asses.
We can't even hear what you're saying. Your mic is messed up, man.
Yeah, your mic is messed up.
But listen, I always be like,
think about it, Steve. How Willie D was one of them nigga, fuck a bitch, fuck a hoe, skeet in the face, all that shit. And now he on there talking about protect black women because
straight up, they just fake, man. But you want to know the thing? You want to know the thing about this, right? Them guys knew exactly what they were doing. Like Elvis said, I agree with him. They were selling out because most of these dudes, a lot of the women that was around there, they not like that in real life. So I'm like, why are y'all putting music out like that? I was like, why are y'all doing that? They just did it because of money.
You gotta look at it for like maybe just like an entertainment perspective because.
But that's the problem. Some black people can't separate entertainment from real life, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Like I said, I used to listen to a lot of that stuff
too.
too.
Understand why I say that black people are the perfect slave? I'm talking about as a whole. We're the perfect slave. You know what I'm saying? Like we can deal with the heat. We strong. We got long arms. We can pick that cotton, take an ass whipping, still protect mouth.
It's Hustle Smart. The African is the perfect slave.
What I'm saying, the African is the original fuck nigga. He's the original fuck nigga. We're descendants of the original fuck niggas. You get what I'm saying? And then after that, we died out, and now we're the best. We're the strongest version of we're the strongest version of the original fuck nigga.
Yeah. We're the best version.
We're the taller. We're the most physically gifted. You get what I'm saying? Like most black people, y'all ever watch that show? Y'all ever watch South Park where Carmen go up to Token and he like, man, you black, you can play the guitar. You black, you can play the drum.
That shit.
He's like, God damn, Token, you're black. You can do it. You know what I'm saying? Like black people.
Let me ask you this, Colin. This is a serious note. Like I heard a FBA dude saying what he diagnosed a problem with black Americans as having melanated Stockholm syndrome. What do you think about that?
Sound like bullshit.
Melanated Stockholm syndrome. What the fuck is that, man?
What's that, man?
Hey, I'm just asking.
But the thing is, why African Americans are the strongest is because you took all those different tribes from West Africa, and then they reproduced, right? So you got like a super nigga, kind of like, because all them different tribes from different regions, and it's just like a amalgamation of just like a Voltron type of nigga that you see in the NFL.
It's called selective breeding. You're being nice. You're being nice. They did us just like they do the cows. They brought out the best bulls. They brought out the best bull. They brought out the best chick with the wide shoulders like Kevin Durant. You know what I'm saying? They ain't want them little chicks. They got the little midget shoulders scrunched in. They wanted them wide shoulder chicks and them bumps.
Also, that's why I laugh when people say they're Native Americans. Native Americans don't get to that. You don't see no Shaquille O'Neal Native American.
Yeah, now they shoulders too. When they get too tall, they start looking like lurch. They can't even move. You know what I'm saying? You got 7 foot black people that still do it. Let me tell y'all something, man. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I ain't gonna go too far back like Colin do. But man, let me tell you. One time I was at the Atlanta Hawks and Spurs game, and now we were sitting right behind the Spurs. Tim Duncan was out there. I'm talking about. I'm in full hustle smart mode. You bum. You 7 foot sissy. I'm talking all type of shit, cussing them out. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at his shoes. His shoes look like the orthopedic shoes, like their shoes are custom made. Okay, look like them nursing shoes or whatever. And now, goddamn, he came out there. He just looked at me. He went in the game. This motherfucker got hit with the ball in his face. The ball was going out of bounds. He grabbed the ball, turned around on the 3-point line, put the ball behind his back, fade away to the right, threw the ball up in the air, and it just, I'm talking about when it kissed the backboard, it kissed it like the mother's kiss to the child. I'm talking about barely touched the backboard and went straight in, nothing but draws, and he fell out of bounds. I looked at my goddamn cousin. I said, if my life was on the line, I could never. And I'm good.
Who was that? Who was that?
Tim
Duncan.
Mr. Fundamental.
Tim Duncan is a monster.
And that's when I'm saying right there, he's the great. I'm talking about, dog. I watched his footwork. His foot was on inches.
Duncan is that guy.
He was off, bro. Hey, 17 said he was off balance the whole time. Then the ball had just hit him right in the forehead. When he was going out of bounds to the right, he was looking at the backboard.
A lot of people count. They don't. They count Tim Duncan out. He was one of the greatest players.
Yeah, he was
top two power forwards all time.
Probably top
but when you see him walking, it looks like he's stuffing roaches. But boy, when that dude get out there on that basketball court, he looks like a ballerina. That's how smooth he is.
Yeah, he do. Yeah, that's true.
It ain't nobody. I don't give a fuck what they produce in Africa. They ain't finna produce no Tim Duncan.
I mean, you ain't saying Giannis?
Nah, that motherfucker almost.
Giannis is more power. Giannis don't have no finesse. Giannis is power.
Well, Hakeem Olajuwon. Hakeem
Olajuwon was an exception. You get what I'm saying?
Hakeem was raised up in like
didn't have move as smooth as Tim Duncan.
Yeah, he still wasn't raised up in Texas. You gotta think about it like this. Hakeem Olajuwon was a center, so 9 out of 10 he was playing other goofy. In those days, more centers was white dudes. I don't know why it was like that. Now only the people had good centers. Those the popular. Robert Perry played for the.
Put it this way, Hustle. look at Elvis, right? Out of his whole fucking country, right? Only one man. Listen, only one guy way made it to the Premier League. So they have a whole fucking country.
No, they got another guy.
That's not even true. That's not true,
another
bro.
guy. They got another guy in Germany.
Noah something is like Liberia.
No, there's
there's a guy that plays for Bayern.
Alfonso Davies.
Yeah, Alfonso Davies. Yep.
There's Christopher Herrera who played for Arsenal.
A guy named Noah.
Hey, Steve got to put his birth certificate. Steve got to put his birth certificate in the back chat.
I watch a little bit of soccer.
We got NBA players. We got NFL players. We got many soccer players playing professional. What are you talking about?
I watch a little bit of soccer.
Name the top 3.
What? From Liberia?
The point that I'm making is that still, no matter how you look at it, it's the Black and American are the top in those sports.
So you still trying to say the Black American is a perfect slave?
Are we really, man? The last 5 MVPs in the NBA ain't even Black American.
You said what now?
The last 5 MVPs in the NBA ain't not even Black American.
Who is that?
The last 5 MVPs in the NBA.
Well, it don't matter about that. Who's the MVP? These are the ones who you're gonna come to and watch. You get what I'm saying? Like,
okay, I see what you're saying. Like
I was listening earlier.
You remember what I talk about? Always jumping up the air, throw the ball, doing better. Like even what his name? Vince Carter was never won a championship, but he could sell out the. He would sell out the. He would sell it out.
I see what you're saying.
They used to call that nigga Vince Sanity.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the skill set. Yeah, it's just a skill set. Like you.
1976. What were you saying?
No, I was saying earlier, so I was laughing. Somebody said they named Weeknd. Somebody was talking about Weeknd the singer. Nobody listens to fucking Weeknd, man.
Nobody.
I like
who's talking about? Somebody was talking about that on the other channel.
Yeah, I like Weeknd,
man.
No,
I was like,
yeah, they were saying they were talking about the Academy. They was talking about the Academy Award. Kwame was talking about the Academy Award like that means something. And I'm like, nobody listens to the Weeknd. Like if you walked in a house or a club and they was playing the Weeknd, you would think everybody in there gay. You wouldn't even walk in there.
Hey, you know what they said? The Weeknd just signed a motherfucking $1 billion deal with Lyric company. That's what
he signed his
and I was like, man, motherfuck the Weeknd.
And I don't even know. If my life was on the line, I couldn't name you 3 songs.
I couldn't either.
Shit.
I ain't gonna lie.
He sound like Michael Jackson with his voice, but
he sounds like a Timu.
But he a bitch. He ain't nothing.
What was that dude? What was that dude? The Hawaiian, the ambiguous nigga. He was Bruno Mars. He like a bootleg Bruno Mars.
Yeah. But you see that type of style, you can tell the people that'll push because they don't last long like that. You know what I'm saying? They had those industry plans. Like what that weird black chick that got a what her name is?
Dolce.
Yeah, they try to make her like she great. Like you talk to black women don't listen to her like white women, the white liberals, they was pushing that shit, man.
She got talent, but I just can't get with her material or her music.
You know what? She was more she showed her talent before she got famous.
Wait, what's her name again? Who was that?
Dolce, whatever her name is.
Yeah, she got ass. She had a flat ass, and she got. How you get a BBL and your ass still flat? You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's just amazing, man. But
like
you know what?
You gotta go through 3 different phases.
I watched her interview, and she said the most dangerous thing in America is a heterosexual black male. I was like, what the fuck is she talking about?
Yeah, she down with that liberal agenda.
That's what Jamel Hill say that same shit too, man.
She down with the
black
agenda.
men are the white supremacists of black society and all that.
It's just crazy to see that. But you know what though? Like me and Colin was talking, I said, you know what? I blame all these laws that give women no protection to come back 50, 60 years when you rubbed against her when you was in the 3rd grade. I blame men for those laws. That ain't women putting them laws in. Those are men.
That's true. Women don't give a fuck about that.
Women, that's it. Now you put now one thing that I give women credit for, they use they like, oh, this a law? This is a law. You mean I can come back 50
yeah, they
years?
gonna use this shit to
They're
their
gonna
advantage
use it.
now.
They're gonna use it to their advantage. And
Shit, don't get it fucked up.
then men sitting up there looking crazy. Look at all those. Now, don't get me wrong. The Puff Daddy thing, that's, what happened. But you got all these women now coming back 30, 40 years ago. You get what I'm saying? Some of that, they put something in the blunt, dropped something in the drink 30, 40 years ago. Like they had a party or something. You know what I'm saying?
What they did to Puff Daddy was wrong. They kind of like all them charges. Everybody who was rolling with Puff Daddy wanted to roll with him. They knew how we got down.
I agree with you, but
they
I just don't like the man.
railroaded them and put them in prison for some stuff.
1776. That's on them.
You know what? Whether he did it or not, they getting him for something else.
But what I'm saying is I don't know what lawyers he got, because what it is that you sit up there and settle out with the chick, and she still got on the stage and sent you to prison.
The thing about the situation,
how you gonna pay
that's what I told my uncle. I said once
Cassie
they
was
sick that
ordering
girl on him and she won that lawsuit and shit, I said, watch what happened to Puffy.
But Cassie was the one who was setting up all the arrangements. She was the one handling all the business,
Yeah, she was sitting up there talking to the guys and everything.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to Puffy. I said, watch what they finna crucify.
Yeah, that's kind of like a crazy thing.
But once he settled, I don't know what made him. Soon as that tape came out, he settled with her the next day. I don't know why he did that. Y'all don't know what lawyer
telling
he got.
you, it's some
That
whole
was the
other
worst.
shit. It's not.
But you know who's really not a Captain America Negro? Russell Simmons, man. He got the fuck. He went to India. He went to hey, I respect that man because that's the dude who really
got the fuck gone.
Russell went to the LAX with a book bag. They was like, "You want a round trip?" He said, "Fuck no, man."
No,
Russell rolled out.
Right?
Yeah, he doing yoga on some mat in India and shit, man.
That motherfucker said, "Boof."
Now you gotta respect somebody like that. That's when you say this person ain't no Captain America nigga. But other people, they be going through trial and shit. Like, man, I would get the fuck on a plane and get the fuck out if I had money, man.
Yeah. But see, let me tell you something. That's what all that simping. See, don't get him fucked up. Puff Daddy was a simp too. He was sitting up there talking all that. I remember when that Brett Kavanaugh shit was going on. He was with that believe all women, you know what I'm saying? And believe all women shit and Trump bad and everything. And now the same women he was sitting up there caping for is the same women that brought him down.
And he was so bad because Trump probably would have gave him a pardon, but he was simping so hard and saying all that. And that Trump was like, "Fuck him now," you know.
They was having
he was out there with that voter die bullshit.
Yeah, that voter die shit. And they used to have that shit in Atlanta. They used to be out there talking crazy about Trump. And it was the weirdest thing in the world to hear black people just act like that. You get what I'm saying? That's why these elections, the election just happened, told me everything that I need to know about black people. Because I always thought that we came from this mantra of strength is in numbers.
The election that happened when Joe Biden got in told me everything I knew.
Everything.
Nigga. Straight up.
I keep saying that was one of the most
Donald Trump got in.
Rigged shit, man. Like I know Joe Biden ain't get more. I know he ain't get more votes than fucking JFK and Obama, man. That was one of the most rigged fucking elections.
God damn.
But that ain't even the worst of it. I'm just talking about black people saying strength is in numbers. What I'm saying is that it was. Think about it like this, y'all. At the best case scenario, it is 600,000 black babies born every year. But they still got to wait till they 18 to fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Latinos is coming across the Darien Strait, setting up taco stands under the goddamn border, come over here ready to fuck. Matter of fact, they got kids on their back.
They
And they was
don't have
coming
to
over.
wait till they 18 to fuck. It's just, you know, a cultural thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. So think about it. It's 2.5 million coming over here right now, ready to fuck.
Oh yeah, they coming over here with baby in the stomach, one in the stroller, you know.
And then as soon as they put them down, they going in a house full of 6 people, and somebody
Shit,
finna
y'all
get
crazy
fucked.
the motherfucker. That's why I was over here cursing Mike Alawale, dumbass.
That's what I didn't understand it. So they come over here, they coming over here 11 million, and they automatically
But
in
come
the
on,
first year.
they've been saying that 11 million since I was a kid. Like, come on, man. You know it ain't 11 million when you see Hispanics in Maryland and Delaware. Only time you used to see Hispanics was like the Bronx and Texas. Now they're every fucking where. Green little truck, burritos. When you wake up, the burrito smell
Let me ask
every
Hustle Smart this
day,
question.
man.
How many
And I love them burritos too.
Oh man,
how many
I love
Latinos is in
motherfuckers.
Atlanta now?
Man, it's probably 120 million Latinos in America, man.
Think about it like this. It was
120.
It's
probably
67 million. It's 67 million that they can count. They said it was 12 million in hiding, and then Joe Biden them let 11 million come across the board. They let 2.5, 2.7 come over here.